McCrone Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at mccronemotorsports.net.
Thanks for sticking with us. If you're a KC Premium member, Jackson Lambros, Dean Helt with you here on the outside of turn number 10 here at Sumas International Motorsports Academy. If we got any more north, we would be in Canada. If we got any more west, we've got a little bit of ways before going west, but pretty quickly we'd get to the Pacific. Yeah, we would be in a boat for sure. Regardless, it's the final day of the Northwestern Karting Alliance's Burly Products Super Cup, and we're ready to go racing for pre-final action, getting things started in Cadet 206. It's Lightning McQueen, the 95 of Maverick Thompson, on pole position. He is sawing that wheel, trying to get heat into those LeContes. Sebastian Ochi, Riley Schmidt, Aston Croft, and Tyrus Vilking, your top 5.
Yeah, it'll be a close race, I would imagine. We saw a number of drivers make bids for the race lead yesterday. Ultimately, I would imagine going to be pretty close, 6 minutes plus 1 lap for those at home unfamiliar with the format. Weird to see some of these drivers having really flared out side pods. I wonder if that is intentional or an unintentional consequence. But either way, some very quick drivers here at the front. It looks like, Maverick Thompson is doing some rock, paper, scissors with a mechanic. How cool is that? I think he just lost, unfortunately.
You know what? I think they might have those side pods pushed out to prevent wheel-to-wheel contact and maybe not having them ramp up over one another.
That's a good idea, maybe. Someone's using their brain.
Yep. Regardless, we'll wait and see. Green, Ochi on the inside. Mav Thompson on the outside. Cadet 206, let's go.
Pretty healthy start there for Maverick Thompson. Unfortunately, well clear here into turn number 1 for Sebastian Ochi. He is gone, but only for so long. We saw yesterday there was a bit of an argument between Fickling and Thompson over who was going to try to lead that train. I forget who was leading at the time, but very quickly they worked together, closed down to about a second and a half, and then cannibalized one another and did not ultimately come away with the victory. So, gotta make sure to keep your enemies close and your friends, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer.
There you go.
And make sure that you always keep the leader just within touching distance as we start this race.
Ochi still about 3.5 kart lengths as we get to the timing line for the first time. Thompson, Smith, Croft, Filking, and then Green dropping back a handful of positions there in the 17. Carpentier a little bit further back than we expected as well, behind the wheel of the 68. And very quickly, we talked about the draft effect earlier on for these 206s, that in the cadets that kind of amplifies, and it did not take long for Thompson to get to the rear bumper of Ochi. How's this going to play out?
Close. It's going to be very close between the top two here. I would imagine Thompson, we saw yesterday, was very content once he got into that second position to just kind of ride it out, but fought very hardly to remain in that P2. We've got a couple different drivers here, a couple of different makes of go-kart. I don't believe we really have any teammates outside of Sebastian Ochi and Ashton Croft in their Intel karts, respectively. One, I believe, in a red-ish Ital kart. Nope, they both got the black and white scheme. A couple different liveries on offer here. As you can see, Maverick Thompson tapping the back of his head, going, hey, it's Riley Schmidt. Let's just go ahead and try to work with each other. We'll figure this out at the end of this race. 5-kart breakaway. It is Ochi, Thompson, Schmidt, Croft, and Fickling in P5 in that very distinctive green TB kart with, unfortunately, Oliver Carpentier as well as Max Green, who we saw is your pole sitter in the NW60CC category. We'll see if they can work together and make this 5-car fight a 7-car fight.
Riley Smith coming to life a little bit further back in the 44 with double duty. She's gotten 115 starts, transformed that into 7 wins. No career that's seen her on the podium 12 times, and a handful of victories as well. That pink helmet in the 44, Ashton Croft just behind. Croc Promotions, a Tal kart, and then a TB in the form of Tyrus Fickling in the 43, just a little bit further back. And very quickly, this is mothballed once again into a much larger package. 5 go-karts back to Fickling. If they stay in line, you could drag in Carpentier and Green back in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like the entire field is quite on the same page. Just wondering when that first move is going to come. Remember, this is only a 6-minute plus 1 lap race already coming up, I believe, next time by on halfway home for these kiddos. So got to make sure that you're the one going forward and not the one, essentially, like we said yesterday, you got to make a meal out of somebody before somebody makes a meal out of you. I would imagine Maverick Thompson is pretty content to run in P2, but looking up the inside for Ashton Croft, not quite going to have the run or the help to get there to get that nose in on Riley Schmidt into turn number 5. And here comes Maverick Thompson up the inside for the race lead. I think that kind of set that pulled the pin on the grenade, and now it's going to go kaboom.
That'll back him up all the way back to Carpentier in green now in P7. Worley not too far back as well in the 55. If you're P2, you've got a very interesting role to play here. Do you continue to give the bumper, or do you make a move? It's a risky decision to make, because if you try maybe going for the lead and you're not able to make it, that could chop the head off the snake and give Thompson a little bit more breathing room. Ooh, thought about it further back. Tyrus Fickling in the 43 TB. Maybe thought of a dive down to Ashton Croft in the 84, but elected to back out of it. Here we go for the lead. We saw this a lot last year. It's going to be a 2-for-1, actually, as Thompson drops back down to third. That's a big dive from the top rope, though, for Mav. And we'll drop back all the way to P4. Schmidt, Ochi, and Croft going through. Yeah. And now we'll move for the lead, I think. No. 44 of Riley Schmidt almost went for it in turn number 5. Had to back out of it. More contact further back. Green into the back of Fickling. Things are starting to come out here in 206 Cadet.
It is going boom. Remember, Sebastian Ochi, one of our friends from our coverage of Champions of the Future, he knows what it's like to be fighting in these high leverage situations with some very, very competitive drivers. So wisely covering the inside there into turn 5. I'm surprised more drivers have not opted to go for that defense. As Maverick Thompson back up the inside, going for the big move on the inside of turn number 9. And there you go. Of course, he's doing the Sebastian Hauser. I'll pass you, and then I'm going to say, hey, let's work together and go forward here coming up. I believe this is either going to be, I think we're coming to 2 to go this time by. We'll see if we can get our timer working at timing and scoring. But for the time being, it is still a 7-car fight here for the lead, although it does seem like Riley Schmidt is in the driver's seat to take over the race lead here of Sebastian Ogier. Just seems like that draft is a little too powerful, and if that move is going to happen, I'd imagine it's going to happen now.
And now Maverick Thompson trying to join the battle, but this is down low for Schmidt. Ochi knew it was going to be risky business. He backed out of it. He's parked offline. And now Carpentier down low trying to make a move stick. He'll get back in line, Carpentier.
Ooh.
And Fickling in the 43 going side by side with Green for P6 and 7. Side by side now it's Ashton Croft in the 84 as Thompson dropping back to P5 as a result. Fickling on the move in the 43, going to try and cross him up through turn number 9. Maybe a little bit of help further back as now Jensen Meyer and Maggie Worley join the fray. And we've split it into 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think so for Riley Schmidt, we've got 2 Ital cards running P2 and P3. We'll see if the teammates can work together, or maybe they will cannibalize one another. But unfortunately for Parker Thompson, that all-out offense approach as we got to move up the inside. That is the number, I believe that is the 68. Carpentier showing some of that speed that he showed earlier, although Fickling going back up the inside, going to reclaim that position for the time being, although this battle will continue towards turn number 5. But yeah, 2 Ital cards behind your race leader in Riley Schmidt, although I don't know, really, I mean, I would rather die on my sword than the shield. I would rather have to defend from the lead and have 2 cards go by me as Fickling back up the inside. And a little bit of opportunistic overtaking there from your pole sitter into NW60CC and Max Green. But either way, at the front, it looks like it's going to be a 4-cart or maybe a 3-cart fight here where the race win as Mr. Sun decides to rejoin us here.
That's P5 to P7. Tyrus Fickling, Max Green, Matt Carpentier, Oliver Carpentier, excuse me. And here we go. White flag, 1 that counts. Riley Schmidt, purple lap last time by. She'll lead him into turn number 1.
Ooh, hiked it pretty bad there at T1. Going to be an opportunity on the inside of turn number 3. We'll see if they decide to cover. It looks like wisely Sebastian Oakley decided to back out there. Likely this move is going to have to come with a little bit of help towards turn number 5. But the Ital Kart teammates are going to cannibalize each other. A little bit of a pinch there from Sebastian Ochi. This is exactly what you want to see for Riley Schmidt, and the last thing you wanted to see if you're Sebastian Ochi.
They'll stay the positions they were in when it started, but crucially that's given Schmidt a little bit of insurance. Now it's Maverick Thompson down low into turn number 6. Will make that move stick on Croft and has no choice now to get to the bumper of the 95, push that Nitro Kart, and try and close that gap to Sebastian Ochi. One more real overtaking opportunity here for Ochi, and that's going to be well outside of striking distance. They started to get into it further back, the lower positions of the podium. That's room service for Riley Schmidt. And she's unlocked some pace behind the wheel of the 44. Checkered flag is out. She's on pole for the main event in Cadet 206. Sebastian Ochi going to be alongside her. Mav Thompson going purple in that final lap will be third. Ashton Croft fourth. And Max Green rounding out your top 5.
Very well played from Riley Schmidt. Kept the head looking forward, no rubberneck and no looking backwards. Everybody cannibalized. You can see a little fist pump there from your pre-final winner. Just a little appetizer of what we got coming up. Shifter Light, the big boys coming up right after the break.
Welcome back. Sumas International Motorsports Academy here at the tippy top of Washington. And in Shifter Light, presented by Digital Assistance Pro, it was an absolute duel between the two Ital Karts, the seasoned veteran in the form of Massimo Valiente and the young gun in Asad Nikadambayev. Dino, there are the front row for the pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, with these KZ go-karts with this very, very soft LeConte rubber, I'd imagine not going to be, I would assume, not going to be too much drama, although we saw yesterday with our pre-final winner in Thorpe Double, really bogging it down on the start, not quite able to get away, maybe a little bit too much grip there, not enough RPM. But you can see it there, the growing. I mean, Massimino Valiente, one of the drivers, as mentioned, going for the Triple Crown victory here today in the final round of the NWKA Super Cup. You can make sure that you get those rear tires nice, hot, and sticky. But I tell you what, yesterday it looked like Nikadambayev really was giving Valiente everything that he could handle, and then some. Valiente had to actually give the bumper, the chrome horn, back to his young counterpart, his young Ital Kart counterpart at turn number 7. Race car drivers have very long memories. I wonder if Assad is going to remember that when they inevitably go at it here again. Only 200 separating them in qualifying, set up for a great race here this afternoon.
And after the disaster in the main event for Connor Wick, the 289 falls down to second in the standings on the final day. Valiente takes the lead at 18-16 over 17-91. It's close, but Connor needs to find something in that orange helmet from third position. And he doesn't have that GFC help until a handful of drivers further back. But as we saw earlier on, the Ital Kart guys have no intentions of working with one another. Valiente on the front row. Nikadambayev in second. Ready to go racing once again. Visor down command from NWKA officials. We're ready to go racing in Shifter Light.
Really, really good start there from your pole sitter. Connor Wick quickly going up the inside. I think Assad Nikadambayev going to try to hold it around the outside. That is not going to work against Connor Wick. Wisely going to have to back out of that. Actually will hang it around the outside, surely.
Oh,
as we have one driver. That's a 44, I believe, that unfortunately that has come to a stop. Akkad has actually held it around the outside of his teammate. We're going to have to cycle back into P3 as Hermansen cycles into P4. Some hip and shoulders here between some Ital Karts in the mid-pack as the Thorpe Double driver and the 36-year winner in the pre-final yesterday tries to get himself through, but it is all Massimo Valiente out in front here.
Valiente, Wick, Assad Nikadambayev, Andrew Byrne, Alex Westland, and Eric Hermansen drop back a handful of positions in the heart of this melee right now with most of the Ital Karts And now the lone GFC in this field. Connor Wick going to have no help. But maybe could find an unlikely ally in Grayson Thorpe Double if he's able to maybe cut through traffic. Definitely not going to be right here in turn number 5, but has a run into 6. Can't make that move stick, though, on Westland. Yeah, surprisingly bad qualifying here from, once again, your driver that won the pre-final. Really did not have from the beginning, from the drop of the green flag, Thorpe Double did not have a great man event yesterday. Kind of a blemish on what had thus far been a really, really good weekend for the TV kart driver. The very Euro-looking driver that is also doing double duty in our LO206 field. May even be doing triple duty, as one of our cameraman, Gabe, down on pit road is saying that the chain fell off. So maybe a gearing change on one of those go-karts. Remember, a lot of these drivers are their own mechanics, so unfortunate there for the number 44 not being able to see the green flag. They'll have to go ahead. On the Brett side, they will have slightly better tires for the main event if there is some consolidation prizes. We're looking back at Thorpe, looking up the inside would be brave into turn 5. Not quite going to get there, but at the front, slowly but surely, Assad Nikodambayev is closing in on Connor Wick for P2. That's a big slide just behind Riley Miller. May have dropped a LeConte in the grass there coming out of turn number 5, but is staying glued to the bumper of that TB kart of Grayson Thorpe Double. And you look a little bit further ahead. Valiante with a little bit of breathing room. Assad Nikodambayev was starting to put the pressure on the seasoned vet Connor Wick in the 19. As they work into turn number 1, that GFC starting to slowly but surely pull away from the 15-year-old a little bit further back. Not quite. Last lap, a 10th quicker for Assad Nikodambayev, closing to Connor Wick, and Connor Wick a 10th quicker than Massimo Valiante. You hear the proverbial accordion slowly getting a little bit louder and a little bit louder. It does seem as though just that 495, I don't know if it's the engine package that they're running, obviously running the Ital Motors version of the KZ. For your current race leader. Just does not seem like that kart has the long run speed once we get off of the blocks, as Assad has already caught to the back of Connor Wick. You got to think for Connor Wick, you got to think championship here after unfortunately getting into it yesterday with, I believe it was Hermanson that took you out of the final for the shifter kart, shifter light category. Got to think big picture. And the guy in front of you is the guy that you're fighting in the championship. Unfortunately that time, Massimo Valiante did pick up the pace at 50.2 to a 50.3, but still, once again, Assad Nikodambayev, fastest kart on the racetrack. Although in this, unfortunately for him, and this pre-final, don't really know if there's enough time to make up that gap if he does get ahead of Connor Wick. Yesterday, the first time Connor Wick has finished outside the top 2 since the start of this season. Second, first, second, first, 8th after contact with, I believe, Andrew Byrne in the 90 Ital kart. Regardless, that's the worst result for him of the season. He is able to burn that as his drop round, but after that, I reckon he's not going to have another bad result in the tank. Valiante coming into this weekend with a worst result of 5, and of course the victory yesterday, exactly what he needed to put him a bubble up. But this could be big-time implications for championship point standings, and I've got the feeling that that orange helmet does not want to give that position up to the young gun in the 467. But he's still putting that pressure on through turn number 2. A little bit of contact, bumper to bumper. And the cracks beginning to show for the GFC. And I will say how impressive at the ripe old age, the veteran age of 15 years old. Low. Last minute move into turn number 5. Assad Nikodambayev letting it hang through the chicane. And now the script flips. Is Connor Wick able to put that pressure back on Assad? Or is he going to take off and try and catch his teammate? Still 1 second and change separating him and Valiante. Could Assad carry that momentum to the lead? Yeah, unfortunately there, I think Connor Wick had an opportunity to go back up the inside if he wanted it, but Assad is the fastest go-kart on the racetrack, even with that little bit of contact. Only about a 10th hemorrhage to Massimo Valiante. I think, unfortunately, once again for the youngster, actually that last time by, if our data is correct, still 3/10 quicker even with that overtake. The youngster on the Vortex Rock. Remember, these are 2 KZ drivers, two very good KZ drivers going up against a 15-year-old with a Rock power unit. We heard from some of the drivers that maybe that Rock unit really can show its strength with that extra bit of torque that it has. And you can see already closing in on that gap between Massimo Valiante. Going to need to be, I think, a little bit closer there to put the pressure on, but this is certainly going to set us up for an interesting final. I don't know how a KZ1 without ballast would be for Assad Nikodambayev. I think that would be fighter pilot training with the amount of G's you're able to pull. Let's look at a little bit further back here. Andrew Byrne, Alex Westland, Eric Hermanson, Grayson Thorpe Double, Mo Parada, all the way back to Riley Miller in the 92. This freight train all the way further back. Byrne able to get a little bit of breathing room. And now Thorpe Double trying to make that move. on Hermansen, currently third in the standings. Looking for his first podium. As they work their way out of turn number 4. And what I love now is how tight this shot is. You have everything around. You get such a good perspective of how fast these karts are, how much grip there is, how much speed they carry. And here's the move further back. That's Mo Parada in the 24, actually, with a lunge on Thorpe double. So he'll drop down to P8.
Yeah, very, very tight racing here in the trenches. And remember, I mean, this is a 5-car battle. You're looking at the I believe at the head of this train is the outside, or the inside rather, of row number 3. And at the back of this train, you're looking at the outside of row number 4, or maybe even the inside of row 5, looking at the final for this main event. So white flag is out for your leaders. Unfortunately, once again, for Assad Nikanabayev, about a 10th quicker than Massimo Valiente. Who knows if he is saving, but the youngster is really quick, and I have to probably hold it and try to get him back in the main event coming on later today, scheduled for 2 o'clock here in the afternoon. Really, really close between the top 2, but I think Massimo's going to get a leg up here in the pre-final, and big for the championship as well.
Just what the doctor ordered for Masi in the 495. And crucially, no tape I saw on the radiator for the 467. Could Assad be already running at the limit in terms of heat with the sun fully off? The kid's got work. But the top pupil of the academy still on top in shifter light through turn 10 for one last time into the checkered flag. It'll stay the way it started, and it'll remain in all Ital Kart front row for the main event in shifter light. Valiante, Nikanabayev, and Connor Wick with Andrew Byrne in row number 2. Looked like some last lap moves there, I believe. Riley Miller gaining 2 on Mo Parada, and Jesse Webb with our mechanical issue. So that GFC, the 94, will start at the back of the pack for the main event. But definitely a little bit of standoff racing there to get us started in shifter light, Dino.
Yeah, it was very close between the top through. I think, unfortunately for not for Valiante, but for Nikanabayev, just got to get a little bit better on those starts. Those KZs are hard, but if that means that you have to arc yourself a little bit more to where you can immediately cut over and try to chop off Connor Wick to make sure that you hold on to that P2. We know Massimo Valiante is willing to park it to remain in the race lead. I think we're still setting ourselves up, and better that happen now than in the main event coming up later on this afternoon. If you like some banging gear action, we got Shifter Heavy coming up immediately after. And you can see the beard on the 103. I love how cool that looks, even with the flames, the silver flames on that Croc Promotions kart coming from the inside of row number 1. Once again, should be a really good show coming up.
Travis Henson on the outside of the front row. We'll meet this whole grid when we come back from SIMA.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Coverage on Kart Chaser, brought to you by shopakr.com, official title sponsor of Kart Chaser. Getting ready to go here for Midnight Motorsports Shifter Heavy in the pre-final for round number 10. Scott Schaefer trying to lock things down in this championship fight. But Ryan Hager on a part-time entry here. Was looking very good yesterday. Walked away with the win. I believe comes into today as a no-show. So that will leave it up to Scott Schaefer and Chris Worley to still settle it for the victory on Sunday.
Yeah, we saw it was relatively close. It does seem as though Schaefer, however, it is pronounced, is a little bit quicker, at least over one lap, than some of his competition, but still only had 4/10 separating the drivers between P2 and P5. Had a couple drivers maybe not have the qualifying session that they want. I would love nothing more for the sake of this race. Maybe a little bit of a slow start from your pole sitter in Scott Schaefer, as well as the championship fight with Worley needing to make up a couple points on the GFC driver. Should make for a very interesting pre-final, what is the penultimate race of the season for these drivers.
Well, we were about to tell you how the Sumas skies have opened up for us, and we had a little bit of sunlight peeking through. Unfortunately, no longer the case, as you can see, as the clouds continue to roll in and, frankly, more roll through with how windy it's been both yesterday and today. And taking a quick glance at the weather, we know that the rain could still be coming. The good news is it won't be much and it won't be for long, but definitely something that could throw a wrench in the gearing of a lot of these guys' plans. Slowly but surely rolling into the grid boxes. Travis Henson, the beautiful beard in the 103, alongside the 650 Chris Soliotis, with Scott Schaefer, Chris Worley on scene. Jeff Westland in the 35 CRG trying to work his way into the picture as well. Could we see a big-time shakeup here with a couple of key players missing? Or are we going to see Scott Schaefer drive it home over that 55? Going to be over 11 karts in Shifter Heavy, ready to go to war. A couple more issues a little bit further back, everything settled. We look to the starter, who gives the visors down command. It's Shifter Heavy by Midnight Motorsports. We're racing in the pre-final.
Woo, great little start there from one of the CRG drivers, I believe. No, it's the Ital Kart driver in the number 35, jumping ahead of Mr. Worley. That is not what you wanted to see in the driver that is trying to usurp Scott Schaefer for the lead of the championship. Really, really clean and green, single filed out already into turn number 7 complex, into turn 8 now. So we'll see if any of these drivers have anything for Schaefer. We saw obviously yesterday with Ryan Hager. Ryan Hager was making it really, really difficult. Ultimately was able to usurp Schaefer for the win yesterday. A little bit of GFC 1v1. But now it is orange, or rather red, versus black and white here at the front.
So now it's Jeff Westland in that 35 Ital Kart, coming off of a P4 result yesterday. 3 podiums earlier on this season, both in Tri-Cities and Spokane, quickly putting the pressure on the 613. And a 3-kart system developing just a little bit further back. Travis Henson, Chris Worley, and Aaron Dust. A pair of CRGs and 1 Croc Promotions. And it's still a GFC and an Ital Kart out in front.
35 looking really, really strong in that short shoot between 5 and 6. Remember, most of these drivers running a KZ-style unit, whether it is unknown whether it's a TM badge. I can only assume the Ital karts largely using Ital motors. There's a couple Croc Promotion karts. It's a Mad Croc versus a Croc Promotion, the 2 generations of that kart brand going at it in P3 and P4 at the moment, as we have a quick swap as Worley has dropped, unfortunately for his championship sake, down to position number 4. So a 4-kart breakaway ahead of the CRG duo of Doss and Deaver in the 9 and the 470, currently in P5 and P6. So Schaefer really has to hit these marks, as Jeff Westland is giving him all he can handle. Unfortunately, just not quite going to get there yet. Not going in turn 5 just yet.
Westland using all the curb there in and out of turn number 5. That hurt more than helped there on the run into turn number 6. 1774 for Schaefer. 1669 for Chris Worley. As, oh man, big time pressure there for Westland. Looking down low here into turn number 9. A little bit of overlap. Man, he's going to muscle it through. They jump over one another. Nearly collects Henson in the process. This will bring Dawson Deaver in. But it got a little bit too nasty, a little bit too early there and your championship leader is off, and maybe with damage, this could be exactly what Chris Worley needed as the 55 goes off into the lead.
Yeah, it seems like Schaffer not really getting off these corners. There might be something amiss on that GFC machine, but either way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and happy birthday to Chris Worley. This is exactly what he needed to get back into this championship fight, especially if Doss is able to move himself up onto the podium and demote Schaffer. I think just a little too aggressive there, but I can't really say I would have done anything different as we got an Ital Kart, I think, with an axle that is bent. That is the 35 of Jeff Westland. I think just a little bit too much contact. That is not going to be a cheap fix there for the Ital Kart driver. Unfortunately, we'll have to make repairs and come from the back of our main event. Essentially, maybe the quickest driver here was given Schaffer everything that he could handle. Going to have to come from P10 in the main event. Now, resetting a little bit. I believe we're coming up on about 3 laps to go. We've got a Croc or rather, we've got 2 Croc promotion or a Mad Croc ahead of a Croc promotion here at the front of the field. Schaffer holding on to P3 for the time being as Westland will tumble down the running order. A very big disappointment there for the Ital Kart driver.
After that, I instantly wanted to say, how bad is it, Doc, for Scott Schaefer? Because that thing got airborne over the back of Hull, but was able to keep it going. Or excuse me, Westland in the 35. But regardless, has been able to keep rolling and crucially stay competitive here. Not sure if he's able to close that gap for Worley. And Schaefer, who has been ahead above this shifter heavy competition, had a main adversary again yesterday in the form of Ryan Hager, but has not been able to really lock it down, and it's going to be even more challenging as the 2 Crocs go at it. Coming out of turn number 10. A little bit of a chuck there from Henson in the Beard Machine to put that pressure on Worley. Not able to get there just yet. Kart Chaser coverage brought to you by Perico. If you're tired, grab a Parazacco, official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Henson still putting that pressure into turn number 3. Neither of them really diamonding the corner, just trying to roll as much speed as they come out into the fastest part of the track.
I do wonder, even though these drivers are on the same chassis and we're in very similar fire suits, I do wonder if they are teammates or just happens to be a coincidence between the two of them. I wonder if a conversation has been had maybe. Remember, Worley is going for the championship here currently with his championship rival down in P3, although Worley not really giving Travis Henson anything to work with here as he's continuing to make mistakes in really critical parts of this racetrack. I believe we're coming to the white flag this time by. It will be close on timing if these drivers get 1 or 2 more laps. You can see really struggling to keep that cart under him. Chris Worley now coming around. This will not be the white flag. I'm sure not really what the driver at the 55 would want to see. And if these two get together, it's going to bring Schaffer right back into it. Defensive too.
Henson has been competitive. He just hasn't had the availability to compete in the entirety of this 2026 Super Cup season, but already comes into this weekend with 3 or 4 podium finishes, but still looking for his maiden victory. And this move potentially on the 55 of Worley could maximize those chances, but the 55 middle of the track into turn number 7, trying to make that Mad Croc machine as wide as humanly possible. Given a little bit of commitment issues to Henson on either going high or going low. Worley continuing to cover down low, but lifting off early on exit, kind of killing any crossover from the 103. That'll check them both up and slowly but surely bring Schaefer into the mix. But that gap is pretty much plateaued at this point. The 613 remaining about 1.2 seconds apart from Henson. Man, he is right on the bumper. Worley a little bit offline, still checking down low to try and defend. Now Henson trying to plant and launch out of turn number 3. He has the pace, he just does not have the space right now to make that move on the 55.
It does seem as though these 2 karts are strong in different parts of the racetrack. I'd say for sure Worley is a little bit more comfortable through the motos, but having to go defensive, compromise that final corner before getting to turn number 10, really costing him a lot of time. And for sure that 1, 2, 3, 4 complex, it does seem as though Travis Henson is a little bit quicker. Last time by, all 3 of your top 3 were at a 52.1, a 144, a 180, and a 113 for your top 3. Very, very close. I would imagine surely about this time by, we'll be seeing the white flag. White flag in the air. If there's going to be a move, I'd imagine it's coming at turn 3 this time by.
Scott Schaefer still trying to peel his way back into contention here. 130 career
Schaefer's
starts.
off.
This is the move for the lead, I believe. As, oh my goodness, trouble for Schaefer further back. We thought there was going to be issues for the 613, and he has taken that thing to the scales prematurely. And issues for the GFC have finally come back to bite him after contact with Jeff Westland. That will leave it as a 2-horse race for pole position for the main event. Who's going to get it here? Henson still trying to put that pressure on. Only 2 more corners realistically here where he can make it happen. Worley going down low to the bottom, trying to defend. Parking the bus on exit. The gap is just barely there, but Henson can't get it, can't make it happen. Chris Worley on pole position for the main event for Shifter Heavy. And the 2 Midnight Motorsports guys make up a front row in a Midnight Motorsports sponsored class.
I wonder what happened there with Schaffer. I do believe I saw him come past our commentary booth. I believe he will be able to finish, but how convenient the 2 drivers that got into it are going to share the final row of the grid. Championship on the line. Huge break there for Chris Worley. Put himself in a great spot. Capitalized on the misfortune from the contact of Jeff Westland and Scott Schaffer. I wonder if a conversation is going to have to happen between those 2 drivers. But either way, we're setting ourselves up for quite an afternoon. The shifter carts are done. NW100 Sr coming up after the break.
Chris Worley needed 2 things, a pole position for the main event and misfortune going the way of the GFC 10. He got both of them.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into
It's Owen Luther on pole position for Northwest 100 Senior. And Jack Bowdish, your championship points leader, alongside him in the 66 GFC. Ben Corkery, Grayson Talaba, Mateus Browerkin, Adrian Dumont, Lewis Stiley, Enzo Noel, Ryder McLean, and Ethan Acosta round out your top 10. My name is Jackson Lambros. Dean Helt with me in the broadcast booth. Happy to have you with us here for the final day of action here in the Northwest Karting Alliance Burly Products Super Cup. And we're ready to set the field for the main event for Northwest 100 Senior. All GFC front row, a Crocker Promotions, and a OTK privateer in the form of Talaba a little bit further back. Some Ital carts and Sodi carts well into the mix a little bit further back. It's Owen Luther trying to be the upset, and Jack Bowdish trying to bring this championship home. It's 6 minutes and 1 lap. It's Northwest 100 Seniors Pre-Final. Let's do it.
Clever, 66. I was going to say that.
Oh, man.
That
whipped it off.
That outside line was trying to jump at the 66, was really holding it, trying to get the run, sitting on the quarter of the 979 rather. Your pole sitter, I believe that was Jack. That is Jack Bowdish rather in the 66. So let's send them around one more time. Allow these drivers to get set up properly. Got to make sure that we have a fair and controlled restart. If you are the pole sitter, you did earn control of the start. It's got to be in his hands. A good call by race control at least in my eyes. I think that was a good call by race control. I'd imagine we're going to see a lot of the teammates working together, at least as much as they can. Remember, these drivers have to use this rubber in the main event. Got to be careful how much you used of that wonderful LeConte rubber before we get into the 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Looks like we're going to go ahead and cut the course as well. That's not
nice.
Good. We're running over the marbles. I'm wondering what we're going to wonder if that's a tactical choice as well from your pole sitter.
You can already see the picture start to darken a little bit as there's a chance we get some rain here in the next 5 minutes or so. That could certainly make things a little bit more interesting. But again, we saw some phenomenal wheel-to-wheel racing in the wet earlier on. We'll see if that's the case as we finally get the green flag for Northwest 100 Senior. Bowdish trying to rip the high line there. Luther shuts the door, will get the lead. Further back, Corkery in the 816, that light blue helmet. Black stripe in the middle, just able to slot in for P3.
Really aggressive start there from Jack Bowdish. I think really the first time that we've seen the outside line really make a charge at turn number 1. Just cannot quite find the grip and find the distance. I would imagine that these two GFCs are going to be playing nicely with one another, at least at the start of this thing, with Ben Corkery and Grayson Talaba, who we saw have mechanical issues at the white flag, I believe, of the pre-final yesterday, had to come from the trenches in the main event. So hopefully looking to put some of those demons to rest as we come to the halfway point of lap number 1.
Lewis Steinley with some mechanical issues as well, the 463, normally with Nelton Racing Concepts. We've seen him a handful of times make the trek down to Winchester for Champions of the Futures America Series. The lone guy that runs the Cheap Fast Racing colors, that's his dad's kind of outfit. And we still see a good amount of factory drivers with NRC that goes and does the regional stuff, the national level stuff, come down and do the club and regional stuff still. Out here at Sumas. That's a big chuck for Talaba, trying to make that stick on the outside of Corkery. But the Tony Kart with the pinstripes has to back out of it.
Yeah, a day late, $1 short. And I think we saw some more Paul Tracy School of Sign Language been given to the back from Corkery going, hey, tap the back of my helmet. Let's work together. Let's make sure we play smart. We have a 5-kart breakaway at the front, but if they're not careful fighting for P2, they are going to allow the two GFCs to break away. Got a couple different karts. I believe this is it's a Croc promotion, I want to say, ahead of a Tony Kart, ahead of an Ital kart that is piloted by Matthias Barrerican, who's been so quick, not only in this 100cc category, as well as the LO206 category as well. As we can see a little bit more hand gesturing. That's always the nice thing about having these non-shifter karts. You got a lot of time to kind of make things happen with your hands. I remember when Billy Musgrave jumped in a non-shifter kart for the first time. He's like, man, I'm doing all this stuff with my hands because I've got so much extra time on my hands to make that communication very clear between myself and my competition. At the front, it is Shocker GFC, a 54.1 for Owen Luther, a 54.2 for Jack Bowdish. They were all about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than this train behind. Got to start working together or else the Zebras are going to run away.
Yeah, and that was a costly move further back from Talaba to try and make that move stick on Corkery, because that killed all momentum that both of them had. If they were bumper to bumper for a couple of laps, this could be a very different story and potentially a 4-kart freight train going at it for the lead. But right now, they're forced to work together to try and close that gap to Luther and Bowdish. And Bowdish is right there as well. Fairly solid shot that the 66 gets to Luther. Maybe tries shoving him just a little bit, trying to build a little bit of insurance. And they have found each other into turn number 1.
Yeah, as you can see, unfortunately for them, the Zebras are in stride, a 53.8 and a 53.8 from Jack Bowdish, who has gone fastest as well, as mentioned with Owen Luther. Still, those GFCs really firing off well. This is the 80s, 88 going up the inside. Wow. Almost some two-wheel action there through turn number 3. This is the battle for P7 between Roberts and, wow, that is really tight between Roberts and I believe McLean. Unfortunately, going to wind up on the outside, likely not going to be able to make that move stick. Wisely backs out here. This is a fight for some really valuable real estate, as unfortunately I think this is Dumont going up the inside.
Lewis Stiley making a couple of positions as well, trying to shove his way on through in the Cheap Fast Racing Machine. Chatted briefly with McLean and his dad yesterday, talked about how much they had to do to really free up the kart, and mechanically there's not a lot else they can do. Is now Lewis Stiley looking to the outside, trying to make that move stick on Roberts in the 98. That'll be a done deal for P8.
Yeah, just not quite going to have enough to get there. Unfortunately, that is the price that you pay when you go for those big moves that we've seen. And we saw it especially yesterday in 206 between the juniors and the seniors, that if you go for that big move, you might be King Gal Guru for that time being, but if you do not make it stick, there's about 4 or 5 guys that are waiting to put you down the running order as we're coming up close to the 3 to go mark in this race.
Let's check back in at the front. Owen Luther, Jack Bowdish. 1/5 of a second separating them last time at the stripe, but Jack Bowdish going purple with a 53.765 last time by. Starting to maybe turn it up a little bit more behind the wheel of the 66. And again, right where he needs to be in terms of championship points. Doesn't really want to throw haymakers and throw away a solid qualifying result for the main event. But certainly would appreciate getting to start on the inside of row number 1. Now the pace going back the way of Owen Luther. That was 7 tenths quicker last time by for Owen, then Jack. might have had a little bit of a collection further back. I'm seeing a handful of guys drop back big time. Jeremiah Roberts, Phoenix Walsh, Tegan McNeil. So might have been a little bit of an incident further back. You're seeing the melee continue here into turn number 3. This is being led by, I believe, Colt Schlotthauer. Ethan Acosta just a smidge back there in the unmarked Tillotson. Oh, a little bit of contact with Dumont, the 998, working out of turn number 5.
Yeah, I can tell you the battle for, I'd rather be on the outside of row 4 than this. I think this is going to be about the inside of the outside of row 7. More moves getting made there. And McLean went from, I believe, was fighting for 7th, went from outside the top 10 and then back up to P8. So I'd imagine there was a little bit of argy-bargy there. Some drivers getting the elbows out, trying to get themselves back up the running order. It just seems like these drivers, if you work together a little bit better, I think you can make things close. And speaking of making things close, last time by, Jack Bowdish, a little more than 2/10 out as we've gotten the white flag this time by. I don't know if he's going to be close enough to get his GFC teammate, but we're certainly setting ourselves up for a great final later this afternoon.
They're both in championship contention. And whether we believe it or not, I think there has been some communication from Kyle Wick. Wait until the final at the very least, then it's have at it, boys. If we have a shot at the championship, we certainly don't want to throw it away 3 hours before we're really fighting for the trophies. So for the time being, we don't know if it's going to be fireworks later on, but as of right now, it's coexistence. And for the first time in 3 months, it's going to be a pre-final victory for Owen Luther. In the 979 gets Wicked Racing a front row lockout for the main event. Ben Corkery for Midnight Motorsports locks it up in P3, and Ethan Talaba was fighting for the provisional podium spot. He'll have to settle for P4. Broerkin, Noel, Diley, Colt Schlotthauer, Ryder McLeod, Adrian Dumont round out your top 10 in 100 Senior.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Holy Massimino wins the...
So it's de Guzman on pole here for what is technically our multi-class Tag Jr Pre-Final. We've got a good mix of 125cc's as well as 100cc's, although Mateus Pai, with that Rotax-powered CMC machine rolling in a little bit further back. 2 Ital karts, a TB kart, and a GFC on the front row. KA100 and X100 on the front row. And de Guzman got him down to a crawl. We've got the green flag, though, and we are underway for Tag Jr.
Little cheeky there from Guzman. Really kind of rolled it and then parked it at the restart zone. Almost enough meat on the bone for the driver who, at the inside of the number 2, my apologies, we'll get a name check on all the drivers in this race, as Mateo Pai will be starting shotgun on the field in that Tag Jr category. It is going to be de Guzman leading at the halfway point in this race. I would imagine probably looking to set sail. Unfortunately, P3 and P4 in this race don't seem to have the pace of the top 2, but I was wondering who was going to bring the fight to de Guzman. It's looking like it's going to be the number 2 Ital kart.
Addison Herrick further back really chucked it into turn number 7 there, trying to roll that speed, but the track has cooled down just a little bit, and as the skies above continue to darken, we've got the feeling that rain could be coming at any moment. Nowhere near as violent as yesterday, we believe.
Hopefully not.
And certainly nowhere near as long, but man, that could really make things interesting out in front. De Guzman, Herrick, then it's Nash and Kaida Noose a little bit further back. Pai did inherit the lead technically in his own class, although again, he's only a one-man show in Tag 125 for Tag 100. 4 karts back out on track. It's actually originally intended to be 3. We had one extra late entry roll in Saturday morning, so giving these guys a lot more valuable time to practice their racecraft. And a lot of new drivers making their way up from 60cc, getting an opportunity to get used to the full-size karts, and we've talked about it with a lot of drivers. Koa Saito, a great one I've chatted with during the Champs weekends, of just how difficult it is when you're making that move up from a Cadet to a full-size chassis. It's bigger, it's heavier, it feels like you're going from an F1 car to a cruise ship. And crucially, Dino, the moves that you think you can do in a Cadet suddenly aren't possible because your kart is darn near double the width.
Yeah, I was going to say those holes get pretty tight pretty fast. I want to say for Addison Herrick, you know, it is, at this point in the race, you might be thinking, oh, you know, it looks like it does seem as though de Guzman might have a little bit of a pace advantage, but this is where you got to learn. Obviously, de Guzman, we've seen come down to Southern California for Champions of the Future, you know, doing a lot of racing outside of just the Pacific Northwest. So a very, very talented driver. Would be very, very helpful to learn from what this GFC driver is capable of doing, and you know, try to figure out what your weaknesses are, places that you can capitalize and really make up a lot of time on the driver that has been really in control, even at times going as fast, if not quicker, than your Tag Jr Rotax driver in. My apologies, my brain is not working. Mateo Pai, your overall winner yesterday, almost gave him a run for his money. Should be a really good fight. And it does seem as though that last time by a little bit quicker for Maximilian de Guzman, as actually Addison Herrick did go purple that last time by, albeit only by about 100th or so.
It was a late addition to the cast, actually, for 100cc Junior. For Mateus Pai, made his 100cc debut just about 2 weeks ago at Puget Sound, but opened that up at the part of July with a pair of first-place finishes on Saturday and Sunday. And the Wicked Racing driver you're seeing right now, really good-looking helmet, by the way. I'm seeing a lot of like Mach 5 inspiration with it. Smoked-out visor, red and white. But he's looking real solid out in front. Trying to make it 3 in a row here as he works his way through. I believe, I keep looking at these engines on drivers right. I'm fairly confident that's KA100. Again, the X100s, you can tell they have that kind of red panel on the side, which I believe is maybe not for cooling. You usually see those plastic pieces on the side specifically for the mini and micro power plants so the kiddos aren't burning their elbows on the motor. But
I think it's also for sure part of it, and it's also a really good opportunity to show like differentiation in engineering.
For sure.
Every engine builder wants to make sure that, you know, if your kart winds up on the top step of the podium, you want to make sure that people know that that is your engine.
Right.
Unfortunately for the sake of this race, Addison Herrick did make a pretty big mistake jumping the cushion at turn number 1 that last time by, over a half a second slower than de Guzman as well. I want to give a shout out to Aiden Nash and Kaida Noose having their own battle and their own fight a little farther back than these two for the bottom step of the podium. Would love to check in where Mateo Pai is, although it seems like Pai is about to catch those two in their own inter-class battle. So still some racing happening here at the back of the pack, obviously one of the smaller fields. that we have here on offer. I believe actually the smallest field that we have on offer here this weekend for the finale of the NWKA Burly Cup. But here we go. We got Mateo Pai going up the inside through some of this multi-class action.
Oh, man, it was tight going into turn number 1. But for Pai, that CMC machine finally starting to come to life. And with the power of that Rotax fully unleashed, he's able to make mincemeat of the 22 of Kai Denus. Working out of turn number 3 now into 4. And again, ooh, late lunge there into turn number 5. Look at this.
Zoom in.
Good overlap there. And do you get the feeling that maybe if you're a Nash, you see that dive up the inside and you lift off, you don't really want to be involved in that fight?
Well, I don't know if Nash would have really known, because the whole race that's behind, obviously very similar colored karts between himself and Denius in P5. Maybe thought, oh, wow, holy cow, how have you gotten this big of a run? And then all of a sudden there goes a Rotax going on flying by, although I think you could probably hear that Rotax from about a mile away with how loud and how distinctive that sound of that go-kart is. So at the moment, everybody kind of getting spread out a little bit here in this this Tag Junior / NW100CC Pre-Final. Coming up next, just kind of forecasting what the future of our afternoon is going to look like. It looks like it's going to be Masters and Grandmasters, and maybe even a third category that shall remain unnamed until inevitably I do bring it up when we do get there. But still some good racing coming. We are only about halfway through our day.
Coverage on Kart Chaser brought to you by Kart Sim, the new way to prep for karting. Use 20% off your next purchase using code CHASER20. Scan the QR code on the left to save today. Kart Sim, official sponsor of Kart Chaser. De Guzman improving up into second here as Pai continues to close that gap. That'll be the white flag for your overall leader, as Pai is now improved to third overall. Still should be Herrick, I believe, a little bit further back in the Ital kart. De Guzman doing double duty. We've seen Kai's dad as well doing 206 Masters. All about family affairs up here in the Pacific Northwest when it comes to karting, but especially here at SIMA. Claudio Valiente very much involved with both his son and grandson. And when they started racing over 30 years ago up north in British Columbia, the hobby turned into running his own team. That turned into becoming engine builders, which ultimately evolved into them making their own engine brand. And, of course, the track we happen to be racing on this weekend. Final corner. And that'll be it for Max de Guzman in the primo spot for the main event for Tag Junior and Northwest 100 Junior.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Foggett 206 Masters and Brian Green Construction Grandmasters out on track for their pre-final for round number 10 here at the Academy, Sumas International Motorsports Academy here in Sumas, Washington. The final round and the final day of the 2026 Burly Products Super Cup. Jackson Lambros, Dean Helt, Gabe Romo, Isabel Medina, Levy Getz on the cameras, our producer Trevor Blue, Nathan Avila on the switches for us. And what has become a highlight trip for the KC West crew always stoked to make this trip up from California, from Nevada, and New Mexico to bring the action for the final weekend of the premier regional series up here in the Pacific Northwest. Ready to go racing once again. Carmine Moralio on the outside of row number 1, and that Burrell Art with the set competition, that is the green flag. And we have indeed gained one extra master driver further back in the number 5. And again, if we have the opportunity to, if it's a multi-class race and we have a standing start, we'll give about 15 seconds between classes just to give them that little buffer. However, with how fast Randy Cole, Brian Green, and company have been, fairly good chance that they will still catch up, especially in the main event. But that is trouble further back. That might be Randy Cole. Who is that in the 206? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's one of the drivers doing double duty that we saw yesterday. One of the Gene machines, unfortunately, looking like we're having a little bit of an issue getting off the line, whether that was motor related or not. I think, unfortunately, had to pull over to the side. Looks like everybody has gotten away clean and green for both your Masters and your Grandmaster category as the Grandmasters make their way into the moto section for the first time. It seems as though we're going to be A-okay. So, yeah, we got a little bit of jeopardy here now. No guarantees of a podium in the Masters category. You're going to have to be able to earn it. And I will say these Grandmasters are going just as quick, if not quicker. I believe we had 3 Grandmasters inside the top 3, or inside the top 4 rather, for the ultimate, or the qualifying session that they had, the combined qualifying session that they had earlier. And I would love to see Mr. Swole Cole in position number 3 for the Grandmasters take it this afternoon.
So that was the 206 of John Levy, who had issues, and this will be Michael Shorn, as we've seen him all weekend long in that red, white, and blue 111, inheriting that lead in the Grandmasters category. He's got a little bit more company out in front. Randy Cole, Brian Green, keeping him honest. And out in front, Lauren Deneuce, Carmine Moralio with Grant Eborn trying to keep pace, but he's found a friend in the form of the 650 of Chris Soliatis. Here goes Moralio. Had a little bit of a look into turn number 1. Now staying a little bit more out of line. If you see a Burrell Art and it doesn't have marking on it, I believe, folks in the paddock can correct me if I'm wrong, fairly good shot. That's the Washington-based team, Ascent Competitions, who've been a long-term competitor both at the club and regional level. Does a little bit more down south, though. Yeah, and Moralio continuing to put the pressure here on Deneuce, Dino.
Seems as though there's a little bit of a pace advantage here for Deneuce, just slowly pulling that gap out from Carmine Moralio. Really, I mean, these two were tit for tat yesterday. It seemed as though it was going to be between these two anyways, although it seems maybe an issue for maybe our 4th master driver as the field has continued to spread out. It looks like we might have lost one. That would be, I think, Chris Soliotis. My apologies, Soliotis.
Chris Soliotis, yeah.
There we go. A lot of consonants in there. Brain's still waking up a little bit from the morning. But unfortunately, it does seem as though we have lost one of our Masters drivers already off the rip as we've come up about the halfway point in this race. It just seems like Deneuce is just a little bit quicker through these really sharp corners, which is where all the time is made up. But who knows? Maybe Carmine is sitting back trying to save a little bit for the end of this race.
And again, we haven't really mentioned this weekend, but with the exception of shifter class, fit dry conditions, you are on a single set of a LeConte. One set of LeConte tires for the remainder of the weekend. So a lot of these guys may be saving a little bit of something on Saturday, saving something for the final day of the event. Maybe hoping to go out on a win. Weather conditions certainly being nice to the LeContes right now. Again, overcast with not a lot of sunlight raising the track temperature. But let's look back a little bit further. Michael Shorn, Brian Green, and Randy Cole. Shorn with a little bit of breathing room here heading into turn number 6.
Certainly not much. The 451 and the 125 right on the heels here. For some, I mean, these drivers are doing lap times very similar, actually a little bit quicker that last time. Michael Shorn over a half a second quicker than your leader in Masters in Lauren Deneuce. So very, very quick, even though these are the Grandmasters showing off that they have Grandmaster level skill of their machines. This fight for the lead of the pre-main, I'm not sure this is going to have super big ramifications. Obviously, these three have really separated themselves from the rest of the field. But you never know, one little mistake could open the door. Here comes Swole Cole trying to go for number 3. I love that nickname. That is super cool.
Again, got the nickname Randy Swole because it's jeans down low, but up top it's usually the muscle tee if that fireproof sweater is off. but now what is a 3-kart battle for the lead here, and pole position for the main event in Grandmasters. Far cry from what we saw yesterday, as it was dang near a runaway for Michael Shorn in the 111. You know, by the time we got to lap 3, had about 5 seconds of buffet between himself and Randy Cole and Brian Green. By the end was actually closing that gap to the Masters, able to pass Lauren Deneuve, Dave Eburn. They're about even right now in terms of pace. Coverage on Kart Chaser brought to you by CoastalInk.com. Visit CoastalInkPrinting.com for t-shirts, stickers, and more. Coastal Ink, bring your vision to life.
Yeah, still very, very close here at the front of the field, but time is ticking and running out here for your P2 runner in the Grandmaster category in Brian Green. I have to make this move sooner rather than later. I always thought it's really cool to see the number plate on the nose, like the real deal nose of the cart, not up at the top. I think that's actually something that I could see myself doing. It is very distinctive. It is very kind of cool looking, so cool to see somebody kind of changing up where that number is. But I think the rule states that you have to have it on the front cowling.
So.
But it technically is on the front cowling, so cool to see some rule bending here. Although it is getting really, really close here, I do wonder if it's kind of like what we've seen in the other categories where you got to make a meal out of somebody unless you want to be made a meal out of. So we know Mr. David, or Randy Cole rather, is going to be on offense. We saw him really struggle yesterday when the conditions worsened up, but now that it's dried out, we've kind of seen everybody kind of get back to their roots, and we're going to have a really good fight here, I assume, for the final here for Grandmaster.
Quick glance a little bit further back. Dave DeGrassi, Richard Cobble, and Nicole Herbert leading in the 187. Fellow stablemate to Moralio as the Italian cart a little bit further back, putting the pressure on. A couple of guys making the trek down for British Columbia for a one-off entry. And actually really shocked with the amount of Canadians we've seen in the past couple of seasons actually for Canadian competition. Let's take another glance up because Randy Cole continues to put that pressure on Brian Green. Cole actually going purple overall last time by 60 seconds, .360. Puts him actually faster than Lauren Deneuve out in front right now. Has got something under the hood of that CRG. Trying to make it stick on Green in the 451.
Yeah, we're not seeing the extreme dive bombs that we've seen in the junior and the senior categories. A lot more respect and a lot more acknowledgement that, hey, you know, we don't have daddy's money to go buy us a new spindle and new side pods and whatnot. So very, very clean driving at the moment. Not anything too crazy as we make our way through the motos for the final, or for the second to last time as the white flag is out for your race leaders. Maybe, just maybe, we could see a move at the inside of turn 2, but likely going to have to be either at turn 5 or turn 7 for Brian Green to take the win away here in Grandmaster.
And again, with the 12 minutes and change of racing coming up later today, you get the feeling that maybe we'll wait to save the haymakers until later on in the afternoon. But for Shorn, he's already got a lot more anxiety than he was yesterday, as Green and Cole have gotten something figured out overnight. I'm not sure if it was checking data, making some changes to get these adapted to the dry conditions. But now it's Green really putting the pressure right on the bumper now of Shorn as they work their way through the motos for the final time. Lauren Deneuve as well put 5 seconds on Moralio, which is an exact flip of what Moralio had. That's one kart slow further back. So that might have been Soliotis or John Levy who was able to get back on track, but checkered flag is out. Deneuve on pole in Masters, and in Grandmasters, Michael Shorn, by the skin of his teeth, going to be on the front row for Grandmasters. This broadcast of NWKA action is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts in this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC, is strictly prohibited. Tag Senior out on track. Ready to go racing here for the 6-minute and 1-lap pre-final. Massimo Valiente trying to lock this championship up on round 10 Sunday on pole position for Italkart.
Yeah, it's been a very, very strong weekend thus far. Obviously, the local boy really putting it on, especially in this 100cc category, or rather not 100cc, but this tag senior category. Obviously, Italkart looking super strong with Johnny Sutton in the heavy category. I can only imagine a lot of that setup has been transferred over. Depending which way, not really sure if it's Sutton helping Massimo, obviously doing triple duty here, going for would be a very, very special day for the young Italian-Canadian driver, making sure that these tires are warmed up for the inside of the front row. I'd imagine we might see a couple challengers, but for the most part, it is likely going to be Massimo Valiente trying to control this race from the front.
Been a dominant season in Tag Senior for Masi. And that X125 has proven to be the weapon of choice, not just for Valiente, but for a good chunk of the field here in Tag. It's myself, Jackson Lambros, in the booth. S5 champion Dean Helt with me. Our producer, Trevor Blue, Nathan Avila on the switch, is happy to have you with us here for the final day of action in NWKA action. GFC and Italkart on the front row. Can anyone stop Massimo?
No.
Let's find out. Let's go racing in Tag Senior. Don't say that just yet.
There he's gone.
Yeah.
He's out of here. Very aggressive move there from Barrerick, and trying to get that lip over the GFC driver on the outside. Once again, we will get full timing and scoring once the laps begin. Very hard to tell with a bunch of the cue ball helmets here this weekend. A bunch of new people showing the new faces in front of a national audience here for NWKA Burly Cup. It is all Massimo Valiente getting out in front here. A little bit of contact, maybe some drivers not doing the most to get their tires warmed up at the beginning of this race. But as expected, Massimo is in free air. Going to be really difficult to dislodge that Italkart from P1.
What'd you think of that start from Barrerick? Understandable for you to put that pressure on early for the GFC, because if you got that momentum, you've got to maybe conserve it, because that killed a lot of any speed they kind of rolled at the start.
I mean, I think you got to do what you got to do. Obviously, they know that Massimo Valiente has the pace. I mean, almost at one point had 7/10 advantage in that beginning qualifying session. It was Cadet Gardner. Now that we have full timing and scoring, there we go. We can fill in some names here. But
sorry,
yeah,
folks.
Cadet tried to roll the outside there. Really did a good job of pinching down. Really, Matias did not want to give it up, but even still, all clean and green here at the start. Very respectful, very aggressive. And now these drivers are going to have to see who's got what in terms of race pace. So we've got a horde of Italkarts trying to break their way inside the top 5.
Wow. Oh, man, got tight there. Further back, Giovanni Benson under fire as Wolf. Tried to make that move, but further back, Cam Blakesley, Eric Hermanson and company. To Italkart's going to try and muscle it through Wolf on the exit. Are they able to make it stick on the outside? Little bit of contact side pod to side pod. It'll certainly be Hermanson and Blakesley getting through. No, just Blakesley in the 10. And now further back, Zablotny in the 386, that GFC putting pressure. That was a tear-off, I think, taken away by Eric Hermanson. But just like we see at the national level, it is a high-speed game of chess out in front, but once you get outside of the top 10, it very quickly becomes a melee.
I don't know if we're playing chess or we're playing chicken. A little bit of a shoulder check there. I believe that was Hermanson to one of the OTKs, and then a really sharp jud back out of some more Italkart action happens. Really rough change, or rather not for Barrerick, and I think it was Hermanson that is going backwards, currently falling on the edge of the top 10, almost outside of the top 10 as we make our way through the first half of this lap. That's the run thing, you know. You're either going forward or you're going backward. That is the class act for karting at this high of a level. You really have no time to breathe. You have to just go off of instinct, and if you wind up on the wrong side of the coin, it is going to hurt bad.
So that's Cam Blakesley in the 10 with the cue ball. After that blue suit is Curtis Wolf in the 36. Lena Zablotny in the GFC. Bruno Mendez, stablemate in the 77, makes this 4-kart freight train back from P5 to P7. That was actually Bruno who just made that pass. So the two GFCs trading position. And Curtis Wolf in the 36, who was a key player in the wet to get things started on Saturday, looking to do the same on the fellow with Town Kart, unfortunately not able to get there. Look further back from Zablotny, trying to swing back on Mendez. Couldn't make that stick, didn't have the momentum going into turn number 5, and now this pack of 4 starts to dilute just a little bit for now.
Yeah, and just a reminder for those watching at home, a couple different engine notes, a couple different engine formats on offer here for Tag Senior. Not limited to one specific engine. I think we've got obviously quite a few. Ital Motors is a big move up the inside for the GFC driver. I believe that is
Mendez.
That might be. I think those are both drivers on the Ital Motors package. But we've got an X30 in the field. We've got a couple road taxes that you'll be able to see with the right side mounted radiators. A couple different performance differences between these go-karts. A couple different strong points. I believe the Ital Motors engines are a bit stronger in the high speed, where the Rotaxes really have a lot of torque getting themselves out of the corner. So maybe not entirely an even field, but a fair playing field between all these drivers, making for some really good racing for us to watch.
Bruno Mendez coming off of his first Tag Senior win at round number 8 at Puget Sound in a field of 9. Actually, first 2 podiums of the season to culminate him, doing a couple of starts in Tri-Cities, as well as the Puget Sound Raceway earlier on this year. Made his second pass there. First one was on the stablemate Zablotny and then Wolf, and now he's trying to get himself into the top 10 with a move down low on Blakesley into turn number 10, nearly wheel to wheel. That was tight.
Blakesy said, not so fast there. Very, very cool looking go-kart and helmet combination. I got to say, that 77 is looking beautiful, but it's not looking beautiful just yet inside the top 5. More big moves happening at the back. I believe that is Zablotny and Hermanson, who really has gotten the short end of the stick here at the start of this race, really getting put back in traffic as we were coming up, I believe, on 2 to go next time by. A couple looks back further in the field. I believe that is Allen and Sanchez that we just looked at, but the main fight is up at the front. Or rather up at the front of this train, as Massimo Valiante continues to lead this race.
So that was indeed Eric Hermanson making that move on Lania Zablotny for P8. Again, going for scrap points further back as Eric Hermanson tries to keep his championship hopes alive. But crucially here, Massimo Valiante isn't just in first. He's over half a second up from the main competition, Cadet Gartner. Fastest on the track right now, though, 51.424. It's not by much, just a tenth and change over the card out in front. That could be too little too late. Dive further back, 72 of Hermanson trying to go back to it on Wolf. They'll go side by side. That's risky business out of turn number 4. If that ramps up, they could have gotten collected and gone into the Tech Pro on the outside. Regardless, they're able to keep going and can battle it out for P6 to P8.
Yeah, that was a 4 out of 10 pucker moment. I'd say maybe bordering on a 5. I mean, we've seen moves around the outside of turn 4 in the LO206 senior category and the junior category, but the speeds that these 125cc tag engines are carrying, that is a bold and brave move. I think, unfortunately for Hermanson, not really in a familiar position, seeing him so far buried in the field. I mean, we've seen him both in 100cc as well as LO206 competition at the front as we get the white flag. Looks like this is going to be the primary battle on track. Massimo Valiante leading from the front, but the battle here is going to be for P7.
Oh, big chuck to the inside there for the 72 of Hermanson. Somehow, some way stays out of the side pod of Wolf. This will help him run away with it. Now Zablotny putting the pressure on further back. A biblical send further back there as Hermanson tried to get P7 away from Wolf. Down in turn number 3, but has to back out of it. Out in front, though, Massimo Valiante in the 395. Going for 3 wins on one day. Further up ahead, Cams Blakesley and I think Giovanni Benson going at it as well. See them just a little bit further up. Massimo Valiante, though, again, trying to get 3 in a row and 3 on one day. He told us that 206 was going to be the hardest one. That's his biggest field he's got to work with. But with Shifter and Tag, it's looking good already. Pair of pole positions for the main event locked up for the 395.
Wouldn't give it to him just yet. Cadet Gardner was quickest, had the single quickest lap of that race, only lost out by about a second. Mateus Bererken not too far back. Should be, if these drivers can take a little bit more of a step with some changing conditions. It is getting mighty dark outside of our commentary windows, as you can see on your screens as well. Maybe either some extracurricular activity coming from Mother Nature a bit later on today. But for the most part, we're looking really, really good on schedule. Tag heavy coming up next should be just as good. The Johnny Sutton show, I would imagine, is what we're about to see for the next 10 minutes or so.
We know the weather is coming. It's just a matter of when. And we'll hopefully figure out sooner rather than later when we come back from Sumas.
what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBakeAir.com. At ShopBakeAir.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBakeAir.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
If you want to do Tag 125 racing and you are over the age of 30, or if you are over 6 feet and not a skeleton, Tag Heavy, just the class for you. They're ready to rip here, all 12 of them, for our qualifying pre-final for the main event happening later on this afternoon. And it will indeed be an all-Ital Kart front row. Johnny Sutton on pole position in the 22. Hasn't just been out in front all weekend, but has simply put been a dynamo. Over half a second in each result for wheel-to-wheel competition so far this weekend. Put it 1.2 seconds on the field in the main event yesterday. Just what he needs to try and lock it down this championship. His main adversary, though, in the form of Chris Soliotis alongside him on the outside. Here they go through turn number 10. That's an early jump from Chris on the inside. We still got the green because they were able to equalize. Sutton down low is going to take the lead. When one of the CMC Motorsports machines able to shimmy on through and break those Ital Karts up as they head through turn number 2 for the first time.
Baffling start there. Not really sure what the outside was going for. Maybe thought that Johnny Sutton was going to launch early, but either way, not working out. I was going to say the driver that I was going to look for in this race would be James Pickles. Was super quick yesterday at the end of that main event. Would expect that race pace to be able to translate into this pre-main here today. Looking already back up the inside for position number 4. Move Mr. Pickles back inside the front quartet, but it is Sutton. It is Sutton, Kempf, Joffrey, and now Mr. Pickles back up into P4.
Joffrey lost, I believe, 2 or so positions further back. You saw one of those other CMC Motorsports machines just slide on through there as they worked through turns 1, 2, and 3, which on broadcast does kind of look like they're exactly the same. I saw the full track outline, and it's a lot more complex than it actually looks, mainly because of this right-left flick on exit between turns 1 and 2. More of a double apex here than a single sweeper. And then this is the bowl of turn number 3. A lot of ways you can take it. Sutton prefers the late apex to really launch and stretch those legs into turn number 5 and through turn 4. But here we go. You can already see bare minimum 5 kart lengths separating Sutton and Kempf. And then on the one-off start, it's Berthelon, Jamie Pickles, Jaffrey, Jukes, Filipenko, Madden, and Will Beidel. Your top 10. Oh boy.
Da-da.
No.
We won't do that one again. We won't rehash it, but there is weather in the area.
It's looking bad. Far worse than we thought. Move for P3, or yes. Jamie Pickles making that move stick on Berthelon. And clearly some confusion there on who wanted to be what role player in that battle. But Jamie Pickles furthest up on the scoring pylon. He's been all weekend long. It was a costly one, though. Berthelon, Jaffrey, Jukes, and Filipenko starting to stack up behind as Sutton continues to build that gap.
Yeah, I was going to say yesterday in that main event, Pickles was so quick. It was really cool seeing him kind of come up to the field after a couple incidents, took out some drivers in front. Looked like maybe was going to race his way onto the podium. I believe a privateer, you can see not in Ital Kart colors, really the white and blue, or the white and green of like of an OTK style suit. Really got to earn his place, though. I think Berthelon will allow him to be P3, but it's only if he's able to keep up the pace, as Jaffrey has joined in the highest placed Rotax between himself and I believe It is Robert Jukes, the first two on Rotax equipment. So really good couple of corners there. That Pickles machine is really, really good through the motos and already onto the back of Kemp, but still it is all Johnny Sutton out in front.
So Berthelon, after running very strong and unfortunately out with the mechanical yesterday, feeling the pressure further back. Jaffrey in the 28, Jukes and Filipenko just a little bit further back, starting to make a 4-cart freight train through turn number 3. Berthelon, Canadian driver out of British Columbia. Regular down here and coming down for the SIMA Club races, just like Pickles, both of which looking for one of their first or second podiums for a pre-final or a main event. Johnny Sutton collecting a lot of the hardware this season. He's gone back and forth with Andre Jaffrey and James Kemp out in front. And unfortunately for Joe Filipenko, who again, third in the championship standings, I believe, after Saturday, back in P7 right now. And a lot of guys who have come through from north of the border, specifically the island, really making up the meat in the sandwich now, separating those two pieces of bread.
For sure, but I would say, as we saw in the shifter light, or rather the shifter heavy final, it's never over till it's over. Even though things might look bleak, you might feel like you're not really in the pace department of some of your championship rivals as that rain gets ever closer. It might just miss us, but if it comes a little bit more north, we're gonna bring out the ponchos here for our Kart Chaser staff up on the cameras. Hopefully everybody is feeling A-okay. Here comes Pickles.
Late move, tried to make it on Kemp there in the 619. Couldn't make it stick in 6. Got right to the bumper in 7. I think still to rattle the cage of Kemp and remind him that he is right there with him. Another attempt for a dive there into turn number 9. And if you make move after that, even if it's just going offline, not necessarily lunging on the brakes, that's costly. And you can see it as the gap develops just a little bit more now between himself and Kemp. These two have started to break away a little bit more now, second and a half between Pickles at the back of this train and Berthelon in P4.
Yeah, I believe this is a true OKN power unit on the on board for the 619 of Kemp versus the X125 for Mr. Pickles. You have no idea how much I love saying up the inside goes Pickles. That is super, super cool. I do love that. But there is some real speed in this 84 go-kart, really the class of the field up here in tag heavy, rather, besides, of course, your race leader and Johnny Sutton, who continues to just rip around the SIMA, or SIMA, however you'd like to pronounce it, whichever you'd prefer, race course over 3/10, or 2/10, I should say, quicker than anybody else on the racing surface at the moment as the temperatures continue to come down. This should increase the grip, and we heard drivers really struggling yesterday to adapt to these really, really grippy conditions. Some drivers had already exhausted all of their resources in taking grip out of their go-karts, and I can only imagine with all this extra brand new LeConte rubber that has been put on by these drivers that issue will continue to compound.
Something that the tag heavy drivers specifically have that not a lot of other guys don't. Brakes on the front. And I think that could potentially be a tool as well as helping the car rotate a little bit more mid-corner. It's not required in this class. You have the option to just go rear on the axle if you prefer. Although with how heavy these karts are, I believe an extra 50 or so pounds over the senior division, I think it'd be a no-brainer if you got the option to go front brakes.
I would agree, but honestly, in these conditions where even the faster categories are barely even using any brake, I'm not sure this is a situation. You know, if this was a very green racetrack, or for sure if this was a wet racetrack, which I'm kind of hoping that we're going to get, that for sure would be an advantage as we do get the white flag. But I think with how much grip these karts have, you're barely even on them in the first place. And I would love to see Pickles get on Kemp here for P2.
I think even if you have it, oh wow, late dive attempted there from Pickles. He was praying that Kemp was going to be looking over the shoulder and maybe have a Code Brown moment, go offline and leave the door open. Not the case, though, for the 619. Further back, Berthelon and Jaffrey going at it. Another CMC versus that TB kart. Sutton 3.1 seconds the gap last time by. And with the scrap starting to unfold for P2, you got the feeling that this could be even larger. Into the final corner. How about it, Johnny Sutton? Had the single lap pace, and the fighting further back builds up a dominant drive in the pre-final. He's on pole position for the main event in tag heavy.
Oh, that ruined the timing for that, but here's Johnny winning once again here for tag heavy. Just the class of the field, although looking at the timing sheets, there were some quick drivers there on those last 2 laps. We saw yesterday that even though Johnny was able to jump out to that big lead, ultimately at the end of the race, even Kemp and at sometimes Pickles were able to close that gap in late. Might be good now for a 6-minute +1 lap race, but is that kart going to be what he needs to win the 12-minute +1 lap race a bit later on today?
We don't know if anyone is going to be able to necessarily catch Sutton, but man, from P2 on back, it has been a constant reshuffle. Berthelon, Kempf, Pickles, all the way back to Joe Filipenko and Will Beidel looked like they had a potential contention for being a runner-up, but the rain is still on the way. Roscoe Schmidt for Midnight Motorsports on pole position here for Augie's Fiberglass Jr 206. Levi Carpentier in the 95 will be alongside him in that Ital kart. Addison Herrick, Trevor Clinton on row 2. Slade Benish, Max de Guzman make up row number 3. Colton Thorpe double, Aiden Nash, Madison Persinger, and Parker Moss round out your top 10. Dax Nuxel, a little bit further back, looks strong. Yesterday will be outside of the top 10 well back in P20. Look out as well for Parker Moss. Tanner Blakesley, early contender for the championship in P12. And as we continue to look down the front straightaway, not only can you see how dark the clouds are, but you see the roaming waterfall in the mountains.
Yeah, it's going to be close for sure. I think definitely this race, they might be able to get this one in. But for our 60cc juniors and others afterwards, might need to bust out the rain coat and the rain tires as we're looking at the green flag.
Here we go. Carpentier, Schmidt on the front row. It's the green flag for the Junior 206 Pre-Final. That was a really good start there from Herrick in the 2. Actually, I think able to take away second place in that GFC. Just barely. No, it's the Ital kart, excuse me, going down low. Now trying to take that position from Carpentier. Side by side into turn number 7, as that was actually Slade Benish. Orange and white number 9. And Colton Thorpe double trying to go with him. They made a handful of positions up. Now a big move further back. Trevor Clinton swings back for P4. That'll bunch them all up further back pretty much to P10. And now a 2-car breakaway early on. Roscoe Schmidt and Slade Benish with Carpentier in the middle.
Yeah, and we saw there Trevor Clinton made a great start from the inside of row number 2 as we've got 2 cars off. 47, and I believe that is the 88 that we have off. This is on the exit of turn number 7. I believe that little kink, the pinch.
Roberto Carrasco Jr. and Gabe Nguyen in it on the inside of turn number 7. First big multi-car collection we've seen this weekend. It's good that it's taken this long because last year gloves came off very, very early, and by the time we were halfway through the pre-final, we had a handful of cars sidelined for the remainder of the weekend. But you're seeing how bad some of these kids want it in junior. Schmidt still out in front, Carpentier in second. And now it's Thorpe Double's job to maybe put the bumper to Clinton. No, now Clinton gonna go to the inside of Benish. That'll be P3. Double gonna try and go with him.
Doing the little Jackson Hauser treatment, or Sebastian Hauser, I should say. Sorry, Jackson. Sebastian Hauser treatment as we've got another driver off or to the left of our commentary box. Not really sure who that is. We'll get a number check as soon as we possibly can. But yeah, thankfully all drivers have been able to walk away from your cart, or from their carts rather, as we've got one off on the exit of turn 1.
The number 5 TB cart, Dino, of
oh dear, that's Nash.
Aiden Nash, who looked very strong earlier on in qualifying, started P5. Didn't see any other carts involved, so I believe that is unfortunately a mechanical. We have seen a couple of popped chains, especially running that curb and coming out of turn number 10. It's popped it loose a handful of times in numerous categories. So that could be how that TB cart has been sidelined just a couple of minutes in to your 206 Junior Pre-Final. It's another TB cart flying the flag well here in P3 as Thorpe Double leading over Benish and de Guzman. That's de Guzman now right behind. And you actually saw the point forward from Benish. I got no intention of really pushing you right now. Actually, no, I'm going to go to the inside. Going to try and make that move, stick on de Guzman into 1. Oh, a little bit of contact as de Guzman going to try and parry it down low. He's got help further back as Addison Herrick going to give the bumper. And he'll hold on to that position for the time being.
You got one chance to make those moves, and if not, unfortunately, that's exactly what you're going to see drivers capitalizing on that opportunity. As you see the number 2, that is Addison Herrick, one of the drivers that is doing double duty. We've got quite a few drivers in this field that are doing double duty. I also want to mention that Ashton Nash is one of the drivers, I believe, also doing double duty, so going to have to get some more later on this afternoon. But we've seen it all weekend thus far. It is Colton Thorpe Double as well as Trevor Clinton, the 2 quickest drivers thus far. But Roscoe Schmidt and Levi Carpentier doing a really, really good job of stretching that gap out, making sure that they're not going to put themselves in a vulnerable position. And once again, that gap is pretty heavy. Trevor Clinton does not have the help, and right now it seems like Colton Thorpe Double does not have the speed that he needs to get to the back of what is, I would say, for sure is his biggest adversary thus far this week. And remember, these races are only 6 minutes plus 1 lap, likely already past the halfway point in this race. And all the while, that rain is getting ever closer.
Let's take a glance back in front right now. Roscoe Schmidt, Carpentier. 1 second clear right now of Clinton and Thorpe Double. What's the game plan? If you're Schmidt behind the wheel of that 8, do you continue to give the bumper, or do you maybe say it's my turn to lead? I think I've got pace.
I think he just looked back trying to figure that out himself. I mean, I would say for sure, I mean, the hard part is it's difficult, right? Because on these microns, it measures the laps. You don't really get a time, so the last thing you want to do is wait too long and then find yourself all of a sudden the white flag is out and you got to go, and there's only so many opportunities. Really, all we've seen is you can either go on the inside of 2, really dive it on the inside of 3, but not really realistic. 4 is in a passing opportunity. 5, and then maybe 8 and 9 are the prime zones. So plenty of opportunity, but also really easy to cover those. And these Briggs motors do have a lot of torque, which kind of sustains them. When we heard for a lot of these drivers, we're not even braking here, so it's very difficult to kind of check up that momentum as the top 2 continue to set the track alight. And last time by, 2/10 quicker than the field.
De Guzman just with a quick move to the inside of Clinton Thorpe Double. He was initially trying to be the getaway driver for that TB cart and push them away from Benish and Moss. He went from cooperating to attacking very quickly. And now they've seen the 61, the kind of Coast Guard colored GFC of Trevor Clinton, get washed out. Not able to stay with the draft of Carpentier and Schmidt. They've immediately gotten to the bumper of that GFC out in front. It's become a 5-cart system, P3 all the way back to P7 here. Form of Slade Benish. Slade looked really, really strong at the start. Actually made a handful of moves up with Thorpe Double, both of them up into 3rd and 4th respectively. Nobody really wanted to work together and get a breakaway. Only 2 who really have to this point, Carpentier and Roscoe Schmidt. Unfortunately, maybe Roscoe's going to be kicking himself a little bit here because you just see it now. Carpentier starting to take off just a little bit. Another move for de Guzman into turn number 2. Thorpe Double trying to go with him. This is Harry. Could be one more around the outside with Herrick. Almost into the Tech Pro. Can't make it stick. That's 2 lost, though, again for Clinton.
Yeah, and you saw Colton Thorpe Double did not give Trevor Clinton an opportunity to hang it around the outside and give him back on the inside of turn number 3. I think a wise maneuver, but I'm not really sure if this is going to work out. And as we've seen, the winds have picked up here. We now have a headwind going into turn number 5. Really going to make things complicated. I wonder how long Trevor Clinton is going to be willing to wait behind Colton Thorpe Double. We are going to be receiving the white flag at any point here, and especially with the heat behind. We've seen Clinton go up the inside here at turn number 9. Will he elect to do so this time? Of course, up the inside.
Just able to make it stick there over Thorpe Double. Herrick tried going with him, but asked to check back in line in P6. And here it is, white flag. De Guzman, bottom step of the podium provisionally, but out in front. Levi Carpentier and Roscoe Schmidt. It stayed that way for the vast majority of this race. This could be the lap that changes. Schmidt trying to over-under. Ooh, Carpentier running it wide there, actually. Didn't park the bus on the exit of turn number 3. We've seen a handful of moves in turn number 5. Schmidt trying to take that momentum to the outside. Carpentier defending. This could give an opportunity down low for Schmidt. Here he goes to the inside into turn number 6. Can he get that overlap and try and force that Croc Promotions cart through? You bet. New leader Roscoe Schmidt with just a couple of corners to go. And now Levi Carpentier gonna try and maybe swing back. They've got plenty of insurance built over the last couple of laps. 1.8 last time at the stripe. Down low defending Schmidt. Carpentier on the exit, has the overlap, gonna try and make it stick around the outside. Side by side into turn number 10, down low for Carpentier. Gonna try and make it stick. Off into the grass goes Schmidt. He's the first to the line. NWKA officials gonna look at it. What a phenomenal finish, though, in the 206 pre-final for Junior.
Wow, I have not seen a closer finish thus far this weekend. I think a fair move, a really cool dummy there from Carpentier. I think for Schmidt, he should be okay. I don't think Carpentier left enough racing room for him to be able to remain on the racing circuit, but certainly Roscoe Schmidt kind of just kept his foot in it. It will be interesting to see what race control will do there. I think if it was up to me, they're starting on the front row anyways for the final. I think they're just going to, I would hope that the race control is just going to let that slide, but still a great fight there. And I think something that we need to look forward to. Remember, there is a headwind into 5, but that turns into a tailwind, pushing you into turn 10. You can make those big moves and try to get that overlap. I would not be surprised if that is the last time that we see those moves. And as mentioned, that rain is getting ever closer.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Well, Max Green was remotely out of sight, to be frank with you, in Vega Electronics 60cc, but he has got things figured out under the Italkart 10. And the 17 is on pole position. He's alongside Nation Trotter Sebastian Ochi in the 46, Leon Lotfi and Ashton Croft make up row number 2. Otto Powers, Maverick Thompson, Tyrus Fickling, and Liam Kramer round out your row of 8. It's a smaller grid, Dino, but we've seen it anywhere we go with Mini and Micro Swift Racing. 60cc air-cooled engines, always a good show.
Certainly not lacking in the action department, and it may as well be the Italkart 60cc. I believe the entire top 4 on Italkarts and a couple others spread throughout the back. It's going to be really can the likes of Maverick Thompson and others be able to kind of break the stranglehold on the Italkart field. Should be a good race to start here.
Italkart, Italian Motors X60 package, top 4. Rock Mini, Miami Micro Swift a little bit further back. They've got him checked up, but they still got the green flag. An early look further back there as Thompson tried to lunge it on the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact further back. I think that was maybe the 95 of Thompson. No, the 46 of Sebastian Ochi, actually, in that all-gray machine. But crucially, no pressure early on for Green. Out of turn number 4. A little bit of contact further back as Thompson goes at it. Otto Powers, Tyrus Fickling a little bit further back. More contact side by side. Thompson down way back now, P6 or 7. As now Otto Powers gets a handful of positions as we work our way into 8 and 9.
That would definitely be what I would call a 6 out of 10. You know, we had a 5 out of 10 pucker earlier. That was a 6 out of 10. See a little bit of ramping action. Thankfully, all parties involved got away A-OK. So it is all 4 Italkarts breaking away here at the front. You can see the very distinctive X on the side of those engines. That is an insignia, rather, for the Ital Motors. It is green from Ochi, from Lotfi, from Croft. Should be an all-Italian affair here.
Look at the airbox of that 17 of Greens. You know, I think they're anticipating the incoming weather because that thing is turned completely sideways to try and keep any of the bad stuff from the internals of that motor. Regardless, Italkart out in front, sweeping the top 4 right now. Max Green, Sebastian Ochi, Leon Lotfi, and Ashton Croft, all for the time being coexisting through turn number 5. A little bit further back, Otto Powers, Matt Thompson, and Tyrus Fickling, Liam Kramer, a little bit further back in P9, and now becoming a two-kart breakaway, excuse me, as Ochi giving the bumper to Max Green.
Yeah, definitely tooting along here in this NW60CC Pre-Final. We do have a battle for the lead here. I do believe Ochi has Max Green under pressure as we see Maverick Thompson up the inside here for P number 6. Looks like we have not had that swap yet. Ochi's still really getting close. A little bit of a slip up there, looking up the inside, not quite going to get there. I'd imagine this move is either coming on the inside of 5 or the inside of turn 2.
Good line from Ochi, but even smarter driving to not really make that dive into turn number 1. Again, knowing that you've still got plenty of company waiting behind you. And if you get pushed offline or if you overcook it into a corner, if it's the air-cooled categories for tag, it's just like bricks, right? No such thing as a single car pass. If you don't patch it up and get back in line immediately, you're going to lose in some cases 3, 4, 5 positions. These guys are lucky that this isn't a 20 kart field because things can drop down. You can drop down the order very, very quickly if you don't have things in check. Still a pair of duels out in front right now. Sebastian Ochi continuing to put that pressure on. Max Green was not out in front too much yesterday. Has been setting the tone all day here for round number 10. Nobody really able to usurp that throne in Northwest 60cc. Still swinging it wide into turn number 2. As the duels continue, Lotfi versus Croft. And a little bit further back, Carpentier trying to chip away to get into the action, about 2.5 back.
I don't know, I'm not liking what I see out of the 17 kart. Just a little bit too much hand movement from the middle to the exit of the corners, especially at these very, very tight 180s. This is where that headwind's going to come in. You'll see Ochi get right to the back of Green. Just going to run out of time a little bit. I think for sure it seems as though Green does have that kart loosened up, but I wonder at what point that unstickativeness, the looseness, I could say, in that 17 kart is going to hurt him as you see Ochi drawing ever closer. And I think it's also because Leon Lotfi is closing on the back. That noose is tightening. The proverbial accordion is getting a little bit louder. I think at some point Sebastian Ochi's got to think about making a move on Green before Lotfi gets to him first.
With how high the grip is on this track and with that at the most, one true braking zone on this track. If we tell you about the keys for being fast around a place like this in a package like this, it's going to be very similar to qualifying in the Indianapolis 500. Keeping the arc as wide as possible. Slow, smooth, but crucially minimum movements of the steering wheel, using every single part of the track you can on entry and exit. Just like that, ramping up as close to the Tech Pros on the outside as possible. Ochi has the momentum, thought about a move to the inside for turn number 5, backs out of it.
Unfortunately, Green walked it up the racetrack there at turn number 3. I think very lucky that turn 4 is a single groove racing line, as Ochi did have a run, but unfortunately had nowhere to go with it, decided to push his Ital Kart teammate, and things remain at the status quo. I did just notice that that airbox is turned up on its head. I've never seen that before. That is really interesting looking to see on one of these go-karts. But man, Ochi's so strong in the mid-corner and on the exit. That Ital Kart is set up really well, and I think maybe it's a little bit of struggle here for Green. Also would wonder what these cars are geared for, obviously with such little horsepower in these 60cc single-speed engines. I would imagine that we're looking at maybe some drivers gearing more for the straightaways and others gearing for the corners.
Race fans, the GoPro Max 2 is currently on sale, $200 off, and the best part, our code stacks on top of it for an additional 10% off. You put those two together, and a $500 cam quickly becomes $269. Scan the QR code and be sure to use code KartChaser10 for 10% off. For an official partner of Kart Chaser. GoPro, be a hero. Sebastian Ochi trying to be a hero here through the motos. Thought about a move earlier on into turn 10. Clearly has the momentum in the 46, but can't really make that stick. Look a little bit further back, Leon Lotfi making it a 3-part race now as Ashton Croft now struggling to keep up with the kids in front of him.
I think unfortunately that looseness for Green, you can see it especially through the motos, as we're calling them, really able to remain unstuck. That kart is skating quite a bit, but a lot of RPM, and you see Ochi really able to drive it in and get to his back bumper, but not able to carry that speed to be able to slingshot from the inside, kind of like what we've seen Trevor Clinton do a bunch in LO206. Now it seems as though the top there, the P2 and P3 are going to fight out amongst themselves. Maybe a move up the inside of turn 6. We'll see if Lotfi's got enough of a run.
Let's see. I'm not sure. If you got that momentum, you might as well put it to the bumper of the guy in front and try and close that gap, maybe to P1. Oof. Because if you've got that run, it's not going anywhere to the outside. You can see just how much speed Lotfi is carrying right now with that move of the helmet pointing up for Sebastian Ochi. Lotfi clearly has something going on right now in this 16, but Ochi making to be a very tough customer. A little bit of front horn being used there.
Mechanical.
Oh, that's trouble, I think, for Sebastian Ochi. Maybe a little bit of a hiccup. As now further back, Carpentier rejoining the fray. Behind the wheel of the 68, looking to the inside in turn number 3. That'll be a done deal. No pressure for Green, but still a couple places to be decided further back. Some more Ital Karts going at it. 68 of Carpentier, who I believe is Maverick Thompson just behind there. No correction, the 94, I believe, Tyrus Fickling. Putting the pressure on into the motos for one final time. Fastest corner, but still only just a lift for our youngest tag drivers in the 60cc category. How about it for Max Green, though? Came into Saturday frustrated, but comes into Sunday as the far favorite in 60cc. Out of turn 10, he's going to be on pole position here for the pre-final in Vega Electric's 40cc.
Unfortunately for Sebastian Ochi, falling all the way down to P5. I wonder if maybe that engine was misfiring or having a bit of a hiccup in the higher RPMs. We saw he was okay through the motos, but just when that engine was really getting it up there to scream, just seemed like it was cutting out a little bit. So hopefully not too big of an issue there for the driver that could have potentially won this pre-final. Gonna have to settle for P5 and re-rack and try again. And now we move on to the big show with rain imminent. We got Senior Briggs odd and Senior Briggs even coming up next.
It's happening, folks. It's only a light sprinkle right now, but the skies over Sumas have opened up, and what was going to be a pair of pre-finals to set the grid for the main event in 206 Senior, brought to you by Chin Construction, has quickly become a mad dash as we saw a lot of kart stands come together and work their way over to the pre-grid area. I got the feeling some people looking to maybe move over to that wet compound once again. Oh yeah, here we go.
I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it is sprinkling for sure here, folks, but it's not super heavy. I mean, already it looks like the rain has kind of lightened up on our doors here at the commentary box. I definitely would not say that this is wet weather. If you go onto a set of wets, you are going to be cooked unless, well, you will be cooked and your tires will be cooked unless we get a lot of rain very, very quickly. I think the slicks are the right call at the moment, but it's going to be close.
Here's the thing, just over the mountains of the southeast, we are seeing an absolute waterfall. So the chance remains here that we get dumped on. And that will absolutely be a condition where wet is going to be the preferred compound. But where it's standing right now, you would be very much out of the advantage to go out on wets. Because as of right now, light drizzle on the track. I'm not sure. Could be a very different story here by the time we get these guys in the scales and the second group starts to come to the pre-grid. But the big question here, I'm not sure. You're seeing that kind of chaos right now. Just on the other side of the fence is a lot of people are trying to figure out what the right tire choice is for the last pre-final.
And I tell you what, if you jump onto a set of wets now and get a bad finish in this race, good luck in the LCQ, and your day is done with any hopes for trying to win the main event. I believe Max Riley came from the back of the top 10, maybe even the teens at the earliest. We saw a lot of field mobility, but if you're starting that main event in the back 20s or maybe even the 30s, you are going to be in a world of hurt. It does seem like the rain has stopped momentarily. I would say anybody that switched to a set of wet tires is in for a really, really bad race here. We'll see who sticks to their guns, but who knows, maybe the skies open up and those wets wind up being a godsend, but I just don't know if it's raining enough at the moment to warrant that switch. I'm going to do a Kligerman test. I'll be right back.
Okay. While Dino's gone, let's walk through how this is actually going to work as we try to determine the field for your 206 final. They've split the field up based on qualifying results, combined the timetables from both groups, and what you're seeing right now is all of the drivers who finished in odd positions. Grayson Thorpe Double was first quickest. He is on pole position. Jackson Leash was third quickest overall. He's on the outside of row number 1. That's trouble further back. One of the Ascent competition, Burrell Arts. Silas Hill, I believe. It is.
Yeah, that's one of your front runners too in this field. I just got back from my Kligerman test. There definitely is a little bit of a sheen on that rubber. You can see the drivers exploring off the racing line. I believe this is mostly going to be about dodging where the rubber is on track, but you can see even for your pole sitter in Thorpe Double that really there is a pretty good amount of grip on the racetrack right now. Just likely going to have to stay off the rubber. I think once we get, I believe it is a 24 kart field, that little bit of water that has come down should evaporate pretty quickly. I do wonder, I think we'll know pretty quickly who's out there on a set of wets. You may as well just pull it in unless there is more rain on the way.
So Grayson Thorpe Double on pole position. Jackson Leash, who was third quickest overall, will be alongside him on row number 1 in P2. Riley Miller and Ben Corkery 5th and 7th on the timing sheets after qualifying will make up row number 2. You should be able to understand how this is going to work after that. Jack Bowdish, Colt Schlott, how we're going to make up row number 1 for the evens group. And after that, it should be the bottom 16 that'll try and sort it out for the LCQ, just as we did yesterday. Top 4 going to advance from that group to the main event for what is looking to be a 36 kart main event to send off the 2026 Burly Products Super Cup season. Looks like a mostly slick grid here as everyone, almost everyone it looks to be, is on LeConte Reds. But I'm not sure. I'm still in the belief that any wet compounds would be a shot in the foot here.
Yeah, although I will say if you're one of those drivers at the back, maybe lacking a little bit in the pace department, maybe you just go onto a set of wets for now, but we will have to find out. Green flag in the starter's hand. Jackson, they're all yours.
Grayson Thorpe Double, Jackson Leash, Riley Miller, your race 1 winner yesterday. looking to make the main show. Let's figure out who's going to get there. Green flag in the air. We're racing in the odds.
Really, really impressive start there from your winner from yesterday. I believe that is the 96. Yes, that was your winner yesterday.
Riley Miller.
And Riley Miller really making sure to make up for lost time yesterday in that main event. A couple of the Mad Crocs, or rather the Croc promotion carts still going through there. You see, I believe this is, I'll have to refresh my brain once we get full timing and scoring here, but interesting to see some drivers opting to go for the poncho, so to speak, over their racing suits. And also, that will come with a weight penalty. So any little bit, especially with the amount of limited power that these drivers have in these go-karts, that little bit of extra weight from that poncho, even if it is 2 or 3 pounds, could be all the difference.
Bit of extra drag too, and when you're only making about 5 horsepower, any way you can minimize drag is going to be taken. Grayson Thorpe double, first to the stripe. Miller, Corkery getting a handful of spots further back in that Croc Promotions machine.
And we saw the hand there from Riley Miller in the back of Grayson Thorpe double's hand going into turn number 10. They are going to work together, at least for the time being. It'll be an uneasy truce here at the front of this 206 field. But as we saw yesterday, we thought the front of the field was going to be really spread out. A couple guys got to battling, and all of a sudden we cut back a lap and a half later, and we had a 12-kart battle for the lead. So it's never over until it's over. We have a 22-kart field on offer, although it looks like we've already lost one of them on the exit of turn number 7 there, unfortunately. The end of the day for one of the drivers will have to fight his way through the LCQ later on today. But yeah, top 3 broke away. Really kind of the stars of what we saw yesterday, as well as Jackson Leach making his way up inside the top 4, making a pass. I believe that is on Reagan Kerr, the 00, who's going to go down the running order a little bit, but still all pretty orderly at the front here as the rain continues to hover in the area.
2 laps down, still Thorpe double, your leader. As now Riley Miller, Ben Corkery, and now Jackson Leach indeed change for the lead here, as it looked like Miller tried to make it go to the outside. That bit him back as Ben Corkery tried to slide on through with the switchback. These two going side by side gives a little bit of breathing room now for Thorpe double. Corkery having to give that bumper back to Miller, now a full-time resident at the track, helping and coaching and keeping the lights on here at the Academy. One of the top teachers and faculty and staff. A little bit further back, the Michigan Wolverine car of Jackson Leach, blue and yellow, with Ryan Kerr, who I believe wasn't here yesterday and was one of the Sunday-only additions. That double 0 looking incredibly fast, and then right behind him, Massimo Valiente trying to make it 3 in one day for a Talcart at his home race. Move to the inside, Miller tries to make it stick. Thorpe double cut in, that nearly got quite hairy. But further back, Reagan Kerr, Robbie Arthur, and Dreskin. Leash has no intentions to make moves. The middle 2 have other plans though. Miller trying to make it stick on the inside of turn number 3. Corkery trying to go with him 2 by 2. Now Leash popping out of line. He likes it down low. Try and give that push to Grayson. Corkery trying to go with him. Now Miller's going to get washed up. Valiente and Ryan coming into the mix.
Really, really clean racing from these drivers. We had a couple of Ital carts now starting to work together. I believe that is Massimo Valiante. Remember, one of the drivers going for the triple here this weekend, although that certainly is not going to help as everybody flies to turn number 7. I think Massimo maybe got the short end of the stick there as Jackson Leach goes up the inside and takes over the race lead. We have about, 10 carts under a blanket here fighting for the race lead. Any one of these drivers, one little mistake, and you get the right run, and you can find yourself inside the top 3. And remember, you're fighting for rows. Every single position, it's not just a position that you're going to get, it's a row that you're going to move up for the main one. Obviously, nobody here wants to have their day end early and have to fight their way through the LCQ. Got to think big picture, even if it maybe means you start 1 or 2 rows farther back than you would like.
New leader, Jackson Leach, in the number 8 for Wicked Racing and GFC, converted his lone pole position into a win in his 28th start in NWKA competition. Look at this, 3 wide into turn number 5. Riley Miller down low, getting help from Massimo Valiente, gonna push Thorpe double further back alongside Corkery. And now a pair of other GFCs, I believe Colt Schlotthauer down low in the 45 Croc Promotions machine, pushes one nearly off into the grass. Just a little bit of contact, LeConte to LeConte. Pushes Arthur McLean a little bit further back, or excuse me, Ryder McLean back a handful of spots. The only other Wicked Racing machine in the top 10.
Certainly worked out for the Ital Kart duo of Miller and Valiante with those metal, very distinctive metal bumpers, just trying to get rid of as much drag as possible off the back of these go-karts. As Jackson mentioned, when you only have about 5 horsepower on offer, every little bit of drag and resistance helps make sure that these go-karts are performing at their optimal level, and you would expect nothing less from this Ital Kart team. Now, you know, the driver that won yesterday and the driver that's going for the triple that was actually a winner yesterday in that shifter light final, in Massimo Valiente trying to go after Jackson Leach. Unfortunately for Jackson, that headwind is really going to hurt him, especially down into turn number 5. I just wonder, you never want to, it's kind of the sports analogy, you never want to peak too early, especially in the races like this, or you might be leading now, but you're the one that everybody's going to go after, and maybe, just maybe, you're going to be the one that gets pushed out of line first.
2 podiums for Jackson Leach, and has had the consistency to still be an outside threat in this championship. But the cavalry has arrived for Italkart. Riley Miller, Massimo Valiente, purple lap last time by at 59.4. That's 0.3 quicker than the remainder of the field. He's got the high gearing. With these 2 in front, he's got the draft. Miller back to the inside in the 96. Valiente trying to go with him. That'll put Leach down 2 positions. These 3 still have an opportunity to break away. Corkery, Thorpe double, and Cooper Ryan, another Sunday-only entry, just a little bit further back.
I'm sure Jackson Leach right now not really wanting to be in this 3rd position, but I think unfortunately his mind is going to be made up for him. The Italkart duo likely going to play nice with him until they see the white flag. I just don't think it's really worth separating these drivers and bringing everybody back into it.
Right.
If I was Jackson Leach, I think you kind of just got to swallow your pride and take home this P3, at least until that last lap, when I'm sure Massimo Valiente is going to want to go for the race lead. But as we've seen, you can get out to that big race lead. I think Jackson at one point had about a 1.2 second lead over everybody else, and that was gone in about a lap and a half. And as you can see already,
they're here.
Corkery is bringing Grayson Thorpe double, as well as Cooper Ryan and others to this party to try to see who's going to start on the inside of the front row for that final later on today.
It'll be up to Valiente to blow the race lead open from Miller. Thought about it into turn number 1, but can't get it there. Still a little bit of cushion between Leach and Corkery. Valiente still looking to the inside as Miller thought about a defense low into turn number 3, couldn't make it happen. And here we go, one final run into 4, 5, and 6, Dino.
I would be willing to bet that this move is going to come through the motos. Not really sure that Massimo is going to try to, I mean, the hard part for Massimo is he's got to fight his teammate who's going to try to get himself going back to back. We got a driver trying to go for the double and a driver going for the triple as Corkery goes up the inside. Just doesn't seem like the Italkarts are going to be able to break ranks, but it depends. Massimo, it's going to be up to him.
That'll leave it to the 2 Italkarts out in front. Valiente going to try and swing it on the exit. Miller saw him. You can see the point from Valiente. We're good, dude. Let's push. Let's get out of here. And Miller and Valiente going to be a 1-2 in the first pre-final for Senior 206. Ben Corkery able to get that last-minute move on Jackson Leach, gets a purple lap on the way to boot. And a matter of fact, I'm trying to see where Jackson Leach actually ended up as a result. It was P4, but man, last-minute antics there between 2 of the championship contenders, and Riley Miller as well gets exactly what he needs. He will certainly be on the front row for the main event. Halftime break as 206 action continues here in SIMA.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always 2, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
It is Jack Bowdish in the 66 and Colt Schlotthauer, 2 championship contenders that make up the front row here in our final pre-final of the day here for Senior 206, brought to you by Chin Construction. Further back, it'll be Owen Luther, Asad Nikatambayev, Andrew Oki, another Saturday-only entry, Trey Amson, another outside contender in the standings, with Grayson Schobert, again, podium contender on Saturday. But Dino, first pre-final in the books. What do we feel like we learned?
Find friends where you can. Make sure that you work with as many people as possible, especially if they happen to have the same sticker kit as you. Friends are where you find them in a series that is so close, where there's so much variety of teams, of drivers, of makes, of engine manufacturers. Really, it seems like there is a lot of strength in numbers. As we're just getting a little closer. That rain has not stopped. It is still sprinkling. Really looking forward to see what guys like King Asad and Bayev, or Nikita Bayev, are going to be able to do from the outside of row number 2. A driver going for double duty. One of the many storylines that we got going on here this weekend.
Still definitely that sheen on the racing line you were mentioning earlier on. I just walked out to turn number 10 and can definitely move the shoe on the rubber a little bit more than this morning. Quick reminder, folks, we got a lunch break after this. We'll be back for the first of the finals at 1:43 p.m. following the conclusion of this pre-final. Jack Bowdish, Colt Schlotthauer on the front row, visors down, command from NWKA officials. Ready to go pre-final racing one more time and set the field. Green flag in the air, we're racing in Senior 206 once again.
Really clean start from 1 and 2. Not so much for P3, not the greatest start in the world. A little bit of a pinch here, and you're not going to make King Asad and Bayev back out there. You can see a couple guys slipping on the rubber. I do wonder for your leaders, maybe be a little bit more careful. Wouldn't want to slip and slide off the racetrack. Remember, I think once we have a little bit of heat on this racetrack, that water does evaporate, but it's been sitting now for 1 or 2 minutes, maybe a little bit more of a sheen here. I think that's exactly what we're seeing. A little bit of a jostle up the inside. Goes one of the Croc Promotion carts up into the race lead, bringing Nikita and Bayev around. Looks like for the most part, not quite so clean.
Can't make it stick. Now he's a little bit trapped in. As Andrew Oki going to back out of it. Nikita Bayev lunging for P2 will make that pass. And that'll be still Colt Schlotthauer, who made that move in turn number 8, will take the lead of this pre-final and provisionally a front row start. That is a used car lot on the inside of turn number 9. 3 carts gone already. I think I saw the number 12 back there. I believe McKill Donsaker involved.
Yeah, I mean,
Riley Allen.
Track position being oh so important. I think drivers kind of took the bait of going all the way on the inside where there was a lot of water, where the track is very cold, unfortunately slipping and collecting a couple drivers. And as mentioned in the driver's briefing, you are not allowed to receive assistance. If you get your butt out of the cart, you are done and over with. So likely, unfortunately, these drivers, 3 very quick drivers, I believe some of the mid-packers in this field are going to have to go figure it out on the LCQ. One man's trash is another man's treasure. A lot of drivers at the back, maybe not having the greatest of starts, now going to find themselves in a guaranteed spot in the final.
Luther to the inside of Oki, trying to go now around the outside of the number 6. Jack Bowdish, I believe, dropping a handful of spots. No, it was actually Andrew Oki. Grayson Schobert up into P7. Mauricio Parada making a handful of spots on the start as well, behind the wheel of the 67. Oh, big lunge to the inside. Jack Bowdish really wanted that to stick. Turn number 2 got straight to the bumper of Nikita Bayev, and the point strictly to the side of the helmet, meaning less let's work together and more use your head.
I don't think that was intentional from Jack Bowdish. I think he probably just went to look on the inside or maybe go a little bit defensive and found out that there is some standing water. Maybe not necessarily puddles, so to speak of, but definitely a little bit greasier offline where these carts have not been driving, whilst the track had a little bit of a sprinkling in the intermission between odds and evens. But now the pressure is on. We've got 3 GFCs lined up. How nicely are they going to play with one another? Do we see the likes of a Trevor Clinton-esque move up the inside of turn number 9 rather? It looks like that's going to be a no. They've got quite a bit of ground to make up before they can get back into this fight for the win.
Arns in now. Jack Bowdish a little bit further behind, falls to P5 in that line. Owen Luther at the center there in that red visor, yellow and orange helmet. That goes all the way back to Grayson Schobert and Hunter Hessentine, who just went purple behind the wheel of the 612. These guys, again, forced to work with one another, trying to get back to Asad Nikatambayev. It's a lot of pedaling right now from the 230 to try and get to Schlotthauer. He's finally on the scene. Although seeing how many carts are a little bit further behind, I think they'll have every intention of working together. Now it's Arns and Luther And Bowdish, who after that ambitious move, tries the drive back and starts it right now. The move into Luther. He's nearly off into the wall. Here comes Parada, Hessentine, and Oki.
Yeah, not a great move there. I mean, great for Jack Bowdish. Unfortunately, not working out for the 79. That is Owen Luther, who started this lap in P4. And just as quickly as you can move forward, you can move backwards. And we did have 3 GFCs in a line. Now the Zebras have been separated by a couple Ital Karts and Experts.
Nick Adambayev going quickest now, 56.968. Only driver to go in the 58s, excuse me. As further back, that red speed of Oki in the 24, trying to move forward. This is very much less a battle for the transfer line, but guys knowing how difficult passing could be later on today and wanting to get that main event going in the best position humanly possible. Because even in a fully dry SIMA, it can be very difficult in this package. A little bit of a look to the inside for Parada. Has to back out of it behind the wheel of the 67. And now has to focus from fending off from Oki and Hermansen.
Really surprised to see a lot of drivers opt, as we were talking about, for the poncho slash trash bag, the clear overlay for your racing suit, as we get more battling here between the 87, I believe, is what this is for maybe about position number 10, the 967. This is for about oh no, that was for P5. That was for way higher up. That was Parada
on Schobert,
and Schobert for what's going to be, I believe, the outside of row number 5. Remember, these drivers are fighting for rows, so even if you make one pass, it's essentially making 2. And I can tell you what, once again, the outside of row 4 looks a hell of a lot better than the outside of about row 11.
You mentioned it just during the break there as well. I think maybe a little bit of collaboration between the 2 Ital Karts at the end there, and maybe Massimo willing to stay in the bumper there of Riley Smith, because that could be potentially a bumper-to-bumper start, maybe an opportunity to, you know, work with one another in the opening laps.
And I'm sure if they could get Nico Dambayev up with them and have a 1-2-3 for Ital Kart to control the beginning of this race, that would be a very difficult trio to separate, especially with how fast they've been. And who knows, maybe more Ital Karts could get involved in this mix, although I'm sure they're trying. As another move, I think that's Hermansen up the inside of Luther, potentially. Again, no, that is of Hessentine, potentially in the red speed. It is, so all the way down to P9 if he's not able to hold on to that position. But I'd say thus far a perfectly executed race from Schlotthauer and Nico Dambayev.
So a little bit further back now, it's a little bit of breathing room, it looks like. From the 24, Curtis Wolf, Alex Acosta, just at the very back there in that Sodi. And now Mauricio Parada behind the wheel of the 67, trying to get to the front of Trey Arnson, getting pushed once again from Owen Luther. Thought about potentially giving him the bumper there. Couldn't make it happen that time by. Still Colt Schlotthauer out in front. And Assad has been a perfect collaborator in this part of the pre-final right now. Hasn't really jostled them up too much and has given them a 1.5 second gap to Jack Bowdish.
And I tell you what, I think it's largely because of the amount of karts, the amount of mid-packers that we lost in that first lap. Really, drivers getting aggressive and taking away a lot of that energy that could have been used to have gone forward to have caught the top 2. White flag is in the air. Hopefully we get a look here at the leaders. I do believe Nico Dambayev will try to win this race. I'd be surprised if we see a Massimino Valiente move. At least not yet. Likely that move is going to have to come either at the earliest on the inside of 5, likely going to have to happen during the motos.
Battle for the front row is on. Assad Nikodambayev glued to the bumper of the 45 pretty much this entire pre-final. Is he going to go for it, or is he going to continue to build insurance and lock in row number 2? Into the motos for the final time here. Looking for a way through, but Assad has been patient. He knows he's got a good race car as well and could still roll into the finals as a contender. Schlotthauer going defensive into turn number 9. Could give Assad an opportunity. Not going to happen. Into turn number 10. Now goes for the late move into turn number 10. Caught Schlotthauer sleeping. He tried the switchback, but man, Assad Nikodambayev with a buzzer beater move makes it to the front row.
From half court, I thought for sure by that time that we were going to have a nice orderly finish, but that last gas, remember that tailwind into turn number 10, really making the most of Assad Nikodambayev. I think once Colt Schlotthauer, remember one driver is going for fun, the other driver is going for the championship. I think Schlotthauer just made a business decision. We'll have to settle for the outside of row number 2, and it is going to be an Ital Kart 1, 2, 3 to start off this main event.
Sea of gray, green, and red in 206 Senior, and we have managed to escape the rain, but for how long? We'll step aside and hope that that's right now, actually, as we go and grab lunch. Should be back here in about 30 minutes' time for the final set of main events in the 2026 Burly Products Super Cup season. For my partner, Dean Helt, I'm Jackson Lambros. Keep this tab open. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. It was a season that started back in April. Tri-Cities Kart Club. In the heart of this region, it moved on to Medford, Oregon, Spokane, Tacoma, at Puget Sound Karting Association just a couple of weeks ago. But after one day here at the very northernmost part of Washington, just short of the Canadian border, we are ready for the final round of main events in the 2026 Burly Product Super Cup for the Northwestern Karting Alliance. Welcome to Kart Chasers coverage here from Sumas International Motorsports Academy. My name is Jackson Lambros. Dean Helt alongside me here in the broadcast booth. We're ready to go here for 9 sets of 12-minute and 1-lap main events. It'll be 206 Cadet on track first.
Yeah, it should be a good race as always here with the kiddos. We saw it's all about teammates working together, making sure that you find yourself in the right place at the right time. Once again, a reminder, it is going to be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for all categories today. Obviously got the LCQ coming up as well later on for Briggs 206. That is going to be must-see TV, especially with this bigger field as all the kiddos get themselves sorted out. Kind of a mix, a medley of chassis and affiliations. We've got 2 Ital karts on the outside looking towards turn number 1, although it looks like somebody might have wound up on the wrong side of the grid.
It'll be Riley Schmidt on pole position in the 44. Sebastian Ochi alongside him in the Ital kart. Maverick Thompson and Ashton Croft make up row number 3. Thompson on the inside in the 95 Nitro kart. Quick move there for Tyrus Fickling in the 43 TV kart. Was supposed to be P6, so is on the outside of row number 3 as they try to move Max Green in. Blue helmet, Green to 17. Quick move there for the 43. Oliver Carpentier, Jensen Meyer just behind. Felix Bochase came in as the leader. He's a no-show this weekend. And it is Riley Smith's championship to win. Titus Fickling, 3rd in the points overall. He's got to move back a little bit further, though, from P6. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 206 Cadet.
Really aggressive chop there. It looks like Riley Schmidt is going to lead them down into turn 1, but will they lead into turn number 2? The answer is going to be no. Sebastian Ochi, really the first time that we've seen one of these standing starts be able to see somebody from the outside make their way into the race lead. A great start there from one of our friends from Champions of the Future. It is Ochi ahead of Schmidt, ahead of my goodness,
Ashton Croft.
Ashton Croft.
Further back there in P4. Max Green and Tyrus Fickling got a little bit tangled there heading into turn number 5. Got checked up. Actually, Fickling dropped back a handful of positions here. Is, I believe, P7 or P8. Regardless, here they come out of tricky turn number 10. And it is indeed Sebastian Ochi first to the line in what is now becoming a 3-car breakaway. Ashton Croft struggling to really keep up with these 3 in the opening stanzas. Move for the lead. Schmidt making quick work inside of turn number 2. Ochi trying to go with him, or actually no, Matt Thompson a little bit further back. Trying the over-under on the exit in turn number 4, just as that overlap. Costly move now as the pair of Ital karts, Meyer and Croft going down low there. Excuse me, Ochi and Croft is now, I believe that's the 55 of Worley entering the fray.
I was going to say maybe a day late, a dollar short, but it didn't really seem to matter. As you can see, being out in the front like Riley Schmidt was able to very quickly close onto the back for the likes of Maverick Thompson and Sebastian Ochi. Now, if you're Ochi, how long you're willing to wait? Once again, I don't believe that track position is necessarily going to matter, as wow, Thompson really showing off the Trevor Clinton-esque move on the inside of turn number 9. Unfortunately, once again, that all-out attack philosophy that Thompson seems to have really not paying off at times, putting him in very compromising positions, although looks like it's going to work out now. Top 3 have broken away, followed by Myers and Croft now trying to get themselves put back together. Although, as I say that, looks like they're going to go to war here for position number 4.
So Jensen Meyer in that Race Factory 29, the brand of Race Liberante, chucking it to the inside, trying to make that move stick on Croft, and is just able to get it done. No, loses it. Actually drops 2 as Morley goes through. Maggie, side by side for the lead here. Ochi through just barely there.
We've lost one.
You can hear the tire tripping. We do have one off and around. That might have been, it wasn't green. It's not a blue helmet. That's the 55. Maggie Worley.
Oh, no.
Has that Croc Promotions machine. And the Midnight Motorsports driver might be stranded on the inside of turn number 5. Still a 3-kart battle for the lead right now. Ochi, Smith, and Thompson. Thompson giving a lot of bumper there to Smith on exit. And crucially here, Ochi knows it, has a little bit of an early flick to the inside, just a little bit earlier to the apex to try and cover down low from a late lunge.
Yeah, shame for Miss Morley as well. Hopefully for their sake, for the Worley family, all the bad luck is concentrated in Maggie, as I believe her father will be going for the championship, or her grandfather will be going for the championship in shifter heavy a little bit later on. Not too far away, only 2 races away from that. But now to the meat and potatoes of this race. It is Ochi versus Schmidt versus Thompson. If they're not careful, they will allow Croft and Carpentier to come back into this. We have seen, no matter how far out ahead you think you might be, how secure you might be, leads go away very quickly once battling begins. I think we've seen Maverick Thompson be really aggressive to get into that second position and then be willing to wait. Very aggressive move up the inside. Schmidt not going to fight it. Now P2 for McQueen with Maverick Thompson.
So 1.4 seconds the gap from P3 to P4. Ashton Croft last time around. How much did that cost him? It was a quick move, frankly, from the 95, but now might want a little bit more as he's looking to take that lead away from the 46. Now we'll stay in line. Still three apiece further back there. Croft, Carpentier, and Jensen Meyer now looking to scratch the top 5. Disappointment again for Maggie Worley, looking for her second podium of the season. Move for the lead. Now Thompson to the inside of turn number 3. Ochi able to parry it down low there and get the switch back. That'll instantly bring Schmidt back into the mix. Going down low, giving a little bit of a shove to Ochi. This will put Thompson outside of the preferred line. She'll slot in once again into P2.
Yeah, just once again, that all-out attack philosophy here from Maverick Thompson. I really like it. I mean, his name is Maverick. He's going to be the one to try to find the way, but I just don't know if this is going to be worth it, because every time that they fight, Croft, Carpentier, as well as Jensen Meyer, who's gone purple that last time by at a 59.299. Very impressive lap there for the driver currently residing in P6. It does seem like as though they have broken away a pretty healthy gap away from Fickling in P7, so likely going to be a 6-car fight as long as these top 3 continue to battle. And just like that, Schmidt back to the bottom, put the driver with the pink helmet back out in front.
A little bit of commitment issues you saw there from Mav. I'm not sure he was deciding whether or not he wanted to stay high or go low with Riley. And now here comes Sebastian Ochi back to the lead, nearly 3 abreast as we head into turn 3 yet again. Maverick Thompson continuing to lay back, doesn't want to dip his feet in the water just yet, likes these two battling. They'll both go down low here to try and defend. But you can see now, it was 1.7 seconds P3 to P4 last time by. These guys continue to go offline in battle. This could start costing them, especially when the fastest man on track last time around was Jensen Meyer. He was able to get a position, though, take P5 away from Oliver Carpentier. As Thompson looks to the inside for Schmidt. Quick sweep for P2. Schmidt still trying to make that move back and get that position. Can't return the favor, and we'll have to settle for P3 and now try and push Maverick back to the front. A little bit of breathing room now for Sebastian Ochi.
Yeah, but I can't imagine it's going to last very long. Maverick Thompson is on the hunt, and I believe, I can only assume Riley Schmidt will stay committed to the back of the 95, of course, only until they get to the back of the 46. And then we are back off to the races as the gap continues to shrink between this top 3. Now that second group headed by Jensen Meyer, one of the quickest go-karts on the racetrack that last time by, at a 59.4. Everybody else roughly at a 0.4 or 0.3, but they've obviously been battling a little bit more as once again that race Liberante machine moving itself up within touching distance of the podium. Likely going to need some help, although there is plenty of speed in that number 29 car, which we really haven't seen very much of over the course of this weekend.
So that's custom Race Factory graphics from Race Liberante, but that is a Kronk Promotions chassis for Jensen Meyer. Both him and his brother Beckett running in 206 Cadet. Beckett's first year, Jensen's second. Jensen coming in as an outside contender. Again, a relatively quiet Saturday, but fortunately, and now a fully dry Sunday, has gotten things very figured out. Started, I believe, P8, has gained a handful of positions. Was really looking to maybe close that gap to Schmidt and company a little bit further up the field, but not able to fully get that breakaway from Oliver Carpentier and Ashton Croft, the pair of Ital carts behind.
Yeah, the hard part about for Jensen Meyer is now you've overtaken the drivers and you need them to work with you. You need them to be friendly with you, and unfortunately, they are 2 teammates, and I'm not so sure that's going to happen, as also we've seen Riley Schmidt go back down the running order. She now trails in that leading trio as Maverick Thompson went purple that last time by at a 59.0. He now holds sole position of this lead grouping. I just wonder, I don't know how nicely these this 4 through 6 grouping is going to be. That is a lot of time to make up. Once again, very, very long races here, 12 minutes plus 1 lap for these cadets. Essentially, it's going to be about a 13-lap race for these drivers as we're going to look back to those rather running a little bit farther back with Tyrus Bickling as well as Max Green, one of the drivers that I think will be in contention for the win in the 60cc category. That speed not really translating into the 206, at least not for the time being. So a couple battles here and there as we've got a switch for P4 as Carpentier looking up the inside, it looks like for the moment. Meyer's going to bend the knee. This is not doing them any favors to try to catch that lead trio.
Carpentier trying to go with him. Green a little bit further up the road. As now Meyer going to try and swing back. Just able to get there. That was a big lunge through turn number 5. Had to use all the racetrack to get that 29 back on through, but P5 is secured at least for the time being. That's diluted that second pack of 3. We'll have to wait for the accordion to collect once again. A little bit further back, the Portlandian, Tyrus Fickling, came in 3rd in the points, needed a good result here to try and lock up that championship, and unfortunately will not be the case. And he came in hoping for a 4th victory in class, but still has about 7 go-karts to pass in order to make that happen, and they are already well over 10 seconds out of reach.
Yeah, I was going to say, in a category where so much of your pace is dedicated to those about what happened around you, it's not like you can out-brake somebody because you're not using the brakes. It's you can hardly get off the throttle at a place with how much grip that we have at this SIMA circuit at the moment. It is likely going to be a 3-kart fight here for the race win between Thompson, Ochi, and Schmidt. I think really any one of the 3, but as we've seen longer races, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, maybe some hindrance from lap traffic from one of the Myers drivers, as well as Worley not too far ahead of your race leaders, I believe, as well. So could be some interference from some outside entities, but likely it's going to be red versus black versus pink.
Took it about a lap ago, but Maverick Thompson, Lightning McQueen in the 95, is going to get to the sharp end of the field for the first time in this main event. And Sebastian Ochi now smelling exhausted, it would seem, for the first time. But still plenty of insurance now between these guys in that second 3-kart pack a little bit further back. 4.3 seconds separating P3 and P4. That gets you about 2.5 seconds, or maybe 2.5 laps, excuse me, of battling before you really start bringing any other people in. This is risky right now from Riley Smith, because if she continues to force Ochi off of line, this could really kill their momentum and crucially get Thompson to break the draft and put him out in front by his lonesome, which is a position that the other 11 karts in this field would very much not want.
Very much not would be the case. But yeah, just once again, if I was Ochi, how much do you want to wait? How much are you willing to risk running in that second position? Because like we've seen for most of this weekend at the white flag, you either have to be first or second, barring dramatics happening with the race leaders, which we have not seen thus far, as we are still making our way around. No sign of the white flag just yet. But, you know, 1 and 2, if you guys are where you, if first and second are where you need to be to go for the race win, how long are you willing to wait? If you're Ochi, a big move up the inside. Wow. That's exactly the answer, and he's going to bring Riley Schmidt along with him.
And that goes to show you just how quickly, even if you're in the lead, things can go wrong if you get pushed offline. The good news is, it's easy for you to take that back if you're bold enough, if you're willing to spend enough. And that currency, of course, being time. They're still getting interest right now. That's up to 5 seconds and change. But the more they keep doing it, the more that gives a chance to Jensen Meyer, Carpentier, and Ashton Croft. And now he starts trying to cut him up here through the motos. Able to make it work on Smith for P2. Lap traffic, you just see it coming into view. I believe Beckett Meyer there in the 10. Just a little bit further up the road. He will be getting the blue flag. And these 3 going to be really hoping that he won't be someone to really act as an upset.
Yeah, I think for sure we're going to see Maverick Thompson look up the inside here. Although once again, we've seen Maverick Thompson be very comfortable running in that second position. Really likes, from what I've seen thus far, really either hang it out on the outside of turn 8 or making that really late move on the exit of 2 into turn 3 and really force the driver that he's trying to pass to go really defensive and compromise himself. Ochi continues to defend turn number 5, as it looks like, unfortunately, we're going to lose Beckett Meyer here, as he's been black flagged as he comes into the scale lines. Maverick Thompson up the inside. Would you expect anything less with a name like Maverick going back out in front? And it's just like nothing's ever happened, although we're getting a little bit closer to seeing the white flag here every lap that goes by.
We'll see both him and Sebastian Ochi later on, but Mav in his multi-class duties has taken 24 poles. Turn that into 10 wins in NWKA competition across 150 5 series starts. Starting back in Kid Kart. He's got one more lap to try and hold this lead to get victory on the final lap of his season for 206 Cadet. Sebastian Ochi, Riley Schmidt now working together, going to the inside of turn number 2, trying to muscle it on through. It'll have to be the high line. Ochi nearly forcing him onto the grass. A little bit of contact wheel to wheel. Thompson still able to hold it just for the time being.
Fair enough move there. If you're willing to give it, you got to be able to take it. Ochi looking up the inside, not quite going to be able to get there. It's going to have to beat the motos. I'd imagine Maverick Thompson's going to be covering on the inside. Folks, we got a hell of a finish coming for you. Jackson, they're all yours.
Don't want to say it now, but it's looking good in the championship for Maggie Worley, or excuse me, for Riley Schmidt, but that's got to be far out of her mind right now. She's got 2 cars. She wants to pass. She looks to the outside in turn number 8, going to try and swing it wide. So too will Sebastian Ochi, looking for a dive, but Thompson able to shut the door. One final corner. We've seen upsets right here, but I think Ochi just barely out of reach through the long sweeping right-hander. Will try to run it out. It won't be enough. Mav Thompson going to take victory on Sunday in Cadet 206.
Offense at all costs, and it's going to be the win for Maverick Thompson. McQueen lightning strikes twice, as Maverick Thompson will be the one on the top step of the podium later this afternoon. I think, unfortunately for Sebastian Ochi, tried to make that move happen at the motos, just didn't quite have enough mustard on that hot dog. It is going to be all Maverick Thompson at the top step of the podium.
Maverick Thompson, Sebastian Ochi, and your 2026 champion in Cadet 206, Riley Schmidt, make up your final podium of the 2026 season. Ready to row gears when we come back. Shifter Heavy takes to the track.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Well, here we go. Main event time for Shifter Light for round number 10, the last race of the season in the 2026 Burly Product Super Cup. Jackson Lambros, Nate Dean with you here in the broadcast booth. Dean Helt with me in the broadcast booth. I owe Dino at $5 every time I do that. It's Shifter Light main event time, and the championship looking to be locked up here by Connor Wick. Massimo Valiente coming in as an outside shot right now, but I reckon most of the Italkart Kart squad has just a little bit of tunnel vision, Dino, because I reckon Massimo is a little bit tired of this kid that has occupied his rear bumper this entire weekend.
I tell you what, I'm very much looking forward to this battle. The 15-year-old phenom of Asad Nikadambayev really impressed me thus far. And once again, a driver like Massimo Valiente that is inside, I mean, the top 10 of the Pro Tour, inside the winner's circle. Really one of the best shifter drivers in the nation. And Assad has given him everything that he can handle at his home track. And remember, Massimo is going for the triple. This would be the first of 3 if he's going to try to sweep all 3 categories that he's going to go for. And critically, as I walked outside our commentator's booth, it has started to sprinkle again. I think at the moment, as long as there are karts on the racetrack, that water will evaporate. Will make it very sketchy offline. But if the rain intensifies, we're going to see who's got what in the wet.
Could make things interesting and certainly will motivate drivers to go a little bit more offline and go where the rubber ain't. So now after yesterday, it is your championship points leader, Massimo Valiente, on pole position. Asad Nikodembayev, only his third start in Burly Product Shifter competition. Just behind him, your runner-up after contact for Connor Wick with the man right next to him, Andrew Byrne, trying to do everything he can against the Ital Karts, shove some kids in some lockers, in his own words. Gonna see what he can do. Andrew Byrne, Alex Westfield, Eric Hermanson in 6th. Don't count out Grayson Thorpe Doble either. Visors down command, here comes the green flag. Let's do it for Shifter Light one more time.
Unfortunately for King Assad, not the start that he needed. For Connor Wick, a generational start from the inside there of row number 2. Kind of a weird way that these karts are staggered on the inside, really almost side by side there between P2 and P3. Connor Wick needs the points, and needs something to happen to Massimo Valiente. It's going to be really difficult once again. If the sprinkles intensify, we'll see who's got what, but we did see Valiente seems to be a little better than Wick once things get a little bit wet.
I'm not going to say on air who the champion is after this race in confidence. I believe it's close enough that whoever's on track first could be taking the crown right now between Valiente and Wick. Although I believe if Wick takes the lead, it might need to be 3rd or lower for Massimo. We'll have to double check. But regardless, Wick got the drop in the whole shot he needed. He's right where he wants to be to try and put this pressure on the 495. The only issue, we talked about it yesterday, this is the very definition of a home race for Massimo. Feels like if there isn't a race weekend, he's traveling. He's driving here, he's working here. He knows this track like the back of his hand. And for Connor Wick, the Oregonian, not only is this a long way for home, with the rain starting to come down a little bit more, you enter more into the unknown of conditions he's not necessarily used to. Both Connor and Kyle not used to the rain quite like Massimo is.
Yeah,
if that continues to fall down, could definitely go to the advantage of the man in first place.
Well, I tell you what, for a team that said that they were struggling with karts being overstuck, a little bit of sprinkling probably helps free up that GFC. Obviously, we've seen the GFC be so good in this shifter kart program at sea. No matter how good GFC ever gets with their non-shifter kart program, they will always be at the heart a shifter kart chassis. Really, this is the most competitive that we've seen Wick all weekend. Obviously, we saw in the main event yesterday, unfortunately took himself out fighting with Aaron or Hermanson.
It was Hermanson, yeah.
Hermanson, yeah, and never really got to see the full pace of what that GFC machine could do, especially on this older rubber. Remember, these tires have been on these go-karts since qualifying this morning. So who knows how much Lecanto rubber is left for these drivers. And remember, a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Weather could change and conditions could change very, very fast. But for the moment, it does seem like Massimo Valiente does have the quickest go-kart on the track. As you can see, looks like the 2 main cells are going to split us, head north to Vancouver and south through Bellingham. But there is a little pocket of weather that, if it metastasizes, could make things very, very interesting.
We saw that yellow spot rolling right on through here, and for a while we thought it was going to hit us, but we have just been grazed, it would seem, by the worst of it. And the best part is, I believe we're going to be in the green for the remainder of the day. Fingers crossed. But that being said, Valiente, Kyle Wick now 7/10 back. Connor Wick, excuse me. Assad really not the pace we expected after yesterday and this morning. Maybe waiting to turn it up just a little bit. And then it's a pair of Ital Karts. Eric Hermanson, Riley Miller in the 92, who, as we've reminded you, lives pretty much in the floor above us now. Helps keep the lights on here at SIMA. As we'll now check in, Grayson Thorpe double, making a handful of moves at the start. Alex Westland did start 5th. He dropped back a handful of positions. Now you saw him just a little bit further behind that TB kart. There he is, with Mauricio Parada, Jesse Webb making up the rear of this field.
Yeah, and as we get farther and farther into this race, it's surprising we saw everybody so close in that pre-main, especially from those about 4th through really the back of the field in P9. Obviously, we had a driver not able to make the start. I believe that was Mr. Webb that was not able to join us, or it might have been Parada that had a technical issue before the beginning of the race. So it looks like all the technical demons have gone away for the time being. That last time by, it was a flat for Valiente. It was a 0.2 for Connor Wick rather. But Nikodembayev slowly started to bring some pace back. We've seen, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but over most of these races, even in the pre-finals, he seems to have better long-run speed than Massimo Valiente. The hard part is getting ahead of Connor Wick, who desperately needs every point. But maybe Wick, kind of bends the knee and says, hey, kid, you seem to be the only one that can go get Valiente. Maybe Connor Wick bends the knee and tries to allow one of his non-championship rivals to go after his main championship rival.
It's been an ongoing test in the 10s to see how much more they can free up these go-karts. But now with the extra bit of dampness on the track, the question is, have they gone too far? How much counter steering are we seeing from these three? Hermansen, Miller, and Thorpe double out of turn 9 into turn number 10. Fair amount of a neutral steer. So everyone over here looking like they've got the kart pretty much dialed in where they ought to have it. But Hermansen, that ketchup and mustard helmet just in front there in the 72. Miller in the middle in the 92. Thorpe double, the lone TV kart in this field. 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hermansen did come in as an outside contender in this championship, the only driver alongside Massimo who's had the perfect attendance that could have him as trophy eligible at the end of the year. Unfortunately, a few positions shy of being in contention right now.
Yeah, and also a couple guys on your screen that are doing double duty as well. Obviously, we saw Miller be your winner yesterday. I believe Miller might also be doing triple duty. Not entirely sure if he's doing 100cc, but definitely was your winner yesterday in Senior LO 206. He'll be coming up at least once before the day is done. Obviously, Hermansen doing a very similar thing, at least doing double duty, as well as the older Thorpe, Grayson Thorpe, running in, I believe, might also be doing triple duty as well. We got a couple guys doing triple duty here this weekend, not only Massimo Valiante, but at the moment, I will say it is slowly starting to swing back the way of Connor Wick. We've seen Massimo also as well inside the tag senior category really be able to blitz away, but that long run speed in that go-kart does not seem to be there. Last time by, Wick was a hair quicker, and Assad essentially matched your race leader. So far from over here, only 1.2 seconds separating the top two, and you better believe fireworks are going to fly if they are able to get within striking distance of one another.
Check back in with Connor Wick here in second place behind the wheel of that 19 GFC. What a phenomenal job Gary Carlton has done the past couple of years to really grow this brand. Started, of course, up by Sonoma a couple of years ago. That's extended out to Texas with what was formerly trackside karting competitions, what's now evolved, simply put, into GFC Texas, with trackside closing their doors at the end of this year. They've partnered up with a legend in the form of Ryan Norberg to build on the East Coast in the heart of Orlando. And now the game plan has been a slow but steady stretch up into the Pacific Northwest with help from one of their top drivers in the form of Kyle Wick, of course, building up Wicked Racing the past couple years. Eric Hermansen will check in here with, once again, leading this 3-kart pack, his 3rd year of shifter light competition in the Burly Products Super Cup. Started back in 2024, and on his 88th start has done as well some double duty. I believe we'll be doing at least Briggs as well. Maybe doing some tag stuff. It's either Parada or Hermansen who's for sure doing tag stuff as well. But regardless, 88 races under his belt. This will be his 89th in competition. Has turned that into 13 podiums and 1 win over the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, I was going to say it's also really difficult because you see guys, got 2 identical sticker kits and 2 identical suits. These drivers are teammates, but how much do you want to risk, especially knowing that maybe Valiante and Wick could come together? This could very quickly turn into a fight, not only for P3, but maybe even P2. And who knows, maybe if Nika Dumbayev can catch as well, who knows what this battle could become. But at the moment, I think Massimo Valiante might have heard me, a 55.0 to a 50.2 to Connor Wick, 2/10 quicker, although it seems as King Assad has found some speed as well, matching your race leader, albeit from 3.2 seconds in arrears. So time is running out. This has been a very, I would say, anticlimactic thus far race for this shifter light category, but you gotta imagine at some point Massimo Valiante was going to figure this thing out, and now he has to immediately. It ain't over yet. Want to emphasize that. But, even if he was able to go on to win this as once again, Miller getting close, not quite able to get there, but having to adjust and adapt when he jumps into that tag senior go-kart a little bit later on today.
Started with a big lunge into turn number 7. That 92's got to gather it back up and try once again. But you got the feeling that it was a matter of time before Mossy was really able to get full pace. And again, it's not too bad right now. You're just seeing Mossy go into turn 2 as Hermansen and Miller work their way into turn number 1. About 5 seconds the gap overall. But crucially for Connor Wick, he is unfortunately watching this 2026 championship drift away from him. And during yesterday, where the weather was a little bit of a shakeup, where the traffic was a little bit of a shakeup, It was that contact with the man on your screen right now, Eric Hermansen, that took both drivers out of contention, but specifically for Connor, might have been the final nail in the coffin for his championship hunt. Still plenty of time, and Connor Wick could be saving a little something here for the very end. We'll have to wait and see.
And also want to mention some of the drivers towards the lower parts of this field. There is action absolutely everywhere you look as the battle continues to remain at the front, as just every lap by lap, it's like a plastic spoon through concrete. Slowly but surely, Massimo Valiante is stretching that gap out to Connor Wick, as though Wick is slowly following into the clutch as well of King Assad, Nika Dumbayev, as we look back at the some of the farther back runners in this race. This is Westland Parada, as well as Burns slowly making their way back around. Some pretty competitive lap times, I think, if these drivers maybe didn't get into it so hard with one another, as we look at, as well as Grayson Thorpe in position number 6, the driver that won the pre-final in yesterday's round 9 event. Unfortunately, that speed just does not seem to have translated to the main event thus far ever since the rain went away. So unfortunate for that driver. He will be going for the win as well in senior L206 a bit later on today. Once again, many of these drivers doing double, if not triple duty. But thus far, Massimo Valiante looking like he's going to get 1 of 3 thus far this afternoon.
Puget Sound-based driver Alex Westland behind the wheel of the 39 Ital Kart, giving chase right now to Mo Parada just up the road in the 24. Came in this weekend hoping to secure his second podium in 3 seasons of competition. Spawny attendance for him, full-time driver in club competition out in Puget Sound. 3 pole positions as well, but just unfortunately has not been able to convert that into a win. Only 1 podium to his name so far. Pace was absolutely there. You saw that with fellow Westland Jeff as well. Not sure if that is a father-son, brother-brother kind of deal. Hopefully we'll get that figured out for you guys. That's 39, though, certainly coming to life right now, as this, I believe, is Mauricio Parada a little bit further up the road. It is. That's Andrew Byrne right in front of him.
Yeah, it's getting a little close here for P7. Obviously not necessarily the most valuable positions on the planet, but you never know.
Whoa.
Up the inside goes that move. Ital Kart on Ital Kart. That was ultimately the 24 Parada up the inside of Byrne for that position. As we check back in at the front, it seems like it's getting close between Hermansen and Miller for position number 4. Once again, you never know, especially if this battle for P2 heats up between Wick and Nika Dumbayev, as that has gone under 1 second. You never know what that position could turn into. Although I will say Massimo is just clicking off these laps. Super consistent. I don't think he's done. I mean, I think the entire race he's been between a 49.9 and a 50.1. Really showing the strength and that consistency of that Ital Kart Italian Motors program. White flag in the air. 1 more shot to make this happen.
It won't be for the lead, but we could see a buzzer beater potentially from Nika Dumbayev here further back in the 4.67. And the story of the veteran versus the rookie repeats right now. It's the same rookie, it's a different veteran. And boy, Assad's got it dialed in here coming out of turn number 5. Wick knows it, goes down low to defend through turn number 5. That'll choke him up big time on speed here. Into turn number 5 and through 6 for the final time. Assad right to the bumper of that GFC. Wick continuing to defend, goes all the way down to the paint in the first hairpin to try and defend, but for Massimo Valiante, a championship about to be secured at home. Turn 10 one more time, and the Shifter Light Championship in 2026 goes to Massimo Valiante.
Now immediately got to give a shout out to Connor Wick. Looks like he's going to be able to come home P2. Wouldn't want to comment on the championship results just yet, but it could also potentially be a track championship here from Massimo, as he's going to go ahead and do some drifting around. Careful, don't want to burn off too much of that rubber. A very well-deserved win, a perfectly executed race from the front, exactly how you want to do it. There you go, careful. Maybe a little wet out there, but a phenomenal drive. It was ultimately Connor Wick coming home in P2 ahead of Assad, Nika Dumbayev, Eric Hermansen, Riley Miller capping out your top 5. Once again, a lot of these drivers doing double and triple duty. We'll see them coming up next. But if you like shifter action, we got shifter heavy on deck. Should be just as good.
Scary past couple of months for Massimo Valiante. December of last year, wasn't sure if this place would still exist with a major flood completely engulfing this track. Fast forward 9 months, he wins the Shifter Light title at home. Chris Worley on pole position for the main event for Shifter Heavy, brought to you by Midnight Motorsports. And the fellow Midnight Motorsports Croc promotion machine of Travis Henson will make up the remainder of row number 1. Aaron Doss, Ryan Deaver right behind in the 9 and the 470 respectively. Nigel Cochran, Rob Kozakowski. Rob getting a P6 start in what is just his second start of the season. Chris Soliotis in the 7. I believe we'll see Chris in tag heavy as well later on. Jason Hall in P8. Scott Schofer is the big one, championship points leader, and unfortunately has a lot of work to do right now. In essence, it's going to be 7 or so karts for him to pass in order to secure this championship in senior heavy, Diener.
Still unsure if there is a championship fight on the line, but certainly coming from the back, especially with your championship rival in Worley coming from P1. Obviously, hopefully, for their sakes, Maggie Worley absorbed all the bad luck for her pops to be able to go get this victory here this afternoon. What the championship implications will be, we are unsure, but still, never a bad day when you walk home with a P1 trophy. Missed out a lot yesterday, really put himself in a rough spot in that pre-final in the wet. Just didn't seem to have the kart underneath him. We've seen him make some mistakes, but that 55 kart is pretty darn quick. So got a friend in a Croc promotion kart right behind him. Maybe they'll work together. Maybe they won't. We'll find out very soon.
This is not a K1 circuit. It's the draft is not really in full effect here. It's not a motor track. And even, I mean, I wouldn't imagine Ron is really talking to you before a PKC weekend saying, hey, look out for your buddies. Make sure to work together. I'm not sure how much communication at the Midnight Motorsports tent there's been about maybe looking out for one another. But regardless, you get the feeling that maybe Travis Henson is coming into this in the 103 aware that Chris Worley is fighting for a championship. They've reminded everybody right there at the pre-grid this morning prior to the championship. So the beautiful beard behind the wheel of the 103 might be laying it back just a little bit here. You got the feeling Aaron Doss, Ryan Deaver, Coach Ryan and Kozakowski just a little bit further back. The orange and black CRGs, they've got an opportunity that they didn't have yesterday to maybe have a shot here for a podium. But regardless, it's a long way to the front for Scott Schaefer. Watch that 613 GFC as they'll try and move forward. Visor down command, and for the final time in 2026, Shifter Heavy is green.
Who's getting the whole shot? I guess that answer would be Worley over the curve already. I think, unfortunately, we've lost the 9 of Doss. Was supposed to be your P3 starter. He was absent on the grid, so hopefully no dramatics there, but it does seem as though we will go with this race without your P3 starter. So only one CRG, I do believe, represented in the field, but a perfect dream start here for Worley. Now he's got to put that head down, not use up too much of that LeConte rubber, just manage the gap to his Croc promotion teammate and try to just get away as much as possible before Schoffer can get through the traffic.
Worley right where he's got to be. Shades of Felipe Massa. He's leading. All he can do is pray that Chauffeur stays back where he is right now. It was P6 across the stripe. He already knocked one out in the form of Chris Soliotis.
Oof.
It's Cotrain and Westland next on the menu. But Henson thought about maybe putting the pressure on there coming out of turn number 4, but is electing now to back out of it. Looked like maybe another move further back, as I think Westland made that move stick on the 470 CRG of Deaver. But a relatively calm start here to get things underway in Shifter Heavy.
I also want to mention, these are some of the bigger kids, as my colleague likes to call them. After a doubleheader weekend, a lot of these drivers also here for Friday practice. You got to think at some point that physicality is going to start coming in, that mental and physical fatigue on some of our more gentlemanly drivers. The track already yesterday, even having been washed essentially clean up until the midway point in the day, likely going to be even more stuck up now, more Gs, more tight corners. This is going to be a huge test of physical endurance.
And Dino will insist that is not an old guy thing. It's just simply put, hey, I'm not in the go-kart 5 days a week kind of thing, because shifter fit is very much a real thing. Ask Danny Formel about that. He had to cut down big-time weight to go race in IMSA. Lamborghini for Wayne Taylor Racing in GTD was a very slim man when he rolled into Tucson and said, I felt like I lost an essence of myself when I was behind the wheel of the go-kart. I didn't have that same level of endurance for a longer main event, especially in that Tucson heat when I first came back. And, I mean, Dean, you haven't been that big time, testing. You haven't had that testing schedule I mean, you were practically limping out of the cart at K1 Circuit.
Oh, I was absolutely limping out of the cart. That was not a super fun experience, but looking back at somebody who's maybe not having a super fun experience, Schaffer trying to cut his way up through here. This is him on the back of Deaver in that 470 KZ Northwest cart, really putting the pressure on, trying to unbury himself. I think been very methodical thus far, trying to get ahead, and obviously some clear skies for him as long as he can just clear it of this black and orange blob up the inside. Job done up into P4.
That'll be another one, and that will move him up in to P4. Westland and Henson up on the next on the menu, but that'll be 2.8 seconds up the road. How are we looking on pace right now? Purple lap, shockingly belonging to Jeff Westland in the 35. It's somehow not the 613, but Westland with a 51.927 makes it the only driver to run a sub 52 at this point in the weekend.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily shocking. We saw how fast Westland was in the pre-final. Unfortunately, maybe got a little bit overexcited, got caught banging wheels with some of his fellow drivers, and unfortunately that race ended with him off track with a bent axle in position number 10. Thankfully for him, though, we've had obviously the missing number 9 card as the battle continues to rage on. I believe
this is Westland.
This is Westland already having passed Henson onto the rear of Worley. Once again, that physical fatigue up the inside of turn 6. Not quite going to get there. Looking a little close, though.
Shades of what we saw earlier on with Westland. Really wanted to make that move stick and ended up collecting Chauffeur in the process in that exact spot of the racetrack just a couple of hours ago. I think smarter of it this time by really stomped on the anchors and made sure that he didn't collect Worley in the process. Took another championship contender out that time by. We missed the pass for Travis Henson. He's still there in the mix, just there in P3. Now coming into view, that GFC joining the Crocs out in front.
Really, really on the binders there. Unfortunately, a bit of a mistake, and we know Westland is going to go for any opportunity to give him. It's going to have to be a run through number 4 into turn 5. Hang it low, hoping that Worley does not see you coming. It looks like not quite going to get there. Thought about it. Worley really drove it in deep there on the rubber. Lots of side bite on the racing line. It's going to have to wait until we get into the moto section. Looking at 6, not going to get there. Looking at 7, not close enough either. Really going to have to bite your tongue. And all the while, Schaffer is the quickest card on the racetrack that last time by, over 3/10 quicker than anyone in your leading trio. Got to make sure if you're Westland, keep it close, but got to make sure to make it quick. I just don't know where this move is going to come unless Worley makes that mistake.
Hasn't battled with Westland too much. As again, I think only the second or third weekend that Jeff has done specifically in heavy shifter competition. And now we really start to see that accordion effect come into play as, oh my goodness, Travis Henson and Scott Chauffeur. Another purple lap, 51.6 for Scott in the 613. Another attempt for the lead there. Not able to make it stick. Wow, Westland really wants to make that work into turn number 5, but it's not going to stick. Worley going down low. Westland with an opportunity maybe to swing it wide. And now for Chris going middle of the track, trying to make that Croc Promotions machine as wide as possible and really make Westland work for it.
I was going to say Westland is going to have to I think he's going to have to catch some surprise because Worley in all these corners is going in really, really shallow, not allowing that opening to go up, and then they're going really tight. Westland going to force the issue. Great move up the inside of turn 10. Worley got hip checked there. Unfortunately, knocked the wheel out of his hands. That's going to allow Henson and Schaffer back through the championship back on for the driver of the 613. Now the question is, the Schaffer does seem to have a pace advantage over anybody in this front quartet. Will he be able to clear Henson soon enough and set off after Westland, or will Westland be able to put the pedal to the metal and get gone?
You said it yourself, Dino. He had to catch him by surprise, and turn 10 was the perfect spot to do it, but a little bit of contact pushed Worley massively offline. He was full opposite lock to keep that 55 off of the green, but we'll have to gather it up. And now our 2 championship contenders, bumper to bumper on track. Worley a little bit further back than maybe he wants to be, but definitely not out of striking distance just yet. Scott Chauffeur, as a result, right where he needs to be. Again, as long as he is up ahead of Worley on track, this is essentially a done fight for the championship. As we officially got the halfway home sign cross sticks here for the Shifter Heavy Final, brought to you by Midnight Motorsports. Still Jeff Westland out in front, with Chauffeur starting to apply the pressure now on Travis Henson. That's giving the 35 an opportunity to slowly but surely break away.
I was going to say, with four-wheel brakes, you got a couple extra opportunities that maybe wouldn't have been afforded to you as compared to the rear wheel only braking. Schaffer's really got to play smart here. The last thing that he needs to do, already ahead of Worley, just needs to bring this one home. Think big picture, think championship. The last thing, getting involved with an accident with Henson and dropping down the running order to a spot where maybe that championship might be lost. And really, Westland isn't going up the road. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see a move maybe up the inside of turn 2 or up the inside into turn number 5.
Roughly 5 laps to go here for the Shifter Heavy main event. And you get the feeling with where the weather has been, definitely back to optimal dry conditions. You can see everyone running on top of the rubber right where they got to be. You kind of flinched at that chirp of the tires there, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, we're carrying a lot of speed into this turn number 4. Big off right there. That was the opportunity. Henson goes wide up the inside for Schaffer. Not going to get there. Going to get chopped a little bit. We'll see if he forces the issue once again. This is one of those moments. You got to think big picture if you're the 613 of Schaffer. Already hemorrhaged a little bit of points yesterday with having a win lost to Ryan Hager, who stole that one. Not here this afternoon for Mr. Hager in his 114 GFC. Got to pick these moments smart. The last thing you want to do, and I think a little bit of a chrome horn or the plastic horn to the back of the 103, thinking, hey, you know, I got a race to go win. You know, I'm here. The next time that you make a mistake, I am not going to cut you a break. And I think for sure Henson did chop down a little bit at turn number 6, playing a little bit of quasi defense. Got to make sure you don't overuse that patience from Schaffer.
Chris Worley trying to work himself into the picture once again, a little bit further back behind the wheel of the 55. You can forget about 5th on back, by the way. Deaver, Koshrain and company, 8 seconds and change on back. I believe also issues for Rob Kozakowski. I see one retired there to the inside of turn number 6 over at the flagger stand. I think that will be, unfortunately, day done for Rob, as that is a GFC park down there. So that will bring us down to, I believe, 7 karts on track, back to Chris Oliotis, Aaron Doss, Jason Hall, failing to see the green flag. And they tried checking up earlier on. You saw actually the hands come up in the formation lap. They tried to give the rest of the field time to make the show, but unfortunately started with 8. Now we're down 1 more on top of that. But what a phenomenal battle we're seeing right now. A 3-kart battle for the lead right now, and a big slide from Schaefer, as those LeContes are begging for mercy now after 10 laps.
I was going to say, I think this is a mix of a really fast track with really dead tires. These drivers not only have been on these tires, a full qualifying session, which I believe nobody really came in early for, a full pre-main, and then now getting into the dying hour, or the dying moments of this main event. And I will say that last lap, Jeff Westland really had a rough one, lost half a second to Travis Henson. Henson looked like for the moment was going to have a struggle to hold on to P2. Now, potentially looking at a race win that last time by. It was a 52-0 to a 51-8 to a 51-0 for Scott Schaffer. And still don't want to call out, or rather write off, Chris Worley in P4.
No.
And with these drivers this close, any little bit of an incident could open up the door to maybe not only steal the win, but steal this championship away. But man, it is getting a little hairy off of turn 4.
Doing the math roughly here, it is going to need to be Worley in 1st, and I believe Schofer still either in 3rd or 4th for us to throw the championship over to the 55 and rip it out of the hands of the 613. But on track right now, Henson and Schofer quicker and closer to Westland. And they have been all final long. Westland knows it. He's going down low to try and defend, and actually lifts on exit there, keeping a crossover from happening for Henson. And again, Schofer kind of in a powerless spot right now. He doesn't really want to make that move on Henson and kill any momentum. He wants to make a move for the lead.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's offline big time. Wow, instantly up into 2nd now. Rare mistake from Westland, 1st to 3rd in just a corner.
And now if you're Henson, you got to switch gears. All of a sudden, you have that reference in front of you. Now you are the rabbit being chased by the foxes, and unfortunately, Schaffer is maybe looking a little bit quicker at this particular moment. I'm wondering if maybe Westland, I don't know if that was a mistake or just happened to jump the cushion. You can see these karts really on the edge of control, maybe even got overstuck and jumped it into the dirty stuff on the exit of turn 1, which we've seen claim a couple drivers thus far this weekend. But now, once again, all the pressure is on the back of this 103. Scott Schaffer, you know, still thinking big picture, but you also got to think he wants to get that redemption from yesterday, letting one slip away. Wouldn't want to come up with silver twice.
Keep looking outside our window here, Dean, and just outside of the racing line in turn 10, more and more you see these rubber marbles build up just outside of the racing line. And you get the feeling it's very much the same in turn number 1 in what is maybe a groove and a half of raceability, but maybe just too late of a turn in. I think Hansen maybe was a little bit too late on the brakes. Yeah, Scott Schaefer all over the rear bumper. Now looking to the outside through turn number 5. Henson doing a phenomenal job not cracking under pressure one bit.
Well, I don't know about that. I would say for sure there are little icks and nicks and bobs that are happening here with Henson. Just slowly open up the door here, and they're allowing Schaffer to get to the rear bumper. But really the exits of this Croc Promotion go-kart have been what have kept him in front of Schaffer, looking once again still not quite going to get there. I don't think we'll be seeing any bonsai moves up the inside of turn number 10, or will we?
Late lunge into turn number 10, done deal. Scott Schaefer just in the nick of time at the white flag, gets himself back to the point with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, not really sure that Henson had what he needed there. I think, unfortunately, just that drive off that Schaffer's been able to have really consistent has just allowed him to just eke away lap after lap after lap. Henson cracked, and now this championship and this race win is all Schaffer's to lose.
What a race it's been for Travis Henson, at control of this field for the vast majority of the main event. But for Scott Schaefer, it was looking grim earlier on. Contact with Westland right here about 2.5 hours ago put his championship hopes up in the air. But through raw speed and relentless pursuit for perfection, the 613 GFC for Wicked Racing has just 1 more corner to go. He is not cracked under pressure, and out of turn number 10, he's going to clinch it. Checkered flag is out. Scott Schaefer wins in shifter heavy and clinches the title in 2026.
Well deserved. Excellently driven from the back. Had to run the gauntlet through the field. Jeff Westland gave it everything he had. Got a feel for the Ital kart driver. Maybe gave that one away. Scott Henson, or rather Travis Henson, maybe got to be kicking himself as well. Still a great run. Unfortunately for Chris Worley, it is not going to be the Cinderella story to come home and win the championship. Looked a little scary there, but Scott Coffer really kept his head on his shoulders. He is your champion and your race winner for round number 10 of the NWKA Super Cup.
The 6th win in NWKA competition for Scott comes in the greatest time, as he'll lock it up for the championship in 2026.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Owen Luther on pole for the main event here for CMC Northwest 100 Senior. Championship points leader Jack Bowdish alongside him will make it an all Wicked Racing GFC front row. Ben Corkery and Grayson Talaba And that pinstriped OTK make up row number 2. Mateusz Broerken, who is doing double duty only for the tag stuff, though, off the shifter. Will be rolling off in P5 alongside Enzo Noel. Lewis Stiley, Colt Schlotthauer second in the points. Got a fastest lap in the pre-final, though. Will be rolling off in P8. Then it's Ryder McLean for Wicked Racing alongside Adrian Dumont in the 988 for Ital Kart. You can see how much they're hustling right now to try and get heat into these Lacans for their 12-minute and 1-lap main event.
That looks like some of these drivers are doing a Massimo Valiante impression for his in-lap, trying to get some heat into these sidewalls of this very, very temperature-sensitive Lacan rubber. I mean, right now, Mr. Sun has departed us for the moment. Very, very light outside, even with all the cloud cover, but it is diffused sunlight. I'd imagine a very cold racetrack with very warm rubber. These karts will be sticky as all get out. We saw in the pre-final the 2 GFCs out in front really dominated that race. I wonder if anybody's made some adjustments, or maybe the conditions have gone the way, maybe more of the OTK-style chassis. But either way, looking like it's going to be a battle between the Zebras until further notice.
Keep an eye on Jack Bowdish in that 66, the dark red helmet with the American flag on the side. All he needs to do is stay ahead of Colt, 3 rows back, keep that GFC in one piece, and the CMC Northwest 100cc title is his. He wants to go out on top, so too does Owen Luther, so does Ben Corkery and Grayson Talaba. Who's going to get it for the last time in 100cc? Let's find out. Let's go racing one last time at SIMA.
A little bit of hesitancy. That outside line, Jack Bowdish very nearly got that perfect restart, was able to pinch the 979 to the inside, not quite able to get there, playing hardball for your pole sitters. So seemingly clean and green through the initial parts of this racetrack as we now make our way to turn number 4. Really the big loser was the Sonny Hayes replica helmet driver. We'll go ahead and get a name confirmation on that. I believe that was Corkery as well. So now Talaba up there in that Tony Kart, the sole OTK Tony Kart at the front of this field. We really haven't seen him much at the front of this field just yet. Had a really good pre-final. Now we'll see if he's got enough to go after the Zebras out in front.
Need to check the team because I am new here, but that's the one Sodi Kart of, I believe, Enzo Noel a little bit further back behind the wheel of the 925. Song and dance for these 100cc motors. Got a couple at the start there, moved up from P7 to P5. Ryder McLean up 3 positions in the whole shot, as well as Ethan Acosta dropped down to P11, I believe. Lewis Stiley up a handful of spots as well. You see him making a move down low. Or no, I beg your pardon. I believe that is not Lewis Stiley. That is Enzo Noel again making a move. This is great stuff, though, because that gives Owen Luther a little bit more breathing room through turn 5.
Yeah, Luther's done a really good job executing here on these first 2 laps. Really, all that weaving getting put to good use. Those Lacans fired right up, not having to wait on those tires to come in. And remember, as mentioned with everybody, these are the same tires that these drivers have been on since this morning. So we'll see who's managed the Lacan rubber, and obviously double the length of the pre-main, a full 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We're looking at about a roughly 14-lap race here this afternoon for your N100 drivers. Still looking like the quickest go-kart on the racetrack is not, in fact, Owen Luther or Jack Bowdish or Grayson Talaba. Looks like Enzo Noel is the one on the move, or actually it is Colt Schlotthauer at a 53.6, just a hair quicker than Owen Luther, but still, that 845 is on fire at the moment.
Don't count out Cole. He started just at the cusp of the top 10 and has gained a handful of positions up to P5, putting aside Ryder McLean. Mateusz Broerken now finds himself just at the back of what's looking to be this 5-car constellation, working into turn number 5. Crucially, a breakaway now for the Trackhouse, or excuse me, the Wicked Racing GFCs. Almost at Trackside Services like we're still in Texas. Check in a little bit further back. That's the cheap, fast racing machine, Lewis Stiley. That OTK at the very heart, and that's a late lunge further back. I think Dumont in the 988. So a pair of Sodi karts going bumper to bumper, with Mateusz Broerken in the 216 just a little bit up ahead.
Yeah, we talked with the Queen yesterday talking about, hey, you know, I'm a taller guy, I got a bigger center of mass. It's really difficult to get the weight off the back. He said if he was at any other racetrack, he'd be sliding off the racetrack, but unfortunately, just seems like that GFC really struggling with being overstuck and in a category with such little horsepower. Really going to be a hindrance, although it seems to have a bit of a handle on it now, cycling itself out in P8 behind Dumont in position number 7 on that Ital Kart. So still not out of it yet, but going to have quite the amount, I believe about 4 seconds to overcome before they can even consider fighting for this race lead. But Jack Bowdish, that last time by, matching your race leader in Owen Luther, but it was ultimately Colt Schlotthauer who was a little bit quicker. Slowly, once again, it's the plastic spoon into the cinder block, just chipping away bit by bit by bit.
Lewis Diley, Enzo Noel, Jeremiah Roberts in the 98, and Ethan Acosta in the 018 Tillotson. In and out of your top 10 here. A couple spots forward. It's still Mateus Berwerken as we start to see this melee begin to unfold in the mid-pack. Not a lot of pushing in this part of the racetrack. Not too much of a shocker because you're constantly on off throttle. A K1 circuit or a Spring Mountain, this is not.
I believe yesterday we were told that even in the higher powered cars, only braking at turn number 7, really not a whole lot of room for error in these karts. When, the second that you make a mistake and open up that door, somebody's going up the inside, whether it's through the motos or hanging around the outside of turn 4 into turn 5. Plenty of opportunity for overtaking for these drivers. Now focusing a little bit on Schlotthauer. This is the battle between 3rd, 4th, and 5th here to see who's going to be on the bottom step of the podium. 4 now. Just want to mention, big emphasis on 4 now because it's getting a little closer at the front. Jack Bowdish that last time by was 2/10 quicker than Owen Luther. And if these drivers start battling, it is going to be open season.
Yeah, boy, Colt Schlotthauer had his box of Wheaties this morning. That's another move further back. Ben Corkery trying to make that move stick on Ethan Talaba, one of the Sodi Kart factory drivers, trying to get through on that privateer Tony kart. And actually, almost seemed like he gave him the point by it looked like, but was saying, hey, you're good, let's work together. Ben Corkery did not want to work with him.
Yeah, Sonny Hayes is not anyone. It's not someone to work with somebody. He's going to go ahead and make his own path. But yeah, Talaba, once again, had a really good qualifying effort as compared to his efforts on Saturday. Really good pre-final, making sure to manage that and come home in P3. Unfortunately, it just does not seem like that OTK is going to be really suited for these conditions, trying to make the most of what is maybe a mismatched kart for the time being for now. But as I've mentioned, it's getting a little tighter here at the front. For sure, Jack Bowdish is in the slipstream now, a little bit quicker that last time by, but it once again was that 8:45 of Colt Schlotthauer slowly chipping in, that time by 2/10 quicker than your leader in Owen Luther. We're going to have a 3-way fight here for the lead, and if it gets too busy, it could be even a 4 or 5, maybe even 6 kart battle as Mateus Berwerken not really too far back in that Itzal kart.
Up in front, wall starting to close in for Jack Bowdish. That's 8:17 the gap between them. This is going to be a very similar situation to what we had in Shifter Heavy just a couple moments ago, in that Bowdish has that fairly comfortable cushion after yesterday now over Colt. And as long as the 66 is in front of the 8:45, this is a championship fight that's over. Colt needs to be in front of him. Bowdish needs to be a moderate amount of positions down on the scoring pylon for him to have a chance. So he needs to do step 1 here.
I was going to say that is a big if, because all it's going to take is one slip up from Bowdish. That's going to open up the door for P4, 5, and 6 to join this party. I think they've got a pretty good amount of gap to do mod back in P7 in that 988. I don't think, barring an incredible amount of battling, that would allow Owen Luther to run away with this. I think at the worst case, Bowdish is looking at about a 6th place finish behind Berwerken. Looking at the lap times that last time by, it's still kind of even out. Actually, Jack Bowdish lost a little bit of time to Luther as continually Colt Schlotthauer remains as the quickest go-kart on the racetrack. These drivers continuing even with this fighting to pull away from the likes of Grayson Talaba, who is falling off a cliff in terms of lap time, as well as Mateus Berwerken, really just not having what he needs to be able to go after this top 3. Likely, it's going to be the 2 Zebras versus Schlotthauer.
Colt went down and ran Rock Vegas, actually, last year, running in VLR Junior. Finished just able to eke by in the LCQ and finished top 30 in his first major national event. Used that as a major learning lesson. Spent a winter down in Phoenix and won the Winter Series for PKRA. And has come back and used all those learning lessons to finally hit his stride here. 3 wins in a row in the heart of the summer here in NWKA competition on this motor. And is looking to end on top here in 2026. Jack Bowdish, full-time commitment to running Burly Cup. He has worked day in, day out with Kyle Wick to lock in this championship.
There it
goes. Both of them. There's the move for the lead into turn number 8. Oh. Just able to make it happen through 9. The switchback. Bowdish isn't done. He wants to let it hang to the outside. Backs out of it, but still putting that pressure on. Late flick to the inside. Doesn't want to make it happen just yet.
think maybe these drivers are also thinking the victory. I think Bowdish realizes that if he was to really fight Schlotthauer, not only would that allow Owen Luther to run away with this, but could potentially bring Corkery, Talabra, Erkin right back into this, and obviously hanging it around the outside. I think he would have had a mouthful of curb waiting for him on the exit of that corner. Not really much that Bowdish was able to do. Schlotthauer really didn't give him much of a choice, and now the quickest go-kart on the racetrack, even with that pass last time by, was still quicker than Owen Luther. And you got to be thinking, if you're Owen Luther, going, oh boy, here comes the Croc promotion cart.
I mean, if you're Bowdish, yeah, the guy that's your championship rival just made that move to get in front of you, but you still have that points cushion. Just get to the bumper of the 845, continue to maintain that gap to Corkery and Talabra a little bit further back, and the math should math out where you're going to be okay. But you get the feeling that Colt Schlotthauer obviously wants a little bit more than that, because there are plenty more points just a half a second up the road. You got the feeling that maybe Jack wants to keep that from happening.
Friends close, enemies closer. No closer than looking at the back of the guy. Obviously, I don't think there was much that Bowdish was able to do. I mean, we saw this, a little hint of it in the pre-final. Schlotthauer was quicker than the two Zebras, just didn't have the time to track them down. You can really see Bowdish hanging it out through the exit of turn 5, trying to stick with him, but it just seems as though the conditions have kind of gone away from these Zebras. Maybe a little bit too too freed up, maybe in these cool conditions, and maybe even a little bit of sprinkling now on the racing surface, as you see all these drivers miss the apex, although maybe just running high to stay out of the rubber to free these go-karts up. Really wide there for Schlotthauer. I do wonder, as we're looking out, I do see a couple sprinkles on our door outside of our commentary booth. Maybe the rain is starting to come.
We'll get a quick check here, but it is definitely raining. We're seeing plenty of beads of weather, and the skies have opened up here in Seattle. You can see it on our cameras too. It has gotten interesting here in the 100cc main event.
Oh
the skies have completely opened up. What is this
your
going to do?
leaders!
Oh
my goodness!
3 carts off into the Tech Pro. Oh my goodness!
Oh, Owen Luther off at turn number 4. Everybody's going off. We got carts off everywhere. Surely Race Control is going to have to red flag this big into the barriers.
Oh
More
my
going
goodness!
off at turn number 4. I believe red flag likely going to have to be called here at the end of this race.
Wow!
Looks like all drivers are moving and are going to get out of their carts. But the skies have opened up here in Sumas, Washington. Typical Northeast weather. Oh my goodness, championship implications. Luckily though, I think Bowdish was just, and I mean just, able to remain on the racetrack.
That's yellow flag. I'm not sure if they're going to red it. It looks like they're still out on track.
And out of all that, Corkery was just far enough back to react. He is your leader. Not sure if we're still under green flag conditions, but this race just got turned up on its head.
And now this instantly goes into a fully dry race, into a tightrope walk on these LeConte slicks. Still a yellow flag locally, so overtaking not permitted in this part of the racetrack.
No, we're still racing. There is no red flag from Race Control. We're still running along. We've got 2 carts in the wall on the exit of turn number 4. It's just who can manage in these very slick, greasy conditions. This is exactly what you want to learn on. This is karting. This is real deal. This is slick tires on a greasy track. Got to be careful if you're Schlotthauer to not make a mistake. But I think for the most part, Bowdish has done everything he needs. They've got a very big gap back to Dilly and Noel rather, in P5. You can see carts littered on the side of the racetrack. Really a lot of steering for Schlotthauer. Got to make sure to run where the rubber isn't. But man, a couple drivers that survived the crash really going to walk away with some great results if they can just keep it on the track for a little bit longer.
How fitting it is that in a script-like sequence of events that Hollywood couldn't write, it's the kid with the Sonny Hayes helmet that has inherited the lead and doing a little bit of lawn work behind the wheel of the 816 promotions as Ben Corkery, the raging Canadian, looking to secure that 23rd win. And that is Schlotthauer off a little bit further back. Both Schlotthauer and Bowdish back on track, by the way. They weren't collected. We saw a pair of Ital carts going off. Mikkel Donsaker, Ethan Acosta, Grayson Tabala, Mateus Broecker, and we've got, I think, 9 on track right now. But the good news is for Ben Corkery, he's just got to do this one more time. That is Jack Bowdish. Colt Schlotthauer, you called it right, Dino. We've got 1 off, and I think another further back is Lewis Diley. Just at the bottom of your screen, put that cheap fast racing OTK off, coming out of turn number 10.
It seems as though Schlotthauer is still continuing on. He's on our scoring times. It is a 66.
Oh my goodness! Oh my! Jack Bowdish off. He's going to jump on the axle and try to get that cart going again. That's the 925 Noel by.
And look at McLean.
Could that be the championship going away? I'm not sure. Where on earth is Colt Schlotthauer in the mix as well? Someone find that 845. He's on track somewhere. That's Lewis Diley a little bit further behind. Bowdish on the outside, Diley down low. That is Colt further behind.
Oh,
he
my
dropped back
goodness.
even further with his off. So Jack Bowdish still has this locked up. Ben Corkery, an acre and a half ahead of this competition right now. And even in the pouring rain, it is still a doghouse further back. Although you get the feeling that a lot of these guys have no intention
McLean
of
was
overtaking.
nowhere in this race.
McLean up into P6 as a result, probably a few more. He's third right now. Bowdish making that move on Diley.
Careful.
This is a very intricate dance through turn number 7 as they'll try and launch. But oh my goodness, out of turn number 10, Ben Corkery, the slowest finish you'll see in the twin checkers out. He'll take victory here on Sunday. And Jack Bowdish in a Hollywood stunner. I'm not sure, I can't even call it yet because that's Colt to the outside. Here they come slowly but surely. Oh my goodness! Colt around the outside got that position from Bowdish. I don't even know if it's stuck or if race control's gonna look at it. For the first time in a long time, I'm speechless.
I am blown away about the race we just had. I mean, you got to give it to Ben Corkery. The channeling his inner Sonny Hayes takes the victory, and what is an incredible send-off for this NW100CC series. You got to feel for Owen Luther finding himself in the barrier. You got to feel for Schlotthauer. Had he kept it on the road, I think might have inherited this championship. What a wacky, crazy way to end off the season for NW100 Senior. We got Tag Junior coming up as the rain continues to fall. This weather just came out of nowhere, but boy, I'm glad it did.
5 carts collected, and your 2 championship contenders having to walk the tightrope in the wet to clinch the championship. And an unexpected winner. They do things a little bit differently here in the Northwest.
McCrow Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at mccrowmotorsports.net. Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Well, Pafana Low, if you're joining us from Florida Karting Challenge, Rotax America's Trophy, or the Cup Karts North America Summer Nationals, as we welcome you over here to the very most northwestern part of North America, Sumas, Washington, and the grand finale of the Burly Products Super Cup. Jackson Lambros, Dean Helt. If you're just joining us, folks, you missed an absolute barn burner as the skies opened up very quickly. Owen Luther, who was in the most control I've ever seen of a 100cc field, went off, as well as a handful of other favorites. Mateusz Berwerken, Colt Schlotthauer able to come back out, and as you can see, they're still suffering the damages. They have moved over to the treaded rain compound from LeConte, but this could still be a very tall order for these guys to keep it on the black stuff for all 12 laps.
Yeah, you got to activate that LeConte rubber. Going to be very, very difficult. I do wonder, some of these drivers, you can see for the 5, I believe that is of Nash, has opted for a full wet setup. You can see the rain tires on, really, really narrow rear end, as well as treaded tires. I do wonder if any of these drivers have stayed out, or have remained rather, on a set of slick rubber. We went and did a little feel of the track. There definitely is some moisture on the racing line. It is greasy on the racing line, but the second that we get karts on it, I think a lot of karts on it, you should be okay. Maybe an opportunity for some drivers that have had a bit of a rough weekend to potentially steal one. But I tell you what, if you went on wets, you got about 5 or 6 laps of reprieve, and then everybody's going to be out there on slicks because there is not any standing water.
The issue is, yeah, it is very greasy on the racing line, but I'm looking down here, turn 3, turn 5, there's a lot of places where there isn't a lot of rubber that hasn't been laid down.
I think your top 2 might be on slicks. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Green flag in the air, we're racing. Intact Junior, and you can already see this dance get underway. Into turn number 1, Max de Guzman trying to tiptoe in. That's Nash on the outside, the 5 TB kart. And then the number 2, Addison Herrick, down low, trying to go around the outside, maybe with an advantage there, as again, no racing line on the exit. This is where it all went wrong for a handful of drivers, but 2 by 2, a la NASCAR. We shuffle into turn number 5.
This is very much what we would call the crossover period. Yeah, I believe that it's Nash is the only one on a set of wets. Everybody else on a set of slick rubber. I love this from Nash. I mean, you've not really been towards the front of the field all weekend long. Why not try? If you think you're going to finish 3rd or 4th anyways, go for that Hail Mary. Although, like I said, I think a very limited amount of time to make this strategy work. Hopefully, for them, the rain continues to fall. It does seem like it's lightened up, especially since kind of the epicenter, the climax of that previous race. Also, if you're watching now, definitely go check out the VOD of that video. So for the moment, obviously we've got Mateo Pai. He is going to be the leader and likely the winner. May as well just pull it into the pits now. Little deep as well here for Nash.
Big save there for Aiden Nash behind the wheel of that number 5 TB kart. This will give Kaiganus an opportunity a little bit further back. That is Mateo Pai you're seeing just a little bit further back in the 208 for CMC Racing. He is the lone driver in this field on a 125cc tag package. Working on Rotax, I'm 90% sure. He's been the only 125 this weekend. They didn't want him out on track by himself, so they rolled all 4 of our 100cc drivers a little bit further back. They had Mateo out with the simple order of go catch the 100cc guys. Ooh, very low entry for de Guzman. I'm guessing that was intentional there, still trying to stay out of the grease.
Trying to find where the grip is, and I tell you what, this decision's looking, at least for the moment, we'll see what happens here in 12 laps. Remember, these races are timed. It is 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We're going to have a significantly reduced lap count. I believe the lap times for this category over about 10 seconds slower than they normally should be. As long as the rain stays away, I'd imagine they should be going quicker, but Nash is hanging in there, and we're seeing this. Look up the inside, goes the noose up the inside of Addison Herrick, moved the 22 up ahead into Pre-4 ahead of the 2. I do believe the 5 is the only one on a set of wet tires with a full wet setup. We could see with that very, very narrow rear width.
I'm seeing red LeConte logos on the side of the 2, so it's possible he's still on slicks, but I feel like by and large these guys moved on over to the treaded wet compound from LeConte. We'll have to wait and see. Still de Guzman in control of this field. The white and red helmet behind the wheel of the 887. Third year of NWKA competition. Has secured 6 wins in his 22 starts. Vast majority of those doing double duty as well. We should see him later on in 206 Jr as well. Has a very good chance he brings home 2 trophies with number 1 on it. We'll have to wait and see.
With these racing lines, I do not believe that de Guzman, I mean, I'd imagine a pretty experienced driver knows how to drive in the wet. I don't think we'd be seeing him go that far offline as we see the 22. Danews is the big mover up the inside, moves himself up into P2. Now only one driver separating. Like I said, I know the 5 is on a set of treaded wet weather rubber, at least I believe so. The two of Herrick, Addison Herrick, I believe might be on a set of slicks, but with that traction, with that speed that they have at the moment, hard to believe that they're not on a set of wets as well as de Guzman continue to try to run offline to avoid the rubber. Really not much you can do here through the 5 complex, but into 6 you'll see de Guzman drop to the bottom, really try to avoid it, and you can see Herrick just running right on the racing line. Really good cut. This is where rain experience is going to be huge, or at least intermediate weather experience. But if the track dries up, I think unfortunately those on the treaded rubber are going to go backwards.
Handful of drivers coming down from up north, British Columbia. They get plenty of rain up there. And we've been surprised with how much of the Wicked Racing drivers actually haven't had that experience. Pat Sakers out in Oregon, not much weather, matter of fact. So for a lot of these guys, you'd be shocked how little they've actually gotten to get that British training experience of running out in the rain on slicks. Herrick's looking mighty comfortable there. Black helmet, smoked out visor behind the wheel of that number 2 Italkart. Again, home weekend for Italkart, Italian Motors. Companies ran by the Valiantes. And a long-lasting tradition up here in the Pacific Northwest, always makes the trek down other side of the Mississippi to go compete. SCUSA Pro Tour, we'll also see him, of course, later this year out in Vegas, both for Rock Vegas and for the SCUSA Super Nationals. Valiante, a podium last year for Rock Vegas in Rock Shifter.
Hate to say it for those looking for the Cinderella story, but I believe the carriage has turned into a pumpkin for Aiden Nash. These drivers are on a set of slick rubber. The track really, once again, did not have any standing water on it. I think, unfortunately, those treaded wet tires have now turned into a set of very unhappy and very overheated slicks as we get a check-in on our tag junior leader, and Mateo Pai doing a good job just ripping around, getting some extra laps in here in a very cool looking Rotax. I believe he might be on a set of wet weather rubber as well.
He is.
As the pace has really come down. You can see sliding right through the traction there. You can see just a little bit more tread there on the rear tires, but we'll have to get confirmation afterwards. But either way, for sure at this point, I believe the rain has almost entirely stopped. I'll go ahead and stick my hand out the window the next time I jump off the microphone, but largely the rain has stopped, and it is going to be time for slicks, but obviously slicks in a very slick condition.
Mateo Pai behind the wheel of the 208. Coming off a Canadian Open top 10. The driver hailing from North Vancouver, about 90 minutes north of here, just on the other side of the border. And we touched on it a little bit yesterday, but part of what makes this track so special, the I in International for SIMA, the fact that we're kind of solidly in the middle, equidistant between the Seattle metropolitan area and, of course, Vancouver, just up north in British Columbia. So especially up north, we get a very good amount of Italkart drivers who hail from Canada. A shocking amount that hail from the island of Victoria, who have made the trek down, especially in the Master and Super Master division. But talking to the Valiantes, there's a very good chance that if you come down here for a club weekend when NWKA isn't in town, pretty good chance that it's almost 50-50 American-Canadian in the entry list.
That's pretty cool. Once again, seeing the international camaraderie between a lot of our drivers is super cool to see. Everybody getting along. You know, borders, we're about a stone's throw away. We could probably, throw a rock over the Canadian border at this point, obviously a little bit figuratively speaking, but, there's nothing there. It's just trees for the most part.
Yep.
All of it's kind of made up. Everybody just wants to come here and have a good time at a racetrack. And I will say, we're setting ourselves up for quite a good time. I did check. the rain has completely stopped largely. I think the racing line is going to quickly dry up. The question is, how aggressive do you want to be if you were de Guzman or the likes of Addison Herrick to go back to the racing line? You can see it, Herrick there already going back to the conventional racing line. It seems as though that little bit of moisture has dried up. It's going to be a much more consistent race. And I will say, for the drivers that were a little worried about being overstuck, this is exactly what you were looking for. And as you might imagine, unfortunately, that gamble on the wet tires for Aiden Nash and likely as well for Kai Denus not going to pay off. As you can see, purple laps here for Maximilian de Guzman. That last time by was a 10th quicker than Addison Herrick. Still far from over, every chance of a slip up, but it does seem as though this race is coming back into the lap of Maximilian de Guzman.
And Dean, we're being told that there's a very solid chance that we're not done with the rain just yet, as in about 20 minutes or so we are expected to at least have one more burst. Don't know necessarily how bad it will be or how long it will be, but that could be definitely something to shake things up. And you look at what we've got on deck, the last chance qualifier for Senior Briggs, trying to determine who's making that field. Your eyes just got as big as saucers. It could be very interesting. For those of you curious, same transfer amount. We've got a couple more extra drivers. It is going to stay at 4, maximum of 16 drivers who are going to make that LCQ, or come into that LCQ, but only 4 are going to advance to make up that grid of 36. So 32 already locked in. Definitely not something you're going to want to miss. Should be hopefully releasing them sooner, as now we are playing catch-up after the hectic finale for Tag 100 Junior. But still to come, Masters and Grandmasters 206, Tag Senior and Heavy. Junior Briggs 206, where pretty much this entire field, with the exception of Mateo Pai, gonna switch over to 4-stroke racing. And de Guzman gonna look to go 2 for 2 behind the wheel of the 887.
Traffic.
60cc and then the 36 Kart main event for Senior Briggs 206 to send us off at the end of our 2026 Burly Products Super Cup season.
You can just see it there with Mateo Pai. Sorry for cutting you off there, but that is the difference. If you gamble on a set of intermediates, we saw super early on that Aiden Nash was able to keep up or maybe even be a little quicker than de Guzman, but Mateo Pai unfortunately has turned those treaded tires into some very, very unhappy, overheated slick tires. Not a whole lot of standing water to cool that go-kart off. He's basically going to be Jim Connoring it. Luckily for him, not any competition. He will be the winner, irrespective. Hopefully no DQs, I would imagine. I don't know what race control would really do there. Man, sideways through turn number 4 for Mateo Pai. Really going to be struggling. I would be surprised maybe catching the back of Nash and Denus for your top 2. Hopefully no dramatics there. We had a scot-free run to the end, but it does seem as though de Guzman really starting to stretch his legs quite a bit over Addison Herrick. Not really sure if Herrick's got enough underneath him at the moment to go for the race win.
Coverage on Kart Chaser brought to you by Acceleration Kart Racing. Everything you need and more shipped to your door. Visit shopakr.com for more and scan the QR code on the left-hand side of your screen. Shopakr.com, official partner of Kart Chaser. Into the waning minutes we go here for Tag Junior and Northwest 100 Junior. De Guzman still circulating here. Checking a little bit further back with Addison Herrick, who basically, who does have that championship locked up, by the way. Has not had a race below P2 in the championship. Only driver with perfect attendance, so we can't hand the crown over to the driver of the number 2. It's Al Kart.
Not yet.
I mean, yes, because again, you need to have perfect attendance and be there for all 10 rounds. You do have one drop round you can use. As boy, big moment there for Mateo through turn number 5. Wow, look at that slide through turn number 5. Full Tokyo drift. He's got the bottom end.
I was going to say, this is the conditions. You can see really just one big input in and then sliding that thing to the corner. Really cool to see this.
This looks so fun.
Conning around. Yeah, these, look at that. That's pretty cool. Opposite lock through both corners. We'll see if we get more of it.
Whoa!
One big input. Leaning on these tires. Very, very hard sidewall. Very, very soft treads. But obviously, once you burn through those treads, it is rock hard. And you'll see the same here with Aiden Nash. I can only assume that thing really not happy in these conditions. I'd imagine pretty much everybody now, and more or less, whether you started this race on a set of slicks or intermediate or wet rubber, it's everybody's on slicks now, no matter what.
Gotten to talk to Louis Perez, who some of you might know as one of the official pilots for Mike Manning Karting when he's not behind the wheel of the CS55 machine. Is a part-time drifter for AFE Power, competing in Apple Valley, a RB25 swapped S13. We had a very off chance of rain earlier on, as that is the checkered flag. We'll save that point for another point. That's checkered flag out. Maximilian de Guzman taking victory and sweeping the weekend here in Tag 100 Jr. Addison Herrick. Mateo Pai will join him on the podium with Kai Denus. Or excuse me, with Nash and Denus rounding out your field of 5. We'll step aside for just a moment. When we return, we set the field for the main event when LCQ for 206 takes the track.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
About 10 carts again, and just as soon as we predicted it, the skies have opened up yet again. We knew that second cell was coming, and we are already seeing the droplets of rain. We were about to tell you, by the way, this is a completely slick track, and these guys have moved back over to the red sidewall dry compounds. This might be challenging just for them to get on over to the starting grid for the standing start.
Oh my goodness, these drivers had just left the pit lane. I believe everybody in this field is on a set of slick rubber. Remember, top 4 of these drivers make it through into the main event. Everybody else goes home packing. We'll have to wait next year when we finish off the NWKA Burly Cup. Unfortunately, this is the 917 having some kind of mechanical issues. Oh my goodness.
With Cheap Fast Racing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just getting here from other parts of the world, watch another Kart Chaser broadcast, you're about to watch the best show that you've seen all weekend. It might have just been spitting there on that side of the racetrack. It seems like whatever came has already come and gone, but we've got a lot more on the way. On the Apple forecast, it's looking like it's going to be about 50 minutes of light rain coming at any moment. It looks like we just got a spit of it for now, but I would not be surprised if we got more coming. We're looking at our trusty door. There are rain marks on it, but it seems like, at least for the moment, the rain was just coming here spitting. But who knows what this LCQ has in store.
John Levy, we'll see him shortly after this as well for the main event for Masters and Grandmasters. But the 206 Gene machine on pole position. We've got about 10 carts trying to make this show. Oh, maybe a little bit of miscommunication a little bit further back as one of the Wicked Racing drivers tries to get to their assigned grid spot. Got the feeling that a few of these drivers are okay with going around for one more time. So we'll send him around once again and give it one more opportunity, as I'm still seeing just a little bit of rain coming down. Nothing huge and nowhere near as violent for what we saw for 100cc.
Can confirm.
Okay.
It is raining. It wet.
In the words of Caleb Vieska, it's wet.
It wet, for sure. And I wonder how that's going to play. And you can see not a lot of grip on the rubber. I think this is going to play out really like we saw with that with the NW100CC races. We've got another TB kart pulling off in the back. We're losing people before we even get going, as we've had more issues for these drivers. But it's going to be all about running off of the rubber, making sure that you make the most of the rain line. Remember, these LO206s, they don't have a whole lot of horsepower, but boy, do they have a whole lot of torque, as some drivers really struggling to make it around, even back to the grid. This is really, this is the wild card. I will say I'm a little bit biased. I really want that 206G machine to make it into the big show. Came so close yesterday, went off while leading in this race in the LCQ yesterday for Senior 206. It would be super cool to see one of the G machines make it in to the main event for L206 Senior, make it into the big show. But I tell you what, this is going to get complicated, because I think we've lost another driver. Yes, hands in the head. Oh my goodness. Hard to tell who it is. It is one of the TB karts. Oh man.
So John Levy going to get waved through once again. And I think we will have one more formation lap, as we've got a couple sidelined. So mass confusion here as we try and sort out what's going on in this 206 LCQ. So it looks like a couple here have elected to stay in front in their pits. That's another TB kart. That's what we saw.
Look at the rain.
Right in front of turn number 10. And yeah, you can definitely see the rain start to gather there, especially on top of the red and black. The Tech Pro barriers there, just on the inside of turn number 8.
Oh man. I'm already speechless before we get going here. It is any man's guess. I wonder if maybe John Levy's already pulled it into the pits. Surely they wouldn't be sending him to the back.
He rolled right through, but also so did Riley Allen in the 12. I'd reckon they're going all the way back through. Unless, yeah, they've got no intentions of trying to figure this out in the rain and are maybe counting their losses.
Yeah, well, there's the 12 coming around now, that TB kart out of turn number 4.
Okay.
Rejoining the field, but no sign of John Levy, unfortunately.
That might be it then for John.
Can't say I blame him.
Can't say I blame him. The entire grid waiting for Riley Allen. I think I saw maybe one on the wet tires. We'll have to wait and see. That's the green flag, as we're going to try and set this field for the Chin Construction 206 main event. But a good start for Allen. As already, oh, big slide, one around. Kai Noose nearly grabbing a couple, one of the other karts, one of the other GFCs, but by Lewis Stiley's car, that's actually Carrasco.
This is
Marcus in the 2, who has snagged a handful of positions at the start, and another GFC just behind, who I believe actually is the 419, Haruka Danus.
And nobody, surely, I mean, if somebody was on wet tires, we would have seen it by now. Everybody in this race is on slicks as the weather continues to fall. This is one of those races where you're never out until the checkered flag. Remember, this is the LCQ. Top 4 from this race make the big show. Everybody else goes home. I could probably get out of this commentary box and walk faster than some of these drivers are going through turn number 10. Luckily for them, even though it is still spitting rain, the sun is out.
Hold that thought very quickly around the outside. Danus, one of the best moves we've seen. Go where the grip is and where the rubber ain't. And around the outside of Carrasco, going to take the lead of the LCQ.
Not so fast.
Ryan in very deep as well. Carrasco going to go through for P3. And again, P4, our cut line.
These drivers will be fit. I mean, this is completely uncharted territory. We've had drivers on wet tires on a slick track. We've had dry running. We've had full wet running. This is really the first time this weekend where we've seen drivers on fully slick rubber on a very, very slick track. You can see on your screens, the rain is spitting as we've got the 12 around.
Riley off. Oh my goodness, one of our other very heavy contenders here to make the transfer. Riley Allen in the number 12 TB kart was really feeling out the track on the opening lap, weaving as much as possible, trying to see what the limit of grip was. But clearly, that number has gone down a little bit more.
This is one of those races where you never can give up. You never know when someone's going to throw a chain or clip a curve wrong, maybe get beached on a on a mound. You really never know. It is currently the 33. This is of Cooper Ryan, or rather the 28, I should say. No, I'm getting it wrong.
That was Silas Hill in the 33 for the for ascent competitions. The white and blue Burrell art. Now a change for the lead, as it is indeed Lady Zablotny.
no!
One going around as Carrasco nearly into the Tech Pro on the outside of turn number 1. Can't be driving like that, especially when you're in the transfer, my friend.
I was going to say, I feel like Rob Howden on Situation Saturday. It's like, boys, you're in the show. Just bring it home. You're already in the big one. As your leader getting a little bit high there. Of Zablotny tapping the wall, doing a little Ken Block wall tap there. Drifting through turn number 3, making sure to stay off the rubber. But at some point, you got to think, with the sun coming out on the racetrack and these cars actively drying the racetrack, you're going to see drivers maybe start to venture it back to the racing line. But when you do it, you better be ready for it to snap. Especially on this end of the racetrack where it seems like the rain was mostly concentrated, really throwing everything up in the air. This race is not going to be over until it's
back. Cooper Ryan going for a little bit of a tumble back in turn number 7. As we look a little bit further back, how is it looking towards the transfer spot? Ryan and Hill. And a little bit further back, it's the Newson Company. So as of right now, our top 4 are comfortably in the spots they got to be. But Zablotny continues to really walk that tightrope on the outside of turn 10.
I mean, remember, this is essentially the fight for who is going to start 33rd on the field. Really not a whole lot to gain, a lot to lose, at least in terms of making the big show. Unfortunately, we've had a spinner in the back. I think it was maybe Howden Duke or Allen in the 12. I think likely it was Howden Duke, or maybe it was the Noose going for a spin. If you're inside the top 4, you're looking really good. You've survived thus far. I mean, I would just... you can essentially bring it home at this point already. Remember, this is about a 6-lap race plus 1 lap. Man, anything is going to happen here. You never know. Between the 2 who's gotten a little bit sideways and Silas Hill who's hanging on for dear life in the transfer spot, any little incident could mean the end of your race.
That racing line where the rubber is a little bit more. He's not afraid of the sheen. But again, if you're at home, you might be questioning why he's even making these moves right now. He's already in the show. If they threw the flag right now, that's another one down the 419.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately for Haruka Danus, that is going to be the Sunday over prematurely. He was making a couple moves at the start to actually secure himself within the transfer positions. But unfortunately, race is going to end for him on the inside of turn number 1. Again, right now, Lana Zablotny, Cooper Ryan, Marcus Carrasco, and Silas Hill, the 2 that have made the transfer spot. That's the checkered flag. That's pretty much it. I mean, it was a very quick breakaway from the top 4. Really, nobody further back was able to really make a fight against it.
I was going to say, I think we only got about 4 or 5 laps in that race, but it was a very, very intense race for those. Congratulations to Zablotny, Ryan, Carrasco, and Hill. You have made the big show. I mean, it's kind of the, out of the frying pan and into the boiling water, but for the time being, you've at least made the big one coming up later on today. Rain, do not go away. Do not go away for those watching on Kart Chaser. You guys are in for even more action. Coming up next, we've got Masters and Grandmasters going for the same tricky conditions. Who is going to gamble on slicks? Who is going to gamble on wets? Stick around and find out.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
but we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. That's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
So a slow sprinkle, what we're expected to be dealing with here for the next hour or so here in Sumas. And regardless, it is time to go racing. Masters and Grandmasters 206 action. Coming to you from Brian Green Construction. Me and Dean going out to kind of check the weather. We thought it was maybe right at that crossover point, Dino. Regardless, I think pretty much everyone here, though, electing to go with the treads.
Yeah, I mean, for sure at the start of this race, the wet tires are going to be the ones to be on. But you can already see, taking the racing line, it's already dried up. The sun has popped out momentarily. Who knows if more rain is on the way. I think definitely better safe than sorry. But if you're one of these, frankly, if you're one of these guys that's a back marker, maybe, once again, not really have enough pace, I would for sure gamble. I think we've got a big enough grouping of drivers here where the driver at the back should be able to get a huge advantage. It's going to be a little tough going offline for sure, but already you can see the track. It's not really that dark. I would have gambled. I thought somebody would have gambled on a set of
slicks. It could go either way because, again, we know the rain is coming, but we don't know how bad it's actually going to get and how long it could be. So they're actively drying the track out, absolutely, but as soon as they're taking that water out, Mother Nature could be pouring that water right back in. We'll have to wait and see. Lauren Denuse on pole position in the 18. Carmine Moralio alongside him in the 57 for ascent competition. Dave Eborn in P6, Michael Shorn, Brian Green, and Randall the Vandal. Randy Swoll in the 125 CRG a little bit further back. But about 15 karts on the grid. We're ready to go racing for the final time. Grandmasters and Masters is green from Sumas.
Nice, clean start from everybody. That's a loose bumper, maybe already. Don't want to speak too soon. It did look like the Burrell of the 57. That is Carmine.
Carmine.
It looked a little low on the right side, but perhaps maybe just set a little bit wrong as she's going to go up the inside, take over the race lead as our Grandmasters get ready to go here.
Shorn on the inside in the 111. Ooh. 451 of Brian Green up high. Side by side into turn number 1, 4 wide into turn number 5 further back. Oh my goodness. We do manage to get out in one piece. That made it very easy for Shorn to fire off into turn number 6 with no pressure.
I don't know how race control is going to call that. I think the 111 and the 451 both jumped that start. They creeped over. Wish we had replay capabilities here this weekend. Unfortunately not the case, but I do believe that maybe the 111, especially the 451, definitely lurched a little bit, stopped, and then went again. So difficult call there for race control. Not really sure what they're going to do. Maybe they'll just let it slide. But either way, it is Shorn. Really been the fastest driver on the racetrack anytime this Master or Grandmaster category has been out on track. You can see already, man, it just, I would have thought somebody would have gambled. Just one or two of them. I mean, we're looking at our trusty glass window here in our commentator's box. Make no mistake, it is slick. But if you were able to run off the racing line, I think in about maybe 5 minutes, you could make those slicks work. But, man, it is...
Dean, I don't know. You're still seeing so many of these guys give it a good dose of opposite lock, especially through the opening corners of 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
I know, but... And they are on the racing line, granted. But that's what you need to do. You need to get water off and kind of kill the sheen on the racing line if you want to find some grip on track. And, hope that the guys coming out later on, Tag Senior and Heavy on deck. Oh, man, this has got to be a very interesting conversation right now for the tag guys because they're watching these guys go out on much slower but also much lighter machinery.
Yeah, and I was going to say the amount of force and the amount of heat generated by these karts, probably not a lot, but you got to imagine, when we go next to Tag Senior with 11 karts and obviously a lot of, much stronger exhaust. And you got to remember, these karts, the exhausts are pointed at the ground. It's helping heat the racing line wherever these karts may go. 11 karts, a lot of force in the racing line. I would think maybe 1 or 2, especially at the back of that Tag Senior grid, would gamble on a set of slick rubber because I don't think we're too far away. We keep doing little moonwalks out here outside of the commentator's box at turn number 10, and it's close, but if the rain stays away like it is right now, for sure I think it would be worth it. But the second that cloud pops back up, I mean, we've had clouds over us all day. This one just happened to dump a little bit more than all the rest of them. It is for sure a tough call, but I got to imagine somebody's going to take that gamble.
Still Lorne and Carmine out in front.
Yeah.
Younger of the Moralios, Christina, also now has confirmed to make the transfer. So the Morel Ascent competition driver will be making the main event. Coming up later on, and you know what? This has been a great opportunity as well. The conditions have certainly helped Dave Eborn further back in the 6 because he's right in contention now as well. Just a little bit further back in the yellow helmet. Oh, looking to the inside. Big change for the lead here potentially. Denuse chucked it down low. Moralio going to try and hang it down low. Denuse with an opportunity to cross him over. Just has the front bumper ahead. But Moralio not giving it up, still has the inside. Going to give Eborn an opportunity on the high line through tricky turn 5. Side by side, the number 6 down low. Now a crossover from Denuse. Oh, that's textbook.
And Denuse says, goodbye, adios, and see you later. Out of here in the number 18 car already. Scampering about, I just want to say about maybe a half a second to a second up the road from these two. That's the really cool thing about the rain. You know, maybe you haven't quite gotten it right. We have a scraggler at the back. I do wonder if maybe that's one of the drivers, or the one driver rather, that has taken the gamble on a set of slicks, but we'll have to get a confirmation with that a little bit later on. Remember, this race is 12 minutes plus 1 lap, currently lapping at about 1 minute 10 seconds for your leaders. looking like this race is going to be about 11 laps at the very most. So already likely coming up to or past halfway. It seems as though maybe just maybe Dave Eburn is the quickest kart on the racetrack between the three of those in Masters. Really going to have to start showing it, though. Quick crossover. Going to have to do the crossover again at turn 3. I think, I believe that 555 is actually on slicks. Going to be a little traffic here, some multi-class. That's going to be it for Dave Eburn.
I think that's Miller in the 555. And that'll be quick work for Eburn through turn number 4. This is great for Denus. Quick glance over the shoulder, watching guys throw haymakers further back, saying, I'm out of here. See you later.
That is not good for Denus, because I do believe Eburn is by far and away the quickest driver on the racetrack that last time by. And unfortunately, I think we are going to lose the 555 of Miller. There seems to be something amiss on that go-kart. I do not believe he is on slicks. He was going very, very slowly as we went by start-finish last time by. I think, unfortunately, a misfire for that 206. Really tough break for that driver. But that gap is closing between Eburn and Denus. We are going to have a battle for the race lead before too long.
So Dave Eburn in the number 6, who was a little bit incognito earlier on yesterday, secured that bottom seat in the podium. Let's check in a little bit further back. Brian Green in the 415, leading, I believe that's Harjeet Singh in the 171, another driver doing double duty. Just a little bit further back, Nicole Hilbert. Shorn's still your leader in the 111. Again, had a great start. Matter of fact, has just made a move on a master in the form of Chris Soliotis. Soliotis we saw a little bit earlier in Shifter Heavy. Feel like more than not we have drivers that are doing multi-class this weekend. But a great clump of karts here working their way into turn 3.
I can't imagine jumping from a shifter kart on slicks to jumping in an LO206 on intermediate or wet rubber. This must feel like you could get out and walk faster than one of these 206. One of the G machines looking up the inside. 171, a little bit into the grass. A little bit of argy-bargy between these two. I think largely maybe not enough room given there by Scott Levy. Going to go ahead and allow the 171 back through. I think a fair move, a very gentlemanly move as these drivers continue to fight it out for position number. This is position number 2 and 3. Or no, this is position 3 and 4 rather. In the Grandmaster category.
That's Harjeet Singh, who in the Fernando Alonso graphics went for a little bit of a excursion in between turns 4 and 5, but immediately finds the bumper of Brian Green. Again, the title sponsor. Wow, looks like Miller's still out there. I think he's just putzing along. He looks like he's on slicks. As we are officially halfway home, Green, Singh, and Shorn. Levy a handful of seconds a little bit further back. Oh no, he's actually right there in the mix. But you look back in front, Dave Eburn is there and has found the rear bumper of Lauren Denus.
Was very, very close out of turn number 4. Was looking over your shoulder, seeing that they were nose to tail going into turn number 5. Thankfully, it looks like Eburn was not able to make that move just yet. Emphasis on yet. Eburn is the quickest kart on that track. That last lap, you care to guess how much quicker? Well, you got Skyman scoring in front of you. Was over a half a second a lap quicker than your leader in Denus. You got to think if you're Eburn, this is a godsend, as unfortunately looks like we're going to lose the 555 finally hand up as that driver goes into turn number 5. Really, really close here. Which side do you want to go? Left, right? Eburn's going to choose left where the rubber is not quite going to get there just yet. Maybe setting himself up for the exit of turn 3 into 4. Just probing little by little, little by little. Still halfway to go in this race.
Still swinging it wide, Eburn. Out of turn number 4, has the entry down low into turn number 5. Side by side we go into the S's. Backs out of it.
Wisely backs out of it. Still a business decision. I think Eburn knows he is quicker at the moment, just has to wait for that right opportunity. Very rare to see. We saw Denus looking over the left side of their shoulder, trying to see where that very, very, very obviously bright yellow helmet was in relation. It was not there, and all of a sudden it was on the right side. We've seen it there. We've seen that happen with NW100 Sr. With our friends at Champions of the Future. Some drivers looking the wrong way and all of a sudden look back and go, oh, I've got 3 guys going up my inside. Also, more battles into turn number 5 on the racetrack as the battle for the lead in Masters continues to rage on.
I think he maybe could be seeing a little bit of anxiety from Eburn because he knows he has a very good car for these conditions. But as they continue to run, and we look outside, a little bit of contact there between himself and Denus. But again, you know why he's putting on that pressure, because this very quickly is going to become a transform from a journey to exploring what you can do on these wet tires to heat management, if this track really does dry out, and we are starting to see patches in the sky. Ebern now looking to drivers left, maybe going the long way around. Danusse easily able to defend through here. And the first time we've really seen him gone offline to try and defend.
Unfortunately, what we're seeing there, we've lost the FA card. I believe that is Singh from position number 7, P5 in classes. Cole, Swole Cole is going to go ahead and make himself up into, I believe this is going to be P4 in classes. The battle continues to rage on between green. This is, unfortunately, yes, the 171 of Singh out of the race on the exit of turn number 7 as we look back to this fight for the race lead. A long walk back to the flagger stand and for safety from the other drivers. Should be a tough walk back to the front here for your race lead in Master. This is for the win. For sure, Ebern is quicker, but really Danusse has done a great job of mastering where to put that kart. Looking around the outside, not going to have enough. Looking inside.
Putting the pressure on here through 2 and 3. But man, Lauren Danusse has not cracked under pressure. Here's the move for the lead down low. Oh my goodness, Danusse, gonna try and swing back now. A little bit of contact side pod to side pod.
Wow.
Ebern has the grip on the outside and is gonna lead him.
Ebern letting it all hang out there through turn 4. Really got checked up there on the apex of turn 3. Tried to cover off that switchback. We'll see if Danusse is gonna come straight back. I think you have to. Back up the inside of turn number 6. Book it back through, over under once again.
Not done
Ebern
yet.
on the inside.
Here comes Ebern back into turn number 7. What a phenomenal scrap. It was the Supermasters yesterday for the bottom step of the podium. And now, in the waning laps of our Masters category, we are seeing an all-out duel between two icons of Northwest karting, and still Ebern looking for his first win of 2026. The 18 versus the 6 as they work their way through turn number 1 yet again. Just working through lap traffic as well. I think that was Chris Soliotis in the 5. He might have gone out on the slicks and is now feeling the consequences of that.
But yeah, unfortunately for Ebern, I think taking some unnecessary defensive lines, I believe he's got the pace to break away from Danusse, and Danusse knows he cannot allow this number 6 card who has come to life. You got to be thinking, oh, we can, I've got this one in the bag, I've got this one, I've got these guys covered, and all of a sudden the conditions change, and this number 6 has really come to life. Danusse has to take the next available opportunity, wherever that may be. We've seen with these LO206 motors, it might just come here at turn number 6. Up on the curb, really killed that run. Going to have to wait at least until 8 and 9, but we're calling the motos here this weekend here at SIMA, right on the rear bumper. I'd imagine we're only about a lap away from the white flag.
Ebern now defending down low. It's his turn to try and hold this lead off from Lorne through the long sweeping left-hander. Some use it as a double apex, some diamond it and do a late apex. Ebern doing the ladder that time through. Turn 10, touch the curbs if you dare, but Ebern right where he wants to be. He's got 1 lap to try and fend off from Lauren Danusse.
I think Danusse has done a good job of adapting, trying to figure out where they've been losing in regards to Ebern, but I think that kart is just a little too strong, a bit of an unnecessary defensive line, but it seems as though Danusse has followed him in there. Really unnecessary again, going to cost himself a lot of time. This is going to be a great run to turn 5.
He's going to try the outside here. Lauren Danusse, the 18 Ital kart, has the momentum, but going offline and jumping out from the bumper, the 6 actually loses a lot of it. He gets right back to that number 6 plate. Into turn number 6 for the final time. Fastest part of the race course, can really get a run here, and he's got it. Anywhere to put it. Ebern going down low, trying to defend, and they'll stay glued bumper to bumper through the motos one more time. Turn 8 and turn 9. Ebern, a little bit of a flick to the middle of the kart, middle of the track to try and defend. Danusse gonna go for it down low into turn number 9. Ebern trying to carry that momentum on the high line, able to hold on to it. Turn number 10, that might have just done it. Dave Ebern from the shadows, his first victory of 2026, gets it on the final day.
Swing and a miss for Danusse. Almost got there up the inside of Ebern. I think perfectly covered, stayed in the middle of the racetrack, really pinched that exit, was not allowing the 18 to get the big run on the exit that they were looking for to compromise that run to turn 10. Exquisitely well played. Great driving from everybody. I don't think we had a single incident in these very mixed conditions, and I tell you what, if you're one of these drivers in Tag Senior coming up, you've got a lot to digest. Also, wouldn't want to forget about Michael Shorn taking the victory in Grand Master. It looks like John Levy is going to take the win in Gene Masters for us here at Kart Chaser.
No idea what you're talking about.
No idea, but we'll talk about it afterwards. But I tell you what, you've got a hell of a decision if you're one of these tag senior drivers. A track that we'll go ahead and do the Kligerman test, as we've got a couple carts to pick up. Every time that little bit extra of time that we have, that carts are getting picked up, the track gets ever drier. Who thinks that they're going to be able to gamble on slicks, or who's going to play it safe on a set of wets?
It's still a risky thing because the minute you move on to those slicks, the rain tends to come.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any broadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, is strictly prohibited without the express written consent of Kart Chaser. TAC Senior to the track for their 12-minute main event. And just as we have between the majority of the main events here, Dino and I have walked out and checked to see how the track conditions feel. Literally just walking like 3 steps out to the track, kind of putting our feet on the rubber, seeing how it feels. Definitely a little bit more grip on the racing line here.
We need like the evil Caleb where it's like it's wet and then it's dry. It's dry. It is definitely dry right now. Still very, very slick off the racing line, but it is very much dry for these drivers rather. Everybody, as I've been told, is on a set of slick rubber, and I think that is absolutely the correct call. But the question is, track is very, very different. How much of these drivers have been ready, have been prepared for these conditions? Maybe the setups that worked for the pre-final when the track was at its most grippy. Now all of a sudden you can basically just throw that out the window and take your best guess. I think this for sure falls into the lap rather of our race leader and our pole sitter, and Massimino Valiante, a driver with so many laps here. Likely they have a pretty good idea of what they're going to need for these conditions, but you never know. It's a moving target.
Funny enough, as you mentioned that, I feel like a lot of our drivers are in turn double duty as dryers right now, as the fence line is now filled with tag-heavy Junior Briggs and Senior Briggs drivers, hoping to see that track get dried out by these guys, going a little bit more offline and make this a multi-groove surface yet again. Dino called it. Valiante on the pole, Gudetta Gartner alongside him, Mateus Berwerken, Gio Benson, Cameron Blakesley, and Curtis Wolf. Your first 3 rows. A little bit eager to get going.
Yeah, no.
Are we going to get the green flag? We're going to try that one more time.
Yeah, no.
Let's look back, though. How are we going to approach this? Because it's very much, I feel like a single groove line, because you have obviously a little bit of grip still rubber to rubber. I don't think we're going to see too many people venturing off of where the deep black stuff is here on the track.
It is very funny how the dynamic changes, where it's like the track is damp, you stay off the racing line.
Instantly
and
offline
now it's
versus
dry.
instantly online.
Yeah, pretty much. Now you do not want to deviate from the racing line at all, because there's probably some moisture. I'd imagine we saw, whoa! that's what I'm talking about. I'm sure that driver probably did not expect there to be so little grip out there. Remember, these karts have a lot more power than anything that we've gone with thus far. I'd imagine, once again, the racing line is pretty much the same everywhere. It should be relatively dry. But wow, I would be surprised if a couple guys don't get caught out. We saw what I was going to say in our LO206 Senior, one of the heat races, that drivers were going for it off the racing line. They found a lot of wet rubber there, and they went flying off and killed themselves. So, or I should say, and killed their races, rather. My apologies there. But going to be really, really difficult to see who's going to come out on top, who can read these conditions the best. Jackson, they're all yours.
Let's do it. Massimo Valiante, Gudetta Gartner on the front row for the final time. TAC Senior is green.
Really, really good restart from the inside line. Very well formed up, and just like that, it is 2 Ital karts. Now, the key is really, really slippy.
Whoa.
Stay off of those curbs, boys. The paint does not want to let that water settle in. All the water that has gone on top of that hopefully has gone away thanks to Mr. Sun, but other than that, it is very, very slick. Now, we've seen Massimo Valiante be super, super quick early on in these races, but there does seem to be quite a fall off in whatever way that they have that kart set up, but typically he's too far out for that to matter. This is double the length of anything that they've done thus far today. A 12-minute race plus 1 lap, looking at about a 13 or 14, maybe as much as a 15-lap race, depending how quickly this track wants to rebound, and we get into the 55, 53, 54-ish second lap bracket. So at the moment, it is all Ital kart 1-2 with Gudetta Gartner falling down into position number 3, but likely many, many things to change.
So Berwerken moving on through for P2. That'll jump Gardner down to P3 alongside Mendez, who jumped up 1 position in the whole shot. Giovanni Benson, Cam Blakely. That's Riley Allen in the 21, who gained 1 position at the start as well. Valiante, though, with a purple lap to boot, is already up and away, trying to build that gap. And for Gudetta Gartner in the 15, pressure is on to take that position back from Berwerken, and definitely starting to act like this is a dry surface. And we're seeing some confidence as well from Gudetta. No, not scared of really going down to the bottom of the racetrack there in that sharp left-hander of turn 6, even though not a lot of rubber, maybe a little bit of water still down there. These drivers starting to find confidence in this racing surface yet again.
Got to be willing to try. You know, the fortune favors the bold, if any of you have ever heard that phrase before. And I think for Gudetta Gardner, rather, if she's going to, or rather, if they are going to be able to win this race, it is very likely that they're going to have to make some big moves. Maybe one coming up the inside of turn 3, really sideways on the binders here for Broerken, really feeling the pressure from the two Zebras behind, as well as the OTK machine. I believe this is of Giovanni Benson in the 056, really keeping it close for now. Gudetta's going to have to wait for that opportunity to open up, and I'm sure when it does, that 15 car is going to go for it.
Not going to be able to get there in a 6. Mendez getting a great view of this battle a little bit further back. You get the feeling that himself and Giovanni Benson are going to be ready to pounce as soon as one of these guys gets moved offline. Look a little bit further back. The 36, Curtis Wolf, looked very good in these kind of crossover conditions yesterday. Finds himself back in P7. Made that move stick on Riley Allen. Playing as a Zablotny a little bit further back as well. Ooh. In the 386. Wolf on the attack, tried making it stick there on Gio.
I think we also had a swap for P4 between Mendez and Benson. Giovanni Benson, and that OTK, I'd imagine that kart should be perfect for these conditions, nice and soft. And he has, in fact, moved ahead of the Senna-styled helmet driver of Mendez. And I love how that's all put together. Really, really cool looking design. Props to the designer, but we got a race on our hands first and foremost. Maybe Mendez looking back up the inside as we currently look at the battle between Blakesley, Wolf, and Allen here for position number 6. A couple mix of go-karts, a couple mix of engine units as well, I believe. 2 Italian motor red tops, as you see here on these 2 Ital karts. And then I believe it is a Rotax for the OTK of, I believe this is Allen in the number 21. So pretty impressive to see these 2 karts, these two very different go-karts being able to keep up with one another. But in these reduced grip situations, you really don't get to use all the power from an Ital Motors motor. Still plenty of it, but just in these situations, really not able to stretch those legs.
Very possible that we also saw those guys move over from the green to the red top to get that more linear power curve so they could be a little bit more predictable in these conditions. That's as you're seeing there, Wolf trying to move Blakesley out of the way a little bit for P6. A little bit further on, that's Benson and Mendez continuing to go at it. The 2 just in front of Blakesley and Wolf. Mendez a little bit further up, or excuse me, Benson there in that 056 GFC. Mendez behind in the 77, and actually that was a move already made. So the GFC of Mendez, the 77, successfully making that move for P4. Now trying to break away right now and get away from the carnage. That potentially could be up the road. Gudetta Gardner trying to get back to the bumper of Mateus Broerken.
It is mind-melting the pace that Massimo Valiante is setting, over a half a second quicker than Mateus Broerken, who's the second quickest go-kart on track. I mean, we're talking about Massimo Valiante is doing a 51.9. Broerken and Gardner are doing about a 6, and then about a second, almost 2 seconds slower that last lap for Bruno Mendez, between himself and Massimo Valiante. Massimo Valiante really wanting to get that triple. This would be the second win of 3, you know, kind of assembling the Thanos glove, so to speak, of potential victories here for the finale of NWKA here at SIMA. Would be really, really big for the hometown boy to be able to do that. I know this isn't his hometown, but it may as well be the place that his family has built. May as well be the hometown boy for this race at SIMA. Still, the fight is on here for P2 between Broerken and Gardner. You never know. We saw yesterday, I believe it was in the final, that Valiante had skimpered away from the field and then threw a chain at the most inopportune time. So you never know. If we've seen anything today, it's never over until it's over. But right now, it's looking like Massimo is doing everything in his power to make sure that this ends before it even has a chance to begin.
Seattle, Washington's Gudetta Gardner just behind there in the 15. Still trying to find a move here on Broerken. Mateus hasn't traveled too much, actually, or at least hasn't gotten behind the wheel too much in the tag category. Has done it all locally, given the ability to shake down these X125 motors made by IM. But trying to end his season on this platform on the podium. And again, very reminiscent of what we saw earlier on in Shift with Light. A runaway already from Valiante, and a scrap to the bottom 2 steps of the podium. Interestingly enough here, still plenty of tape on the radiator for both of these drivers. And especially a bigger chunk of duct tape covering the radiator there for Gardner. Definitely no shortage for power though, as that X125 is propelling her right to the back of Brewerkin. And again, I think you're maybe seeing a little bit of waiting right now, a little bit of patience from Gartner. That move wants to come, but they want to make sure that the grip is there. So you're seeing that early pop out and then getting back in line just to test the waters a little bit. See if there's enough on tap to really make a move stick here for P2.
Both figuratively and literally seemingly testing the waters here off the racing line. I tell you what, Brewerkin, it is not comfortable when you've got a go-kart so close behind you. Really no chance for a line. You can see, looking over the shoulder, going a little bit defensive there into turn number 3 still. Looking very much under control. Going to be a big run through turn 3. Unfortunately, or fortunately, a miscalculation, luckily for Brewerkin, that Grudetta was willing to cut him a break. Really could have forced the issue there up into turn 4, and I think would have had that position, but for the time being, the GFC driver will remain behind the Ital Kart. Want to give a quick pace update for those in and around the top 5. Currently, Massimo Valiente continuing to grow that gap now up to 3.6 seconds, over a half of a second quicker that last time than Mateusz Brewerkin. That long run speed that was built in that Ital Kart that maybe they were a little bit worried about, that I certainly was a little bit worried about on behalf of Massimo Valiente. Those demons have seemingly been put to bed. Also want to give a quick update. Bruno Mendez has remained ahead of Giovanni Benson in that fight for P4, and then Curtis Wolf has settled himself into P6. So this is the main battle on the racetrack. Wolf and Blakesley are still pretty close, as well as Allen and Hermanson right into as well as Zablotny as Hermanson and Zablotny both get ahead of Allen here as that driver drops down into position number 10. So good racing all throughout the field, but this is the one that matters the most.
These guys are no strangers to racing one another, not just here at SIMA, but they both make the trek down to Spokane and have done some club racing with SKRA. Matter of fact, that's where Grudetta got their most recent win prior to this, as well as an additional win in Tag Senior back in June earlier on this year. 2 positions shy right now, but trying to put that GFC into the heart of these Ital Karts. Valiante 4.2 seconds clear now as we look a little bit further back. Once again, Cameron Blakesley behind Wolf and Mendez. Big exit to the outside, near contact there as Hermanson goes around the outside of the 10 into turn number 1.
Speaking of testing the waters, Blakesley found out that there is still moisture residing on the unused parts of this racetrack. Mr. Sun is here, but he is very, very shy and only showing us just a little bit. Not really enough heat coming off of the giant ball of plasma, millions of miles away from us to be able to evaporate the water on the exits of these corners. Unfortunately, Blakesley stepped over that edge a little bit, got a little bit of a slip and slide, and Wolf took full advantage.
Championship pretty much wrapped up in this category as well. This will be one locked in for Valiante. Hermanson was looking to be an outsider, as well as Mateusz Brewerkin. Nobody able to catch up to Valiante at home here, though. 5.1 seconds. Now the gap. Interesting line through turn 10. Still not really seeing too many people wanting to use that runoff curving on the outside to really swing the kart in. But crucially, people really scrubbing off speed on exit. I think they know how little grip is maybe on that exit curbing on the left-hand side. Nobody really wanting to test that. Already kind of a 50-50 in terms of sketch.
Yeah.
In fully dry conditions, so right now, why even bother?
We'll say Hermanson has kind of been unleashed from being behind Blakely already onto the back of Wolf to go to P6. Blakesley rather. Oh, I think we've got a mechanical issue.
No.
Something has gone amiss on the back of the 10. I think I'll see a little bit of steam. Maybe a water pump has come loose or a hose has gone wrong. But either way, slowing here for the 10. It seems as though that issue has been cleared, but not what you want to see as one of our primary contenders to maybe crack their way inside the top 5 finds himself now dropping almost outside of the top 10.
Going back to the points, it was possible for Eric Hermanson with himself at 1681, exactly 100 points behind Valiante, but was coming into this main event with hopes of catastrophe, and that Eric would be able to make a couple of moves as well. He's back in P7 right now, as that is, I believe that is actually Eric. It is right there in the 72 behind Wolf in the 36.
That is Curtis with 2 S's.
Yes. Curtis in a, I believe, an Ascension competition suit. Should be getting behind the wheel of a Burrell for the main event for 206 Senior in just a little bit as well. Out in front, Massimo Valiente trying to bring it home and go 2 for 2 on Championship Sunday. As the GEFC continues to put that pressure on. Actually now build a gap on Giovanni Benson. That's Mendez a little bit further back. Cadet Gartner making that move stick on Mateus Barerkin. And out in front, Massimo Valiente at home. We give the applause to you, good sir. You're 2 for 2 on Sunday.
That's pretty cool. Doing the little tap, almost a very Heim time reminiscent tap on the shoulder. 2 of the 3 have been secured by Valiente. And I tell you what, if that kart's got any kind of speed like that in 206 Senior, remember coming from the inside of row number 2 in the catbird seat, I tell you what, the triple is very much on. Massimo Valiente is your winner in Tag Senior. Cadet Gardner, good run to come up P2. I think just unfortunately Valiente was just a little too quick for them to be able to catch. Mateus Barerkin probably a little frustrated to give up that P2, but still a good run for him. All of those drivers, I believe, will be featured in our Senior Briggs race coming up later today. On deck, Tag Heavy coming up next.
5th podium of the season for Cadet Gartner, but the 2nd win and 2nd championship of the day for Massimo Valiente. It's Johnny Sutton on pole in the 22 as we get ready to go Midnight Motorsports Tag Heavy and the final main event of the 2026 Burly Products Super Cup. Frank Berthelon on a one-off entry will be alongside him. James Kemp, James Pickles makes a all James row number 2. Andre Jaffrey, Will Beidel make up row number 3. Beidel very, very good in these kind of crossover conditions, although it is starting to migrate more towards the dry end here, as the rain has decided to not come back just yet. Might not for the remainder of the day. Robert Jukes, Joe Filipenko, Tom Madden, Chris Soliotis round out your top 10. Dale Taylor, Tony McNair on that final 6th row. HRE and a Italkart on the front row. Sutton going to try and sweep the weekend. And for the final time, we're racing in Tag Heavy.
Really, really good around the outside goes Kemp. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Wow, good move there at the start. The 619 James Kemp on the outside. And for the first time, Dino, it feels like we haven't seen Sutton in P1.
We have not seen anybody go around the outside of turn 1 as well. I think a perfectly timed restart. You saw a little bit of hesitation there from the flagger. I think right on the balance of being okay, and wonderfully done there from Kemp. Now, you know, you got it. Now you got to try to keep it. We've seen Sutton at times be over a half a second a lap quicker, but we also have seen that with these Italkarts, there has been something wrong with them. Maybe not necessarily something wrong with them, but definitely falling off a little bit more towards the end. We've seen Kemp being able to hold off very, very quicker drivers, always seeming to find himself in position number 2. Could be a very, very spicy race. Also, shout out to the Road Tax, the TV kart machine, the number 29. We'll get a name check on that
Andre
driver
Joffrey.
as scoring updates. But yeah, Joffrey temporarily first in class here for Road Tax, but it is on for the race lead. Oh, maybe not.
Split. Oh,
Nope,
here we
maybe
go.
not.
Sutton looking to the inside. And quick work there for Kemp to get back to the point. Is the 619 able to hang on with them? Further back, Joffrey under fire. Is Berthelon to the outside? They'll go 2 by 2. Coming outside of turn number 4 into 5.
We've lost count.
Oh, no. Big contact further back.
Oh.
That's the 84 of James Pickles. Off. Who was that as well? The 619. Oh, my goodness. James Kemp. Both of them getting into one another.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kemp put up his hand. I think might have had a power issue, and Mr. James Pickles just unfortunately not able to avoid it in time. A couple carts into the barriers. Hopefully, they are far enough down and should have enough time to get that cart removed and reset the barriers just in case we have any more incidents. But that does leave us with Andy Joffrey as well as Frank Berthelon as well as Joe Filipanco making an appearance here up inside the top 4. Now 3 drivers going for 2 steps on the podium, and likely going to be a runaway here for Johnny Sutton.
Filipanco second in the standings. Furthest up he's been all weekend long with the amount of really good guys that are one-off entries, especially a good group of guys coming from British Columbia and the island of Victoria. Sutton's hometown, home island, does have a track, by the way, although from my research it has been more of a full-size road racing track. Move to the inside. Frank Berthelon going to try and fight Jaffrey for P2. Jaffrey a little bit off throttle there, making it easy for Berthelon.
That 6 complex looks so open, but it must be really, really narrow. We can see drivers taking really, really shallow lines and getting forced over those exit curbs. Unfortunately, a little bit of a slip on the exit of turn 5. Really, really compromised Joffrey's run, and didn't have to ask Frank Berthelon twice as he assumes position number 2, as it now is once again Ital Kart 1-2, but certainly not the Ital Karts that we thought it was going to be. And now we get a fight between 2 Road Tax drivers, between Filipanco and Joffrey, to see who's going to stand at least temporarily on the bottom step of the podium, as we have a 3rd Ital Kart and Robert Juke on an Ital motor 125 trying to give chase and make it an all white, black, and red podium.
They've knocked off a little bit of ballast prior to last year, which means we've seen a lot more road taxes where the X30s previously were the main opposition to the X125s, although, again, it's the home track for Italian Motors. You've seen a good chunk of guys opt to go for the home team, and the power plant that has been by and large the favorite. Valiante was the weapon of choice. You're seeing it again here for Sutton. And I think maybe one X30. It's really been more of a 50-50 split between the road taxes and the X125s. Although it be it, again, very popular choice for tag up in Canada. We see a lot of guys at the club level run in road tax. Johnny Sutton, fastest lap once again. 53.537 last time by. About 2/10 clear of what anyone else has done to this point in the field. That's a 2.6-second gap to the other 11 out on track. As we check in a little bit further back, that is a DEI font number 3 there on the side pod of Robert Jukes. Will Beidel in the Wicked Racing GFC giving chase into turn number 8.
That is pretty cool to see. Anytime you can see that number 3, it is pretty cool. As you see Jukes, unfortunately, going to cough up that position number 5 as 3 road taxes now find themselves 3, 4, 5. A little bit of a look there for Mr. Jukes. Not quite going to get there, and unfortunately, I think this is also, this is where you see that physical fatigue. Maybe drivers that, as you mentioned, aren't in the kart on a regular basis, especially operating at a club level at a track that is this fast, this physical. I mean, once again, it only took about 2 hours for drivers to get overstuck on this very soft, very grippy red LeConte rubber. Really, a lot of it laying down. You can see how dark the rubber is on the racing line, even with these intermittent showers that we've had on and off here today. Unfortunately, I did check the weather. No more rain in the forecast, as much as I would have loved to have seen a mixed condition Briggs 206 final with 36 thumpers out there. Looks like we're not going to be given that. And honestly,
we've got enough chaos potentially coming for that.
I think we've had enough. We've had a fair share of our teaspoons of chaos. And honestly, when it comes to the likes of Johnny Sutton winning this race, I would have loved to have seen a couple of guys give him a run for his money, but he has been the class of the field all day. You can see here 3.6 seconds back to his teammate in Frank Berthelon in position number 2. At that time by was almost a half of a second a lap quicker than the 695. as much as I would have loved to have seen a race, I don't think anybody will scoff at the idea of Johnny Sutton bringing this one home today.
Not at all. And again, those guys have a heck of a drive out here, a 2-hour ferry ride. As, oh boy, a little bit of, I think that was Robert Jukes maybe going for a little bit of an adventure. Maybe Chris Soliotis in the 5. No, that is Soliotis. Jukes a little bit further back. Tom Madden, I beg your pardon, just behind. That's the number 4 Ital Kart giving chase now, with Beidel making that move for P5. But again, a good chunk of guys making their way up from British Columbia, especially Victoria. A 2-hour ferry ride just to get back onto the mainland. And then after that, a 4-hour car ride. You realize, you know, you got a handful of guys, Dale Taylor, I believe Frank Berthelon, but don't quote me on that. But obviously a handful of one-off entries. But for a guy from Victoria, Johnny Sutton, a 6-hour drive to get here for the weekend. This is the shortest one he's done this weekend. He's done that for 5 already this year to do an entire season of NWKA competition.
Been there, done that. As a Las Vegas-based driver racing in a California-based series,
Appreciate
it was always wonderful hearing guys coming to Supernats and like, oh gosh, that's a 2-hour drive or 3-hour drive back to LA. It's like, yeah, I have to do that every single weekend. And anything outside of Los Angeles, it's like, oh, you know, here we go, 4.5 hours to K1 circuit nowadays. But you know, it's hard, and you know, it makes these races a lot more. You have to put a lot more into it. And I'm sure it's going to make this, hopefully, let me go ahead and knock on the wood beam across from me. It's going to be even sweeter here for Mr. Johnny Sutton if he is able to hold on. We got the halfway sticks last time by, looking pretty darn good here in this 22 Ital Kart. Just want to kind of follow him for a lap, watch the hands. I mean, essentially not even turning that go-kart, doing a wonderful job. Let's go for a lap here with Johnny Sutton.
That's a lot from Johnny Sutton, who continues to grow that gap. Actually, as I say that, Frank Berthelon, that was a 5.3-second gap, so pace is going back the way of Berthelon. That 22 was looking dialed in. Dino, what did you like about that lap?
Just not moving the hands. It's always in the hands and the feet. It almost looks like he's not even driving that thing like it's an AI autopilot, but still just wonderfully done, really making sure to hit all those apexes. I know it sounds cliche, but the fastest drivers, the fastest laps look like the most boring, consistent laps you've ever seen, and that is exactly what Johnny's doing. He's killing them with kindness, so to speak, as we look back at this battle between 2 Ital Karts. I believe this is the 3 of Jukes and the 4 of Madden. They will be fighting it out for what could potentially, you know, if we have a little bit of drama, as Joffrey and Filipanco are getting a bit close here at 8.5 and 8.8 rather seconds back of Sutton. You never know what this could turn into if a little bit of fireworks happen up in front.
Quick glance back at Robert Jukes, Will Beidel, Madden, and Taylor. But man, we have been blown away with how pretty it is up here in the little town right on the very border of Sumas, Washington. Population of about 1,500 people. If you missed us talking about it yesterday, it has been a stressful, to say the least, 5 years or so for this track, and especially for this city. November of 2021, massive regional flood event. Huge damage, not just for this, but this track, but 85% of homes in the city were damaged. Hundreds of residents had to be rescued after a partial evacuation. That was the first major rebuild of the track and the first major flood since 1990 that affected this area. Then unfortunately, just a couple of months ago, tail end of 2025, December 8th, another massive flood. Unfortunately, we're still able to see the damage down here, and if you go inside any building in the paddock, pretty much from about waist height, they've got the walls ripped out, all the insulation ripped out as reparations are still underway to get this fully back. We certainly don't mind the dust. Obviously, the racing has been phenomenal. But when they first came back at the very beginning of January, there was still water pretty much everywhere. By the time they were able to fully get it somewhat dry, still a good chunk of mud still on the racing surface. And the Valiante family fixed it the only way they knew how, and that was by racing. They have the Spud Cup out in Idaho. They, of course, did the Mud Cup and had 40 or so 206s out on track doing some dirt-style racing to clean it up. Love to see it.
I will definitely be going on YouTube and watching that on the way back
I hope,
to the airport.
I hope they have footage.
I
really hope
too.
they have footage. 619, a little bit further back of Kempf, is able to get back going, I believe, after that contact earlier on. Not the case for James Pickles. And that's the 388, I believe, of Filipenko, excuse me. Johnny Sutton still out in front. Thought maybe Berthelon had a little bit of something there behind the wheel of the 695, but Sutton is indeed able to go purple yet again. 53.486 last time by, and continues to build that gap. We've seen some dominant drives from Super Sutton, but this is continuing to be a special one.
I do want to give a quick shout out to Mr. James Pickles, not just because I do love that name, but unfortunately just got bit by the bad luck bug this weekend. Obviously had a really good run going in the final yesterday and threw a chain or had some kind of engine issue at the end of that when it almost seemed like it was guaranteed that he was going to race his way from deep into the field onto the podium. And then today, really, really good start was, I believe, running in position number 4 when unfortunately Kemp's kart unfortunately had an issue, as we do get the white flag here for your leader in Johnny Sutton. Karting works both ways. You get the good luck and the bad luck, and I tell you what, the sun has joined us, and the sun is shining down very happily on one Johnny Sutton.
Yeah, definitely not the way things were reflected this weekend on the results for James Pickles, as he was very, very fast, and unfortunately 2 results not reflecting that pace. Same for James Kempf, who looked to be the silver bullet yesterday, maybe to beat Johnny Sutton. Let's be very real here. I don't think anybody this weekend was going to be able to bring the fight to this 22. And racing with a maturity seen not from anybody else. And you're just looking at some of the most dedicated driving from a guy who has to commute over 6 hours every single weekend. A win earned and a championship earned. It's another Sutton Sunday, and Johnny Sutton, your champion in Tag Heavy.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Well, it took us a little bit, but we have weathered the storm, and the beautiful sunny weather that we fell in love with at the tail end of last year has finally come back and will hopefully provide us a spectacular backdrop to play out the 2026 NWKA Burly Product Super Cup season here in Sumas. Jackson Lambros, Dean Helt with you as we have reached the final 3 classes of the day of the weekend of the 2026 season. And Junior Briggs, hopefully all set to give us a show just as spectacular as it was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was all Clayton Thorpe double at the front. Unfortunately, made a bad move on the last lap, went a little too defensive and got railroaded by about 3 or 4 drivers. Trevor Clinton ultimately was able to take the victory today. I'm sure Clinton has eyes for that trophy once again. His patented move seemingly up the inside of turn number 9.
Oh, excuse me, fellas.
As we've got a couple, we've got one driver coming in a little bit late. Looks like they're going to be able to get in A-okay. But once again, play nice. You got about 10 minutes to ride. Hopefully at the end of those 10 minutes, you got to find yourself in a spot where you think you can go for the win. P1 or P2 on that last lap. Then whatever happens, happens.
Parker Moss, the lone Kart Republic there in the 32, slotted in. It's Roscoe Schmidt and Levi Carpentier on the front row. Max de Guzman with the win already, trying to go 2 for 2. Colton Thorpe double, trying to get his first win. 2:06, let's do it!
Won't be seeing any dramatics here from the outside of the front row. Very quickly in line with the cue balls, getting in line with one another. Really, really smartly played here for the top 2 drivers. So once again, got to play it smart. A lot of different agendas, a lot of different drivers here with different teams. Oh, Trevor Clinton!
Couple collected there through turn number 5.
Guzman as well.
I think so. That was exactly what Thorpe double needed, though, in the TB kart. He actually might have gotten a piece of it as well. Nope, there he is. 3rd in line. Just behind what looks to be Roscoe Schmidt still, and Levi Carpentier as they thunder through turn number 10.
Oh no.
For the first time. And another one abandoned there a little bit further back. Could have been Dax Nuxel, not entirely sure. But one abandoned and out of the cart, and that'll be all she wrote for at least one of our drivers already in 2:06.19 karts making the start. Here's a change for the lead. Carpentier going to the inside, nearly 3 wide there with Roscoe Schmidt forced to go down low. He saw double try to squeeze on through there through turn number 5, but had to back out of it.
Yeah, we saw an all-out offense or an all-out offense mindset from Maverick Thompson. I wonder if we'll be seeing the same here for Colton Thorpe double, especially with apparently his arch nemesis this weekend, as we've got one car off at turn number 16. Like if they're going to get back going, it looks like it was one of our front runners. We'll see who goes tumbling down the running order, but now seemingly is going to be a very easy, relatively easy, I should say, 4-car battle. Trevor Clinton is gone, unfortunately. Your winner from yesterday likely not going to be a factor for the win here today. It's just not going to work out. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, but still a long way to go. Anything can and likely will happen here as we get timing and scoring back up here. Is Carpentier from Schmidt from Thorpe double. Banesh with Abbasi, who I have not said that name all weekend, finding themselves up in P5 ahead of Parker Moss in position number 6. Largely, though, a humongous gap between the top 4 and 5th place in Abbasi. It looks like Clinton has recovered to P8, but likely going to have a divine miracle to get himself back onto the podium.
Mentioned it earlier, but we had a handful of Sunday exclusive drivers walking up for 2:06 today, and I think Christian Abbasi is one of them. Just made that move on Parker Moss, that KR for P5. Maddox Asselay dropping a handful of positions as well. Trevor Clinton and Faisal Abdom working on through. As just at the back of your picture, that was Slade Manish rolling through in P4. Let's pick up this group a little bit further back, though, as that is Christian Abbasi and Parker Moss completing what came into turn 10 as a 5-kart system. You still see Maddox Asselay and a few others. Trevor Clinton just further back. Keep an eye on that 61 at Talcart as they try to mow their way back to the front of the field.
Yeah, mowing is going to have to be the way because they're probably going to have to cut the track to get back up into this front group. It's going to be a long, long walk, unfortunately. Probably not a position that Abbasi is used to, especially not this early, being a show-up, the driver that did not race yesterday in the morning. This is going to be a 4-car battle to see who can get at the front of this. All over the back is that, I believe that is Moss going up the inside of Trevor Clinton here, going up the inside of one of the Itzhal car drivers. Got it. Number 2 as well, of Addison Herrick, your 3rd place or 2nd place finisher earlier in NW100 Jr. So I don't know if there's enough time, but I will say we've seen situations, of course, the patented Trevor Clinton move up the inside of the number 32, almost to the head of this train. If anybody can do it, especially if the leaders start fighting, it likely is going to have to be Trevor Clinton to go catch. But I mean, they are already, the full distance from turn 1 to turn 2 behind this leading quartet.
Still a long way to go. We're not even halfway home, and he's found himself to third in line. He's going for first on the inside of Abassi. Through the inside of turn number 2, Abassi gonna try and fight it, and now get the switch back. This is expensive though, and that'll bring Herrick and Moss back into the mix down low. You got Moss on the inside now trying to take that position. Matter of fact, he's got it. Alatum up top in the 4. Oh man, it's tight. That's actually Herrick right there in the 2.
I would be losing my marbles if I were Trevor Clinton. You got to think, this is the price you pay. You know, not an amazing qualifying effort. Got yourself behind the 8 ball. Did not put yourself in a spot to capitalize on good track position in the pre-main, or rather in the pre-final. Now getting yourself caught up in somebody else's issue and finding yourself in a distant, I mean, this group is 8, nearly 9 seconds back if our timing and scoring is correct of the race leader. You can see the frustration going, hey, let's go, let's go. Unfortunately, likely going to be a little bit too little for too late for any of these drivers to get up into the fight for the win. It's going to be between Carpentier, Schmidt, Double, and Vinesh.
Yeah, Clinton just barely able to finally muscle on through there. The 2 and the 32 of Moss and Herrick, but that was costly. Second between Thorpe Double and Benish, just a little bit up the road. And that alone put Abassi, I think, like 3 seconds back. So we do indeed have maybe a 3-kart race. That's not going to stop Clinton, though. Still trying to make that move on Abassi. Big chuck to the back there. What on earth happened to the 32? He might have lost power. He's banging the steering wheel. Oh, he's very frustrated.
Ooh, and I think also we were informed yesterday that some of these classes do use pushback bumpers. That was a huge hit, I believe, from de Guzman to the back of the slowing number 32. That is unfortunately Parker Moss. So not only unfortunately is Moss out of the race, but de Guzman likely going to be suffering some kind of penalty in the late stages here as we check back in with some of the other drivers in this race. This is the battle for the lead.
That's going to be on de Guzman though, because again, Kart front had his hand up, clearly had some kind of mechanical, and Max did not move at all. So hopefully he's all good. He's able to keep going. If not though, kind of understandable. Check back up in front right now. Levi Carpentier and Roscoe Schmidt. Roscoe just going purple last time by 57.765. That's quicker by Carpentier, but not by much. About 100th or so out in front, but these two doing exactly what they need to do. 2.5 now over Colton Thorpe Double. It is indeed now Trevor Clinton, by the way, who has led that freight train a little bit on back, but looking at that gap now, yeah, 2.5 seconds. Got a lot of work to do.
As my English friends would say, it's not looking good, Brad. It's not looking good at the moment. I am amazed that Thorpe Double and Vinesh have lost touch. Surely something must have happened between the two of them squabbling for position that have cost them the draft between the two cue balls. So it's going to be the black and white helmet, or I should say the white helmet with the black visor of Schmidt and the white helmet with the red visor for Levi Carpentier. My goodness, my apologies. Third time is always the charm here. With Kart Chaser, but it would be a huge win, obviously, for both of these drivers to finish off their season on the top step of the podium. And how much more would it be for Levi Carpentier? My goodness, my apologies once again. We'll get the hang of it.
We'll get it eventually.
Eventually, but for racing for Ital Kart at their home racetrack, at least what I would call for sure their U.S. base, would be that much sweeter to celebrate with them on the podium a little bit later on today.
Still relatively close here in the 206 standings, brought to you by Augie's Fiberglass. Schmidt is still a contender, I believe is the championship points leader. Try and take a look one more time, but regardless, these two doing exactly what they need to do. This actually might be the one that takes it away. It's Roscoe Schmidt, a little bit further back, second in the points. And crucially, Clinton is first, but about 100 points back. So Schmidt is able to take that lead away from Carpentier. This could more than possibly be an upset. And Trevor with the opportunity to upset at the buzzer. That was your points leader just waving by. I've called it the Coast Guard colored GFC, the red and white machine. As we look a little bit further back, the 128 back in 9th place, Logan Alsrud getting the bumper from Maddox Astley, James Wellis, 9th to P11.
Yeah, still, I mean, this is the mid-pack of the mid-pack. These drivers trying to at least finish off their seasons with a top 10 finish. Want to also quickly check in how fast Levi Carpentier and Roscoe Schmidt are going. They are almost a full second quicker than Trevor Clinton. That just shows you how much you can gain by working together rather than fighting your competition. Although I'm sure these drivers trying to get inside the top 10 and stay inside the top 10 might be doing a little bit more than that as we come to the later stages of this race. As de Guzman now gets himself sorted out in the timing and scoring standings. It looks like he's going to cycle out to about P13, although I don't think that's quite accurate, likely sitting at about P7, so apologies for that miscue on our screens. Build a bit of battle here. This is for P10. Up the inside, that is Wells. Going up the inside of, I believe that is the 55 of Alcalay, moving himself up inside the top 10 provisionally. Still a little bit to go, but we are getting ever closer to seeing the white flag here for your race leaders as well.
So they'll continue to battle, and again, there's that kind of understanding of there's a pretty good chance at this point in the weekend that we're not really going to move forward, as you do see one move further up there. So at this point, if you're in the mid-pack, might as well just squabble up for it. Checking a little bit further back, this is Aiden Nash in the 5, who just made that move stick on, it's not Logan, that is Christian Abassi in the 19th, the Fernando Alonso graphics.
Pretty impressive run, too. Really haven't seen much of Aiden Nash. Obviously, went for the gamble, was one of those drivers that went for the gamble on the wet tires for the 100cc junior category, but still, really good job. And to come away with a P7, I mean, I don't even know if I've seen him inside the top 15 all this weekend. Very, very happy. You know, obviously, might be a little bit upset with that gamble that they took with the 100cc, but for sure, this would for sure make that wound a little bit easier to stomach. A little bit of sugar before the medicine.
There was a Nash that you might be a little bit more familiar with, actually, last year. Blake Nash getting the opportunity to come up as a guest and run in 206 Senior. It really was a very big year of traveling for the Riverside kid. Blake Nash last year got to go out to Lenado and run in the Rock Super Cup. Did some regional stuff and did a handful of starts in TSRS. You named it. He was able to go out and drive it, and he was a contender last year. Went back and forth fighting with Massimo Valiente, Jackson Leash, and Jake Slessler. Slessler getting the win, though, on Saturday, I believe. Was a very, very good battle, though. Saw Jesus Vasquez Jr. up here last year as well, competing out of the Wicked Racing tent, getting the win in 100cc, battling it out with Jonathan Ports. Great battle from Abassi right now as he continues to put that pressure on Nash. White flag as Carpentier going to try and hold it off from Roscoe Schmidt. Playing a little bit further back in the 61. Going to be hoping and praying that Roscoe Schmidt isn't able to make that move stick as the minimum points play out. There they are, working their way out of turn 5 into turn 6. Roscoe Schmidt doing everything he can to try and put that pressure on and make that move stick at the buzzer. Through the motos, 7, 8, and 9 for the final time. Good run here as it looks like they're going down to the outside. Trying to defend here. Here they come. Out of turn 9 for the final time. Side by side to the high line. Carpentier trying to fend off. Schmidt trying to make it stick, but they're not able to get there. Checkered flag is out. Levi Carpentier taking the victory and winning the final round here in 206 Junior.
Got a feel for a lot of these drivers. Maybe not the event that they would have wanted, but either way, a well-deserving battle between the cue balls. Ultimately, it was Levi Carpentier coming out on top. A win for Ital Kart. at their base here in North America. In America, I should say, will be a very, very happy podium celebration. Want to give you guys a quick update on what's coming up next. We do have Northwest 60cc coming up after this with the big one, Senior Breaks 206 coming up at 4:55 schedule time. I think we're a little bit behind, maybe 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, depending on where you're watching. So apologies for the small technical difficulties. We'll get those figured out, and we'll get rocking and rolling here with the rest of our schedule.
2 more events to go in a picturesque afternoon here in the Pacific Northwest. Stay with us.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
ready to go racing one more time in Vega Electronics Northwest 60cc. Max Green, Oliver Carpentier on pole position, and on the front row, Ashton Croft, Leon Loppi, and Sebastian Ochi. And MP6 Maverick Thompson trying to secure this championship from row number 3. Tyrus Fickling, Auto Powers, Liam Kramer, 9 karts in the 60cc field. They waved it off first time. They're not going to do it this time. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 60cc.
A lot of argy-bargy, but it is all green, clean and green for Max Green out in front in that number 17. Wow, that all rhymes really, really well, surprisingly. And we've got 4 Ital karts at the front. Who would have thunk it? So Green, Carpentier, Croft, Ochi, Lotfi. It is actually 5 Ital karts out in front of this field. It looks like it's going to be a family affair this afternoon, as I believe this is Sebastian Ochi taking a look up the inside for P3. Not quite going to get there just yet. We've made it clean and green through the first couple laps. Let's see who's got the long run speed here in this 12-minute plus 1 lap event.
Tyrus Fickling tried making that move further back on Maverick Thompson, had to back out of it. They are our 2 main characters, if you will, in this 60cc championship. Hunt Thompson, your leader at 1787 coming into the final day after round number 9. Tyrus Fickling at 1677. 1692 for Ashton Croft. Could frankly be the upset right now. P3 on track. As I say, that actually lost it to Sebastian Ochi, who just weaseled on through for P3. Wants one more now as Ochi looks down low on Carpentier. Done deal for P2.
I was going to say, you got to think Ochi may be a little bit miffed about how that Cadet 206 race came up just short of taking the win off of the hands off of Maverick Thompson. No need to worry about Lightning McQueen for this race, although going to have to worry about his own teammates.
Whoa.
Contact between the two, and oh no!
Oh no! Is he able to keep it out of the Tech Pro barrier? Sebastian Ochi
I believe
definitely
yes.
got side pod, I think, there, but was able to keep it rolling. Regardless, he'll drop back, I believe, to the very tail of the field, as that has not stopped them going at it. Now it's the 12, or excuse me, the 16 of Lotfi going for a little bit of a spill. Coming out of turn number 7 into 8 and 9. This is giving Green a little bit of breathing room now, as the 1 Ital kart leads the remaining 3. And Sebastian Ochi, all things considered, only 1 position lost. Not bad for how dramatic that looked coming out of turn number 5.
Not too shabby. That definitely could have been a race ender for Sebastian Ochi. Luckily, I think we've seen with Green maybe not the best long run speed in this 17 kart. Likely, I would assume, especially if his teammates in P2, P3 of Croft, Carpentier, and Lotfi all work together, they should be able to track down your race leader and start fighting. I would imagine Ochi will have another opportunity. It's kind of crazy right now. It is almost a multi-class event of the Ital karts and then the others at the back of this field, or I should say at the back half, rather, of this field, currently being headed by Tyrus Fickling in position number 6, the highest of the non-Ital karts. The highest also of the non-Ital motors, as I believe we've got 2 karts slowing at the top of your screen. Not really sure who that is. Should not play a major factor in who comes away with the checkered flag here this afternoon. But for the likes of Croft, Carpentier, Lofty, you cannot allow Max Green, I'm sure as much as his mechanics and parents would want, you cannot allow that kart to get away. And as a response, Ashton Croft going about 2.5 tenths quicker than your race leader as the battle for P3 is on.
Down low, Lotfi tried making that move stick. On the 468, Carpentier. That car in P3 able to hang on for just a couple more corners. Sebastian Ochi further back, trying to get themselves back into the picture as well. Ooh, healthy nudge there further back from Ochi. All 3 of these guys in sequence right now. We haven't seen it all this season. Leon Lotfi, Oliver Carpentier, and Sebastian Ochi. Ochi been traveling, doing a handful of regional series down south at the West Coast in California, both Southern and Northern California. Leon Lotfi, Oliver Carpentier have only done the club level events. Here's the pass Lotfi's been looking for, and that'll be a done deal for P3. Both Carpentier and Lotfi, as mentioned though, have both only done the SIMA single day weekends here. Father's and Mother's Day club races, as contact now from Carpentier to Ochi. But parents in both families thought they've been running here so much. They haven't run the regionals just yet, but thought that now's the right time to make that move up to the bigs.
Yeah, fair enough. I would say this event has been the perfect mix of almost a regional karting event and a local karting event. You got that family feel, everybody helping out one another for the most part, but still that high level of competition, that high level of drivers, which I'm sure we'll see coming up later in senior breaks, 2:06. But at the moment, it is damage control time for Sebastian Ochi, moving himself up into P4. I think he is quicker than his teammates, and if he could somehow find a way to make it appetizing, to make it obvious for Lotfi as well as Carpentier to work with him to try to catch the top two, although that gap is naturally coming down, although last lap Max Green was a hair quicker than Ashton Croft. That gap is currently sitting at about 2 seconds between P3 and position number 1. If the leaders start fighting, could make things really interesting, but you got to get there first. And unfortunately for Sebastian Ochi, who might very well be, actually last time was only 1,000 slower than your leader in Max Green. Gonna need some divine intervention to help close that gap up as we are very rapidly catching up to the halfway point in this race.
And that gap is growing from first to second as well. Max Green, gap from him to Croft last lap was 0.51, this time by 0.79. So Green very much making the most out of that clean air to the Nassau in front bumper of the 17. And Ashton Croft doing everything he can to close that gap, but it might be to no avail. Fully dry conditions once again here at SIMA, and got the feeling, again, so many people have been trying to loosen up the rear, but with how short the wheelbase is in these cadet karts, that order becomes even taller for the kiddos.
Well, you know, it makes you think to what we see drivers and teams do at our friends over at Champions of the Future. Maybe a couple of these drivers opting to leave on their existing LeConte rubber if they are feeling a little overstuck. I would think for sure at this time of day, continually putting down more and more rubber on the racetrack, and the sun really not heating up this surface, as just now we still get that little bit of dimmed afternoon sunlight. Very, very beautiful and picturesque scenes all around the SIMA track. I guarantee you guys up here in the Northwest don't know how good you have it as somebody coming from Las Vegas, Nevada. It is very, very nice, to say the least, and very, very picturesque. And it's looking pretty picturesque that last time by for Max Green was over 4/10, nearly, actually over, a half a second. No, 4/10 quicker than Ashton Croft, who is slowly falling into the clutches of Leon Lotfi, as well as Sebastian Ochi and Oliver Carpentier. Going to be a fight for P4. Somebody just yopped a curve in the background. You heard the RPM spike on our microphones. But at the moment, it is looking clean and green for one Max Green in the 17 machine. Bam! Got that without stuttering.
Very well done. Leon Lotfi going quickest that time by, actually. 56.645. He got a monster run there, going from 9 to 10 with the draft in front, but the only driver on track to go sub 57. So good stuff from the 16. And as Ashton Croft has lost that draft from Max Green out in front, Leon Lotfi has found him and might be offering to give a little bit of assistance maybe in finding the lead once more. See how they work with one another, if they work with one another, working through the motos. And already you see that 16 start to learn from the red helmet driver out in front, tucking right up to the rear bumper, trying to stay in the tracks. Seeing what he can learn from the kid in P2.
If there is one silver lining, that last time by Leon Lotfi was the quickest driver on that last time by, but Max Green responding this time by, going about 1/10 and a half quicker than the driver of the number 16, who is very rapidly being caught by Sebastian Ochi. I just worry, I don't know if there's enough time for them to close up this gap. Likely you're going to start to think, well, don't think I can get the lead. Let's go all out here for P2, and that's going to give this race to Max Green on a silver platter. I do wonder as well, there's a teeny tiny chance that they work together to catch Max Green, but I would imagine they're going to want the silver rather than the gold.
Yep, not a lot of contact bumper to bumper we're seeing right now either between Croft and Lotfi, although I've got the feeling if the 16 sees the gap, won't hesitate to really take it. Croft hasn't really acknowledged behind either. We haven't seen too much defensive driving from the 84. Leaves the gap wide open, so Lotfi not necessarily taking it there through turn number 10. Now a slow rise to the apex before arcing it into a turn number 1. He can't see him, but Ashton Croft can definitely hear him. And one other 60cc motor starting to join the choir.
Dinner bells.
Yeah.
That was the token right there. Unfortunately, that little half move in a driver's mind. I'm going, okay, you went the half defense. We're fighting for P2 here. I would be surprised if Lotfi decides to stay loyal to his Ital Kart teammate. And there is lap traffic ahead. You never know how that's going to play, especially in these younger categories. With some interesting driver decisions here. I believe this is Kramer that they're catching in the 26. So for the moment, Lotfi really not close enough to make a move, kind of the same back to Sebastian Ochi, but that intensity meter is going to creep up, as although I think our leader, Max Green, is getting held up by this lap traffic. This is going to open up this race quite a bit. Here we go.
Kramer's brought him back in. They have to weave to get around Kramer in the 26, and it is a whole new ball game. And the black flag being given to the lapped kart of 26, Liam Kramer. Timing is messed up. Might have been an issue for Oliver Carpentier as well, because he's dropped back to 9th on track now, so that could be day done maybe. Looking a little bit further up here, Max Green, not out of the woods just yet, still looking for his maiden victory in 60cc. It's been a solid season for him, albeit not a full one, but a 6th, a 4th, and a 9th. But these three, Ashton Croft, Leon Lotfi, Sebastian Ochi, giving chase and trying to close that gap. How long are they planning to work together before they decide to feast on their own collaborators?
Not going to be very long. I just saw the flagger grab the twin sticks. 2 laps to go this time by for your top 4. If you've got anything, you got to use it now. I do believe Ashton Croft should have a little wisps of draft off the back of Max Green. Unfortunately, that last time by, Max Green responding with the quickest lap of this quartet. Actually, Sebastian Ochi was the fastest driver at a 56.9. Ochi's trying to show it up the inside. Not quite going to get there, but white flag next time by. It's going to need to be 2 big laps, but I think Max Green has enough buffer. He does not need to look behind. All you got to do is hit those apexes, and a win in the final race of the NWKA Burly Cup Finals will be yours.
Max Green, the 17, trying to get it done. His first season moving up from Kid Kart, doing double duty both in 60cc and in 206. But what a season it has been here in 2026. Albeit a very spotty start, running in 4th, 5th, and 11th. The handful of weekends he's had to come out. But only ran round 1 and 2. Only has 1 more lap to get his first victory of the season.
Not out of the woods yet. That last time by, Ashton Croft was a 10th quicker. That gap is down to a half a second. I think it's likely going to need to be a mistake. I think realistically, the battle is looking like it's going to be for P3 here between Ochi and Leon Lotfi to try to get on the bottom step of the podium for that coveted bronze medal. It just does not seem like Max Green. I mean, it shouldn't really have been in this position in the first place, having encountered that lap traffic. Would be a rightful winner, but I do believe it is close, rather, between Croft and Lotfi. Going to be a battle of the motos, and I think that will secure the win here for Max Green. 3 more apexes, kiddo, and you got this one.
Max Green for Italkart USA. Coming out of turn number 9, Lotfi going to chuck it down low. And the son of Bellingham, Washington, for the first time is going to stand on the top step of the podium. Max Green taking victory in round number 10.
Woo, almost a 3-wide finish here for position number 2. It ultimately was Lotfi getting ahead of Ashton Croft, unfortunately coughing up that P2 at the depth. Sebastian Ochi is going to be kicking himself for making that mistake early on in this race, giving up a chance to win. But honestly, Max Green was the class of the field. We saw it in the pre-final. Looked like he was really giving everybody everything they could handle. Got a little bit unlucky with the traffic, kept a cool head on his shoulders. Great way. A little appetizer for what's coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, a 36 kart Senior Briggs 206 field. If you saw it yesterday, that race was immiscible. And I'd imagine we've got just as good of a one coming up later in only a couple moments' time.
It is the one you've been waiting for. 36 drivers in Briggs Senior 206, brought to you by Chin Construction, and the final race of the 2026 season next.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
We've made it, everybody. Been a very long day, a long weekend, and a long season. But the 36 of the very best in the Pacific Northwest ready to go to war. One more time for 12 minutes here at Sumas International Motorsports Academy as we get set for the main event for Chin Construction Senior 206. Riley Schmidt on pole in the 96. Assad Nikadambayev going to make it in all-Ital Kart front row. And it is close in the championship standings right now. Colt Schlotthauer still your leader after yesterday, only barely though. 1888 for him. Ben Corkery in second at 1,857. Riley Miller, not Riley Schmidt, excuse me, the 96 driver at 1856. Jack Bowdish at 1822. Jackson Leash, Trey Arnzen, Massimo Valiente all at 1700.
No.
And for Massimo Valiente, he might not even get the opportunity to make it 3 for 3 on the day. Doing all they can to try and get it going, but that Briggs power plant, simply put, does not want to fire. Doing everything they can. And what has been a picturesque day
goodness.
for the man from British Columbia is going to end on the pre-grid on the final event of the season.
I mean, they're going to try with all their might. That engine will not start. It's going to take a divine spark to get that thing going. The driver that was going to start inside of row number 2, the driver that has going for the triple, the driver that has won 2 of 2 thus far, unfortunately looking like he's not even going to see the green flag. Leaders are already getting formed up. I think that is unfortunately game over. And for everybody else, one of the main contenders for this race is out. The Ital Kart monopoly on the front 3 spots is broken. It is game on for 36, now 35 Kart strong.
Wow. That's heartbreak for Valiente. Watch as well, Landon Byerman with a career best result further back in that Croc Promotions cart, I believe on the outside of row number 4.
no.
And another one abandoned here further back. What is the number on you, good sir?
09 something, 05 perhaps?
Could be Sebastian Elizade Castañeda. But man, already chaos, and we haven't even gotten things started yet. And the driver was supposed to be on P3, not ready to go. But we continue to grid up here and might give people a handful of time here to actually get ready. So I'm not sure what we're actually going to do here. Obviously still waiting. Nope, visor down command. 36 cars for the final time in 2026. Burly Products Super Cup is green.
Here we go. This race is going to start off like it ended yesterday. It's going to be 2 Ital karts versus the 2 Croc Promotion machines in P1, P2. Oh, karts up in the air. Lucky. Only 1 or 2 getting collected. One driver having to go through the lawnmower method and goes to the grass. Everybody largely kind of a blessing in disguise. We'll get single filed out. I believe that is Jackson Leash in the very distinguishable Michigan-colored GFC that cycles himself into P5. Mostly clean and green. Unfortunately for one of the OTKs, will likely not go farther than turn number 1, although it looks like they've gotten going in the background. That accident happened about P12. One driver off, that's an orange suit. I forget that driver's name, but that is one of the faster drivers. Here we go, timing and scoring is enabled. It is Miller from Nikadambayev and Schlotthauer. That's a 956.
No, 956, oh my goodness. Big trouble for the Croc Promotions machine. And doing everything they can. That butt's already out of the seat, so that might be already a black flag, but regardless, Riley Miller, Asad Nikadambayev, Colt Schlotthauer, Jackson Leash, and Trey Arnzen, with Jack Bowdish giving chase now. Bowdish dropping a handful of positions at the start. Ooh. Oh man, getting antsy further up. Colt Schlotthauer getting the fangs out, pushing Asad Nikadambayev. Leash giving a shove to Corkery down through. 2x2 into turn number 6. They'll slot in 3rd and 4th, both Leash and Corkery. Oh, that's costly, and now Nikadambayev trying to patch it up, but you've got Trey Arnzen, Jack Bardish, and now Grayson Shorbert joining the fray a little bit further back. Wow. As Nikadambayev continues to drop further back.
It happens just that fast, and as fast as we thought Italcar 1, 2, 3, they will take control of this race. That is now gone. Your winner from yesterday in Riley Miller is out on an island all by himself with 2 Croc promotion machines of Colt Schlotthauer and Ben Corkery, 2 of the fastest drivers in their classes, respectfully. Obviously, Corkery won that crazy 100cc junior race earlier today in the junior category, as well as Jackson Leach looking to lead the charge here for GFC. Already backing up as we got a battle here between, I believe that is an expert and a GFC around the outside.
Oh, nearly into the grass further back. I think that's Bowdish in the 6. It is still side by side, ramping up the curves, trying to fight back with Nikadambayev. That's Luther, who was in the wall to end his 100cc race. He's hoping for a far better run, but has been treated by his competition just the way he's been treated, unfortunately, earlier today by Mother Nature, given the cold shoulder through turn number 5. Has to patch it up, and we'll get just back in line once again. P9 now behind both Schobert and Nikadambayev. But just like we saw yesterday, bumper to bumper here as we work through turn number 10 yet again. A little bit of breathing room now for Miller and Corkery. 8/10 separating P2 and P3.
Yeah, the Croc promotion machines have dealt with Miller. Miller drops back to P3, so Italcart now gives way to Croc promotion as Jackson Leach goes up the inside and finds himself moving up into that 3rd position. You got to think, like what we've seen thus far with Nikadambayev, you're either going forward or going backwards as we see more drivers shuffling. I think right there, that last time by, that was Schobert giving the kind of the cold shoulder to Jack Bowdish in the 6 GFC as that driver drops down the running order, still able to continue on. Largely got to make sure for these drivers that you do not allow these Croc promotion machines to get away. Currently, it is 2 Croc promotions from, I believe, a GFC in Italcart and then another GFC in Arnzen. But man, it has gotten hectic, crazy, and early. But we saw these yesterday, even though it might look like a couple drivers have a breakaway, one little mistake, one little error, one little lapse of judgment, and we will find ourselves once again with about a 12-car battle here for the race win. Do not step away, folks. Still not even halfway yet in this race.
7 pulls into 7 wins for Riley Miller right now, as both of them looking to get their win count into the double digits NWA career-wise. Further back, Riley Miller now finding a little bit of help in the form of both Jackson Leash and Trey Arnzen. Arnzen had top 5 pace, was in and out of the podium yesterday, an outsider in the championship hunt, but just has not found pace underneath that number 3 just yet. Just really hasn't had help either. None of his Wicked Racing stablemates have really ran into him on track. He's finally found one in the form of Leash.
I was going to say Leash has really been kind of carrying the flag for GFC and Wicked Motorsports thus far this weekend. I do wonder how loyal he's going to be and what it might cost him, although it seems as though Arnzen is willing to play nice, and of course, as I say, that up the inside. Still not a move that's really going to cost them both a lot of time and a lot of head ducking, making sure that these cars are as aerodynamically as efficient as possible. I combined 3 words there all into one very, very nicely as we've got to move for positions up at the front.
Getting a very weird sense of deja vu. It's different role players. It's the same players. They're in different roles as yesterday, right? Schlotthauer and Corkery out in front, 2 teammates trying to build that gap. Exactly what we saw yesterday. Massimo Valiente, Asad Nikadambayev, forced to work together to try and build that gap. They did so for about half of the race. Then the guy in 2nd place ran out of patience, wanted to lead this race, and a big chunk of guys from completely different teams had to ragtag together, go line in line, and try and work themselves back into contention. We were already a couple steps through, and it has been a mirror image from Saturday into Sunday. For Miller, Arnzen, and Leash, we'll see if they'll continue to work together here through 8 and 9.
I mean, we've seen it thus far today. These Croc promotion carts, ever since the rain has gone away, they have come to life. Obviously, I believe it was Corkery who won. No, it was Schlotthauer. No, it was Corkery that won that crazy 100cc junior race earlier today. As we can see the battle of the mid-pack. We got 3 wide into turn 10. Hopefully they get this sorted out by the time we get there.
One of the Ascent Burrells down low. I think that might have been Carrasco. As, yeah, mid-pack melee continuing here for guys just trying to walk away with the top 5, heck, even a top 15. looking way back here. This is the 4 Landon Byerman. Ryder McLean jumping out after a top 5 in that hectic 100cc finish. Trying to get himself through. On top of that, the 42. I believe that is Nick Armstrong. Saw the other Armstrongs running in the Masters and Grandmasters earlier on. Now giving the bumper to Cameron Blakely in the 11, who was nursing a little bit of issues in his results in 2-stroke. He wasn't in 100cc, he was in Tag Senior, and that X125 I think was nursing a little bit of airbox issues. He dropped back from a top 5 result. Late lunge further back from the 13. Mikkel Donsiker just trying to make that move stick on Nick Armstrong. A little bit of bumper there from the Cosmic Gracio Parada. And we've got maybe trouble here, Dean.
Thought I saw a car slow on the exit of turn number 10. Not really sure who that was. Hopefully, for the sake of your leaders, my apologies. It was the 230. I believe not one of the main contenders in this race, as some more dive bombs are occurring.
Oh, no. Dino, that's a Sadnik Adambayev with issues.
Oh, no.
And a kid who is still looking in his part-time attendance to end this season on a win is not going to get there. 2x2 nearly into turn number 5. You want wheel-to-wheel racing? Oh, doctor, you've got it. Ryder McLean pretty much all the way back to Salzman in the 95. And again, you're seeing a lot of anxiety here because you've got a lot of guys who are who have front row pace, but just have not been lucky, you know, been caught out with mechanical issues. Weather didn't really align with their setups. You might have a good motor and a good driver, but you just haven't been able to show it. Tokyo drift into the inside and some big time frustration. What's the number plate on there? Oh yeah, big time frustration. Understandably so. That's the 65. Ellis Salzman will drop back a handful of positions after that. 22nd to 26th there as Armstrong, Deslin, Hermansen get that move after, I think, Jack Bowdish giving a little bit of contact there, forcing her offline.
There is a difference between anxiety. This is anger and frustration.
Yep.
You know, some of these drivers have not had the days that would have wanted, maybe not having the seasons that they would have wanted as we're winding down. I mean, we're already butting up into August, actually already in August here in this racing calendar. Not a whole lot of opportunities left to show your talents until we all pack it up and go in for the winter. But I tell you what, Schlotthauer and Corkery really not having an issue pulling away from the field. This is really surprising. You'd think, you know, a tandem would not be able to pull away from a triple, especially a triple considering that it's Riley Miller, yesterday's winner, Trey Arzen, who's come to life here, and Jackson Leach, who's been the fastest GFC thus far this season. I do worry that maybe that for this triplet rather, running in P3 and P5, that they will start to cannibalize one another before they even give themselves a chance to go catch the top 2. But honestly, at this rate, I don't think anyone's going to catch the top 2. But now, that agreement, I'm sure there's been some talking between the 45 and the 116. If you're Corkery, if it is a last lap move, do you really want to wait till the last lap?
Yeah.
This is a pretty big victory for these drivers. This is effectively what I would want to call the Super Nationals of 4-stroke racing here in the Northwest. A big, big event, obviously, as you can see with the turnout. Do you 100% play by these rules, or do you say, screw it, I want to go for that win. I want the checkered flag of the final race of the NWKA Super Cup.
It's evolving into the Northwest Nationals, isn't it? Sold out nearly in 206 Senior the last handful of years. As we look a little bit further back, a pair of wicked GFCs, one Croc Promotions kart in the middle. The 43 as well. Bettini had a very good run in the wet earlier on yesterday. Unfortunately, the 43, Ascent Burrell, has not been where he's wanted it to be.
Oh, there we go.
Trying to give a shove. This is it for the lead.
Oh,
Grody,
man.
Miller
Oh,
off into
man.
the grass. 3 wide further back. Riley clearly not happy with how the pair of wickets were driving him, and he'll drop back a handful of positions.
I would be really careful. You know, you can do those kinds of moves in the bigger carts where you can kind of ship somebody off and try to run away with it. There is no running away.
You're stuck in the room with them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, you're not gonna punch somebody when you're stuck in a locker room with them. Them's his fighting weights, as we would say on the East Coast. But still, once again, it is all Croc Promotion out in front. I think likely it is going to be these two drivers fighting it out for the race win before this medley continues on behind for position number 3, now being headed, I believe, that would be by Jackson Leach on the inside, although I'm sure that group has probably cannibalized itself. It is Jackson Leach ahead of Riley Miller, so got to be really careful here if you're Leach, especially if Miller gets back to you. I think he's going to return the favor, to say the least, and more, probably twice what he gave out.
Big Chuck further back. Thorpe double making that move stick on Trey Arnzen. Will advance himself into the top 5. I'll put him with his fellow Wicked GFC, Grayson Shorbert. Barneswell just a little bit further back, kind of on no man's land right now, trying to find some help in the form of the 6'12" Hunter Hesseltine. But man, for Colt Schlotthauer, as the championship lead is exactly where he needs to be. And Ben Corkery continuing to give him the bumper. Corkery looking for victory number 10. But time is running out. At what point is it going to be have at it, boys, out in front? And if so, can Jackson Leach get there in the Wolverine 8?
No. The answer is no. We've already got the twin sticks from the side of the racetrack from the flagger. We're either coming to the white flag next time by. We'll see if it's still out there looking down. No, it's still in the hands of the flagger, so possibly 2 to go next time by for these top 2. It is an uneasy, about as uneasy of a truce as I've ever seen between 2 drivers. Have been so committed to one another thus far in this race, but you see the defensive moves. How many more can you get away with? And also, as you might notice, Miller is up to 3rd, Leach back to 5th. I think someone got their payback.
Here we go, Ben Corkery to the inside of turn number 6, and for the first time in 12 minutes, a new leader in the form of the 116. How is Colt Schlotthauer gonna drive him back? Does he stay in the tracks, or does he continue to tussle and want to take that position back? They continue to stay line in line for the time being. Again, maybe Schlotthauer thinking a little bit more big picture. Yeah, a guy who's my championship adversary is in front of me, but if the maths out, I'm gonna be okay. White flag. Schlotthauer looking to rip the high line into turn number 1. Corkery down low. Gets back in line, does the 45.
Shot himself in the foot there. Not really going to be able to make this move at turn 3. Not going to happen around the outside. Surely Corkery will cover that. Covering the inside of turn 3. Going to have to be the run through 4. Another park, slightly leaving it open. We've seen moves around the outside of turn number 4. Not going to get there. Maybe at 5. Surely these drivers, very, very experienced. Going to cover it. It's going to have to come at the motos most likely. Jackson, they're all yours to the checkered flag.
Here we go. Oh! Corkery looking for win number 10. He gets to the front with a phenomenal run in between turns 5 and 6.
Oh,
down
no.
low, Corkery gonna try and swing back and defend. What a run here for these 2 Croc Promotions machines. Colt Schlotthauer looking for win number 17 and the championship. Down low into turn number 8. Not gonna get there. One more real opportunity, and the 845's gonna swing it wide on exit. Ben Corkery in the 116 forced down low. They're gonna go side by side into turn number 10. Schlotthauer gonna try and cross him up. Not gonna get there. Ben Corkery wins the final race of the Burly Product Super Cup and takes victory in 206 Senior.
Corkery does the double, and I believe that means that Schlotthauer will be our champion. You can see him smacking the side pod, giving us some drips. A phenomenal race, impeccably executed from this Croc Promotions team. You can see the camaraderie there between the teammates. Stayed committed to one another, fought it out when it mattered. Ultimately, that is a result that they can be very, very proud of. It is going to be, looks like Grayson Thorpe double. Remember, all results are provisional, but it will be provisionally according to our scoring. Grayson Thorpe double, although it might be Jackson Leach, I believe, will come home in that 3rd spot representing the flag for Kyle Wick and the Wick family for Wicked Racing and GFC. Jackson, wow.
Oh, what a phenomenal run to the finish there. But all being said, some very ethical racecraft, both from Ben Corkery and Colt Schlotthauer, worked hand in hand for pretty much the first 10 minutes and then immediately popped out of line the minute they saw that white flag. But it took until pretty much 11 minutes in where we saw someone really go out of line in the top 2 to really make that move stick. It was costly. We lost a lot of karts in the process. Asad Nikadambayev, Alex Acosta, Curtis Wolf, and more. But man, we came up here for the first time exactly a year ago, and very quickly we understood why people make it happen. But what a phenomenal way to close out this weekend, this day, in the 2026 NWKA Burly Product Super Cup. Trevor Blue produced it. Nathan Avila on the switches. Levy Getz, Isabella Medina, and Gabe Romo giving you these phenomenal views in the shadows of the Cascades. For my partner in the booth, Dean Helt, my name is Jackson Lambros. Thank you so much for sticking with us all weekend long. Bye for now.
Next up, we have a draw for a 3-night stay at the NW100, and the winner is Jack Bowdish. Next up, we have CMC Northwest 100cc in third place, Ryder McLean. In second place, Enzo Noel. And in third place, Ben Corcoran. Thanks, guys. Next up, we have the Tally Motors USA Tag Junior in first place, Mateo Pye. Next up, we have a draw for the Sweetie Bob's Burger and Blue Sweatshirt, and the winner is Landon Fireman. Next up, we have the Donna Racing Northwest 100 Jr in third place, Aiden Nash. In second place, Addison and your winner, Maximilian Jake Guzman. Next up, we have Masters 206. In third place, Carmine Marcillo. In second place, Lauren Denuse. And in first place, James Eburn.
Unless you're involved with the club. So let's give SIMA a huge round of hand. been amazing. We got a huge hole to fill, so I want to thank the Shorns more than we can thank anybody. So let's give it for the Shorns.
Next up, we have 6 trophies. Tag senior in 3rd place, Mateus Pugrin. In 2nd place, Budetta Gardner. And in 1st place, my favorite driver, Massimo Valiente.
Broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.